Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter's fame hid Lily Evans' true heroism. Here is short summary. What if Harry's fame as the boy who lived overshadowed the true heroism of his mother, Lily Evans, whose sacrifice defeated Voldemort? Meanwhile, Hermione is sorted into Slytherin, forming unexpected alliances that could reshape the destiny of the Golden Trio and the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hermione's dislike of Ron Weasley and Harry Potter shifted from mild annoyance because they'd dropped her once she was sorted, into a far more active urge to torment the pair. She got her next chance in charms when Weasley was unable to make his feather float. "You're saying it wrong," Hermione said as clearly as she could to Weasley. "You need to follow the pronunciation guide in the book, not the one in your head." "Rules, Weasley. Magic follows predictable rules. Let's see you do it if you're so clever," the boy snapped and, with a little smirk, she cast the charm and the feather floated in front of her. "Yes." Professor Flitwick clapped his hands. "Miss Granger's got it. 5 points to Slytherin." As they all streamed out of the classroom and wound their way through the courtyard, Weasley sniped to Potter, "I hate that Granger girl. She's just such a horror. I bet she's got no friends even in Slytherin." Harry Potter pointed across the open space to where Greg Goyle was spinning the girl in question around while she pounded on his back and laughed. Malfoy's voice carried through the air. "That's our girl, showing those gits who knows how to do it. Put me down." Weasley could hear her wailing, "or I'll hex you when you least expect it." Even Pansy Parkinson, who had her hand tucked into Malfoy's, was smirking. She nudged the blonde and pointed over to Weasley, and Potter and the whole group of Slytherins, including Hermione, waved mockingly at the pair. "I think," said Harry Potter, "she's got friends. I don't see why I have to go." Hermione stared up at Blaise and Greg with some annoyance. Draco was off holding Pansy's hand somewhere, a relationship that alternated between cute and annoying, and Theo was probably already in the stands. The boy had an unhealthy love of Quidditch. She, however, had no such thing. It was cold outside, it was wet, and here, down in their lovely common room, it was warm. There was a fire. She had a book. Take Vincent and Millie. Vincent has detention and Millie's out there already with Theo. Theo hates Millie, Hermione said, wrinkling her nose. "Try telling her that," Greg muttered, and she laughed. "No," he insisted. "She's nuts for him and he's trying so hard to be all polite at her, but you know how boy crazy she is." "Poor Theo." Hermione grinned, but, still unmoved by the prospect of a Quidditch match on this cold day, she made no attempt to get up. Blaise, however, just yanked her blanket off of her. "You have to come. House pride thing. I'll loan you a jumper if you're cold, but come on already." "You can sit between Millie and Theo and save him," Greg wheedled, and Hermione snorted. "I'll sit between you and Blaise and you can keep me warm." "Done," Greg said, and Hermione frowned at him. "Why do I feel I've been played?" "Because you have," said Blaise, "and despite your weird regard for rules you aren't stupid." With a grumble and a discreet tuck of her book into a pocket, she joined the pair just in time to see the game begin. After a bit during which there was much screeching and cheering from the stands, none of which really interested her, she leaned into Greg and asked, "When does it get interesting?" "It's interesting now," he said with a sigh, and Blaise wrapped an arm around her and tugged her in towards him. "I see you trying to pull your book out," he muttered. "No reading in the stands, Hermione." "Look," Greg yelled, poking her, "they've spotted the snitch." She heard herself yelling, "Go Flint," as the older boy knocked Potter off course, keeping the brat from grabbing the ball and ending the game. The announcers claimed that the foul, and she acknowledged it was a foul, but in a game that involved hitting giant balls at players to knock them off their brooms, it seemed pretty mild to her. Was obvious and disgusting cheating had her hissing at Blaise, as the commentary always this one-sided. "Yep," said an older boy sitting behind them. "Everyone hates us. We're evil, you know." He wiggled his fingers at the three of them, and Hermione, turning to look at him, laughed. "We're just better than they are," Blaise said, his eyes on the field. "And they know it. Score." Greg yelled and the cheer from their section of the stands was deafening. How much longer is this going to take? Hermione whispered to Blaise, though her attention had been caught by Potter, who seemed to have forgotten how to fly. And what's up with him? She asked, and the boy at her side followed her pointed finger to look at Potter, whose broom was bucking. Don't know. Don't care, Blaise said shortly, and she shrugged and went back to trying to decide whether Greg or Blaise put out more body heat, because this was really not a pleasant day. But whatever was going on with Potter was getting worse, and soon they were all watching, fascinated, as his obviously hexed broom shook and twitched. He finally plummeted towards the ground and, just as she was sure he was about to die, he righted himself and, caught the snitch, which essentially fell into his hand. That can't be right, she hissed at Greg, who was staring in open-mouthed shock at the field. Does that even count? Flint was yelling it wasn't a fair catch, but the announcer was already declaring it a Gryffindor victory, and Hermione had her arms wrapped around herself and was muttering, I can't believe you made me come out in the cold just to watch this. This was terrible. They glumly wound their way down the stands, Flint still yelling in the background, and went back to their common room. I hate Quidditch, Hermione muttered before plopping down on a couch next to Theo, who had managed to shake Millie, and who tugged on her hair before slumping against her. That beeped, he said, and she nodded. It's cold, she complained, but the whining was half laughter as she threw the last few snowballs at Draco and Greg. Winter had come, and with it snow, and everything was covered in a blanket that hid any imperfections. They'd been out for over an hour. She'd had snow shoved down her coat, and she'd tackled Draco and pushed him into a drift, making Greg laugh as the other boy sputtered that she was cheating. I thought you wanted me to cheat more, she'd said, smirking at him. You and your thing about rules, Hermione. You need to get over that. Wasn't that what you said just this morning when I wouldn't let you copy my essay? Now they were trooping back into the castle, ready to charm elves out of hot chocolate, shaking the snow from their hair and clothes, when they got stuck behind a giant tree that blocked the corridor as the groundskeeper moved it into the main hall for Yule. Draco, cold and wet, was even less pleasant than usual. Do you think you could move this tree? Some of us are trying to pass here. When he spotted the dynamic duo, he added with a sneer, trying to make some extra cash, Weasley. I mean, I know you're poor and all, but having to do odd jobs around school. Really? Now Draco, Hermione said, using her sweetest voice. It's not his fault his family home makes that groundskeeper's hut look like a mansion. Maybe he'll get to be groundskeeper when he grows up, Draco said, turning to her with a smirk. That might be too intellectually rigorous for. Ron dove towards them, howling with fury, and had snatched Draco's coat in his fist when Professor Snape came up behind them. Fighting? The man asked with a sneer. That's against Hogwarts rules, Weasley. 5 points from Gryffindor. He was provoked, the groundskeeper said, glaring at the teacher, but the professor shrugged. Then he should learn self-control. The man glanced at the 3 Slytherins. You 3 are dripping all over the hall. Go get yourselves dried up and order some cocoa from the kitchens before you get sick. Thank you, sir, Hermione said. We'll do that. Oh, the man added, and, Miss Granger. Yes, sir. I was impressed by your last potions essay. Keep up the good work. Ron Weasley and Harry Potter both glared at her as she took Draco and Greg by the hands and led them past the furious pair. She smirked at them, then schooled her expression to a far more respectful one as she passed Professor Snape. What does too intellectually rigorous mean? Greg asked as they walked away. It means he's too stupid to do the job, Draco drawled, and Hermione glanced back to grin at both Ron and Harry, who had their fists clenched at their sides. The little jerks thought they were too good to acknowledge any Slytherin, but she'd show them. Theo had spent the better part of the afternoon instructing Hermione in Yule traditions until she'd thrown her hands up and asked why there wasn't a wizard traditions class instead of Muggle studies. Who cares about Muggle studies? She'd practically screeched. None of you are going to run off and live in Muggle Britain, are you? There were rude snorts from several older students in the common room and at least one coughing fit. You don't exactly need to know how the British mail works or what one might watch on the telly. It's a waste of time. Why can't I have a class on something useful instead of being tormented this way? She'd crumpled forward and pillowed her head on her folded arms at that point. What's up with her? Greg asked and Draco shrugged. Theo has decided it's his sacred duty to school her in all things pure-blooded, Blaze drawled from another table. He's being somewhat relentless. Yule is not that complicated, Theo said. It wouldn't be, mate, if you stuck to the basics. Give all your friends a present, nothing too expensive or you look stuck on yourself. No jewelry unless you're engaged to the girl, which is hardly relevant for any of us, Blaze said. Could be relevant, Theo argued. People sometimes get engaged as children. Merlin, Theo, Draco said. No one does that anymore. Purebloods still engage children to one another, Hermione said, wrinkling her nose. Ew. Do muggles not do that? Theo asked. No, she stuck her tongue out. That's gross. Gotta agree with her, Draco said. Hermione dutifully shopped and wrapped and shipped presents out. A book on Quidditch for Theo, a scarf for Blaze, candy for Greg and Vincent. She got muggle lip glosses for Pansy and Millie, knowing the combination of makeup and the forbidden lure of muggle goods would be irresistible to both girls. She stood a long time at the shop, looking at a tiny golden snitch charm for Draco and finally decided it might be too much and settled on an actual, training snitch. He sent her a bracelet. It wasn't fancy. She wasn't sure if the cheap glass beads even counted as jewelry in his world, but she stared at it for a long time when she opened the box, stared at it so long the owl hooted impatiently at her until she shook herself and handed him a treat. She wore it every day at home on break, only taking it off when she returned to school. She wasn't sure what it meant. Wasn't sure it meant anything. He was kind of dating Pansy, if by dating one meant holding hands in the corridors and sitting together at Quidditch matches and on the couch in the common room. And, though the intricacies of pureblood Yule etiquette, as filtered through Theo, had almost made her throw things, she had noticed they had rules for everything. She wasn't sure if wearing it would end up committing her to something, so she didn't. She did hug him on the train and said, I love it. When we're older I'll give you a real one, he said with a grin, and she felt herself exhale, a kind of relieved but nervous exhalation. Brat, she said, and his grin got bigger. I learned a new curse, he said with a smirk. The first person to give you that dirty Slytherin look gets it. You are so going to lose us every point we've ever gotten, she said, shoving him, and he put on the innocent face he used when confronted by teachers. But thank you. No one picks on my housemate, he said. They don't pick, exactly, she said, sitting down, squishing herself up against the window to make room for Theo and Greg, who'd trooped in and who were arguing about some obscure Quidditch rule. They just sneer. They look at all of us like we're diseased and contagious. I know, he said, his voice low and angry. Someday they'll all be sorry. When she found him laughing outside the library, his mean little laugh, she sighed. What have you done? She asked him. Nothing, he said, rolling his wand between his hands. She grabbed him and started hauling him to the dungeons. You need to learn to lie better, she told him. Was it Weasley or Potter you harassed? Neither, he said with the smug primness that made her want to kick him in the shin. I just didn't like the look on Longbottom's stupid face, so I leg-locked him. And what look was that? Utter terror at the sight of you. It's like he has, pick on me, written on his forehead, Draco admitted with a grin. But he was telling some girl not to worry, she couldn't do as well as you in charms because, but there he cut himself off, some sudden sense of tactfulness jutting in between his brain and his mouth. Because I'm just a stinking Slytherin, Hermione said, a question in her voice. The look on Draco's face confirmed it. He watched her expression quiver for a moment before she said it into her stubborn, no one can hurt me, glare. He didn't mean it, Draco offered. He just wanted to make whoever she was feel better. He meant it, Hermione said. They all mean it. She blinked fiercely a few times. Yeah, Draco said, but you're worth 12 of those idiots. Come on, I got a new box from my mum this morning. I bet it's got some of those cakes you like so much. Hermione smiled a little at that. How come she always sends those now? Because I told her you liked them, he said. Hermione stopped walking towards their dormitory and, once he was a few feet ahead of her, Draco stopped too and turned back toward her. What? He demanded. Your mother is sending cakes to you for me. she asked, and he looked confused. Well, yeah, we're friends, aren't we? But, Hermione trailed off, then said, Muggle-born. Oh, like she cares about that, Draco said, rolling his eyes. Haven't you figured out by now that no one does? He stopped to consider. Well, my crazy aunt might, from what I've heard about her, but she's in Azkaban, so it's not like anyone exactly worries about her opinion. You're Slytherin, you stupid girl. You're one of us. Her smile was shaky, so Draco gave her a shove. Don't make me hex you as if you were some dopey Gryffindor. Come on. He began to race down the hall and, swiping at her eyes, Hermione followed. Hermione's feelings on Quidditch remained the same, which would have been fine if everyone hadn't absolutely insisted she go to yet another game. We aren't even playing in this one, she whined as Draco dragged her to the stands. I don't see why I have to go. She drew the last word out as they passed a group of Gryffindors, there to cheer on their rotten seeker, apparently the youngest seeker ever since the dawn of time. Ron Weasley looked at her as they passed, her hand clasped tightly in Draco's as if he were afraid if she got loose she'd bolt back to the common room. Weasley jabbed her in the side with an elbow and she gasped at the sudden shock. Sorry, the boy said with a smirk. Didn't see you there. Malfoy looked at the boy and then at Greg and Theo, who were following Hermione. Vincent, as usual, was in detention. You know how I think they pick Gryffindor team members, he said loudly. They get the people they feel sorry for. Potter's got no parents, the Weasleys have no money. It's sweet, really. Hermione sighed and nudged him forward to their seats. Look, it's Neville Longbottom, Draco was saying as they sat down. You remember Neville, right, Hermione? He's the one who can't reason his way out of a paper sack. I'm surprised he's not on the team too. You leave him alone, Ron snapped, not turning from the game. If brains were gold, Neville would be poorer than you, Draco taunted as Theo began to tug Hermione away from the brewing confrontation. As Potter started flying towards the ground at a ridiculous speed, Draco added, Oh, you're in luck, Weasley. Looks like your buddy might have found some money on the ground. Ron turned and threw himself across the stands at Draco as Theo yanked Hermione wholly out of the way. Neville and Greg joined in and the four boys missed it as Potter caught the snitch again because they were busy punching one another. Honestly, Hermione muttered to Theo as they looked at the brawl going on near their feet. At least this time the game was short. Hermione spread out the color-coded exam study tables she'd made for all her friends. Hermione, Greg said, looking at his, exams aren't for ages. But it's important to be prepared and it's only 10 weeks away, she said, her voice starting to rise. I should have been studying for ages and you keep making me go to Quidditch games. I don't know what I'm going to. Theo pulled the entire pile away from her and calmly dumped the lot in the fire. Stop, he said, stop with the SWAT thing before you make yourself miserable. And unbearable. Theo, she wailed, watching her tables and charts go up in flames. He shoved a chocolate frog at her. Sorry, he said, not sounding sorry at all. I'm just protecting you from yourself. Nicholas Flamel, she said after she opened the package. Darn, I already have 5 of these. You are not going to believe what I found out, Draco said, pouring himself some juice and smirking. Oh, Hermione had her head into her charms book and was drilling herself on all the secondary and tertiary uses for every charm they were supposed to know. The groundskeeper guy, the one Potter and Weasley are always visiting. He has a dragon. You're right. Hermione looked up at him. I don't believe that. The man lives in a wooden hut. How could he possibly be stupid enough to have a dragon? Plus, she looked back down again, one wouldn't fit. It's a baby, Draco said smugly, and she rolled her eyes. Draco, it's not even legal to have a dragon. I know. She put her book away and gave her friend her full attention. The boy looked positively gleeful, and that never boded well. He tended to be all bluster and no planning, and he'd end up hexing some stupid student right in front of a teacher and lose them all points. Draco, if he does have a dragon we should tell someone. We should, he agreed. But we won't, will we? She asked with a sigh. Nope, he grinned at her. Not until we can get Potter and Weasley into as much trouble as possible. Your obsession with Potter is downright weird, she muttered. Draco's obsession with the pair of Gryffindors might have been weird, but it was, she had to admit, great fun to go and torment Weasley. The Git had apparently managed to get his hand chomped on by the baby dragon and, in a turn of events that shocked no one except the boy himself, the bite became infected and his hand swollen. Apparently dragon fangs were poisonous. "There's a reason you aren't supposed to have dragons," Hermione said smugly as she and Draco headed to the hospital wing. "They're dangerous." He stopped in the hall when she said that, the textbook they were taking to the Weasley boy as their excuse to visit him in one hand. "Dragons are dangerous," he agreed, his voice low. "But only to outsiders. They're fiercely protective of their own." She looked at him and, after a moment, said, "Well, Weasley's clearly not one of the dragon's own." Draco snorted at that. "I'd say not. How's your hand?" Hermione gushed at Weasley once they were in the infirmary. "We were just so worried." "How did you say this happened again?" Draco asked, watching the Medowitch without seeming to. "A dog bite," Weasley muttered. "Thanks for bringing me my book. You can go now." "Oh, no," Hermione said. "I wouldn't dream of leaving you alone here to suffer without me." She picked up a note from the side table and said, "Your brother the Dragon Keeper wrote you. Wasn't that nice of him? It must be really nice having a large family to look after you when you get a dog bite." She cast a woeful look at Malfoy and handed him the note while Weasley reached out to try and grab it from her. "I'm an only child, you know." "Me too," Draco said with a sneer. "Though, I always thought having more kids than you can afford to feed was stupid, and who wants nothing but hand-me-downs." Saturday at midnight, Hermione leaned in closer. "How interesting that your brother, the Dragon Keeper, is coming by then when you just got yourself nipped in the hand by something he might be interested in." "We should tell," Draco said. "We should let the dragon bite all of them," Hermione corrected. "I like the way you think," Draco smirked. "Tonight's the night," Draco whispered and she nodded back in silent accord. Greg and Vincent followed them as they snuck their way towards the tallest tower. "We'll catch that Git with his dragon and rat him out to Snape and then he'll be gone." They waited in an alcove by the stairs and everything would have gone smashingly if McGonagall hadn't decided she needed a walk. She didn't believe them, of course. "How dare you?" she gasped when she found them out. "Wandering about when it's near midnight." "But Professor," Hermione pleaded, "it's Potter. He's got a dragon. Is that rubbish really the best you can do? Out after curfew with 3 boys and she blames it on a dragon," McGonagall huffed. "In my day, oh. Detention for all of you and 20 points from Slytherin. I'll be talking to Professor Snape about these ridiculous lies you're telling." As she was dragging them off, Hermione and Draco quite literally by their ears with Greg and Vincent trailing behind them, they could hear a faint laugh that sounded a lot like Potter. They exchanged looks and Hermione mouthed, "But where is he?" And Draco shrugged, his eyes narrowed. Wherever he was, apparently McGonagall had caught him too, and Weasley as well. The overnight loss of 20 points from Slytherin was overshadowed by the far more monumental loss of 150 from Gryffindor. Hermione and Draco quietly smirked at one another at the commotion, the utter loathing, that followed Potter all day as his housemates discovered he was the one responsible for their point loss. "It's worth having to do detention with that Git, isn't it?" Draco asked and Hermione grinned. "It really is," she agreed. Vincent and Greg were assigned to the kitchens. They both already had a long-standing relationship helping the elves scrub pans and McGonagall clearly thought they were followers. Draco and Hermione she had tagged as troublemakers and they were informed their detention would be served with Hagrid and that Filch would take them there. "I don't see why we can't just write lines," Draco grumbled and Hermione gave him a hard shove. "Doesn't matter what it is," she said. "It's worth it, right?" "I suppose," he said, looking like he didn't suppose at all. She started to agree with him when she discovered the idiot groundskeeper was taking them into the so-called Forbidden Forest to help him track down an injured unicorn. In what sane universe did a school employee take children into the woods they had been explicitly told the first day of the year they were never, ever to go into, to track down a hurt and wild animal? "I don't think this is a good idea," she muttered and Draco shot her a grateful look even as Weasley taunted them. "Scared, you too, sensible," she snapped back. "What if the thing that got the unicorn finds us before we find it?" Draco asked, his voice trembling a little, and the groundskeeper laughed. You'll be fine, he promised, a promise Hermione had trouble crediting given this was a man who'd thought having a dragon in a wooden hut was a good idea. I'm not doing it, she said. The groundskeeper narrowed his eyes at her and said, you got in trouble and you'll do what you're told. I don't think so, she shook her head. Come on, Draco. We'll go back to the castle and write a quick note to your father. Didn't you tell me he was on the board of governors? Yes, he said, his voice still a little shaky. This, she said, glaring at the groundskeeper, is the most insane idea I've ever heard of. Sending a group of 11-year-olds into the woods at night. And I'm quite sure Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy will agree with me. Draco seemed to be getting his feet back under him now that Hermione had taken over and was refusing to go along with this trek into the woods. They would, he said. They'd be livid to know the school put me in danger. They might, Hermione drawled, even demand the resignation of the people responsible. That would be, she paused and looked around, oh, yes. That would be you. She looked at Hagrid and smirked. The man glared at her, but she just smiled at him and said, well, Draco, shall we head back up to the castle now? Fine, the groundskeeper said, gritting his teeth. You two brats can wait in my cottage until we come back. Should we write lines while we wait? Hermione asked, her voice sweet. For our detention. The man stomped off without answering, Potter and Weasley following him. That was brilliant, Draco breathed, looking at her. You're utterly brilliant. She grinned at him and they settled down to wait until the unicorn hunting party returned. I love exams, Hermione said with a satisfied smile on her face as she lay on the grass with Theo and Pansy. And those were so much easier than I expected them to be. Why do you love exams? Pansy asked, trying to spot Draco. Class is so boring most days, Hermione said. At least on exam days I have something to do the entire time. You need to skiv off more, Theo said. Skiv off from class, Hermione said, sounding horrified. Yep, Theo grinned. Next year I'm totally getting you to do it. This is gorgeous, Hermione breathed, looking around the great hall. Green and silver decorations hung everywhere and there was a huge banner with their serpent crest behind the head table. Looks good, doesn't it? Draco took her arm. 7th year in a row. We're the best house, after all. We get the best students, swats and jocks, and we win. We won fair and square, she agreed as they squeezed into the benches at their table. The headmaster was making one of his dotty announcements and she tuned him out until he read off their point total, 472, which made it 160 more than their hated rivals the Gryffindors, and they all began banging their goblets on the table and cheering. She looked over at Potter and Weasley and smirked at them. See what happens when you play by the rules, she thought. You win. Until the unthinkable happened. Dumbledore announced he had some last-minute point changes. To Weasley, for a chess game, 50 points. What's going on? She hissed to Draco. No one gets 50 points for winning a game of chess. I only got 10 but he cut her off. I don't know. Shut up. To Parvati Patil, using logic. 50 points. Hermione turned to Theo and looked at him and he shook his head, helplessly. To Harry Potter, for bravery, 60 points. Hermione started to cry. She'd spent the whole year working and earning points, 5 here, 10 there. A whole year of excellence and any recognition of that, the fair recognition she'd earned, had just been wiped out by a casually unfair authority figure. We're still tied, Draco said, wrapping his arm around her. It's a tie, Hermione. Don't cry. To Neville Longbottom, for standing up to his friends. 10 points. No we're not, she said, we're not tied, and she and her friends stared in horror as the room's decorations were changed, as the whole school cheered that they had lost the school cup. It's not fair, she said, her voice choked. You thought life was fair? Theo asked her and she pressed her lips together. I don't anymore, was all she said. Hermione had had a great summer. She owled with both Theo and Draco regularly, and if her parents were slightly uncomfortable their daughter seemed to have mostly boys as friends. They were largely successful in hiding their feelings. The sting of losing the house cup faded a bit and by the time she got her book list she was ready to start a new year. We're going to Diagon Alley on Wednesday to get my books. She wrote Draco. Can we meet up? He grinned, the mean little grin she'd missed over the summer, when he saw her waiting to meet him at the ice cream shop before he put on his polite smile. Hermione, this is my father. Father, Hermione Granger. The aristocratic man peered down at her and she had a brief, sinking feeling that his opinion of her ancestry was less open-minded than Draco had led her to believe when he held his hand out and said, "Oh, yes. Miss Granger, the little girl in Slytherin who likes the cakes. I'm pleased to meet you at last." "It's a pleasure to meet you too, sir," she said, taking his hand, and he smiled. "Where are your parents, Miss Granger?" he asked and her smile faltered for a moment. "They're Muggles, sir," she said. "I'm Muggle-born, and they find all this a little disconcerting so they just dropped me off and said they'd pick me up later." "But that's terrible. You must allow Draco and I to escort you on your shopping trip." "That's so kind," she said, stumbling over the words, "but I couldn't impose." "The company of a beautiful girl is never an imposition," he corrected her. "Draco, offer her your arm. Before we tackle this appalling reading list you've been sent, I have to do a personal errand." He turned to Hermione. "You don't mind, do you, Miss Granger? I promise I'll treat you both to Sundays when we're done to make it up to you both." Thank you," she said, shooting a quick look at Draco who looked grateful she'd acceded to his father's demands. She suspected very few people said no to this man. Mr. Malfoy led them both down a dimly lit alley into a shop she'd never seen before. Borgin and Burke's she read, and the man leading them inside cautioned both her and Draco. "Touch nothing," he said. "Not everything in here is as sanitized as the little toys they give you at school." "Yes, sir," Hermione said and he smiled at her before drumming his fingers on the counter. Draco had bent down and was looking at a bunch of skulls on a lower shelf. "I want a racing broom," he told her. "Stupid Potter has the Nimbus 2000 and I want to try out this year." She sighed. "Of course you do. He's not even good," Draco was going on and she could sense his father watching them both. "He's just famous. Stupid famous Potter. Everyone thinks he's so smart with his broom and his scar and his." "I don't," she said, pulling his arm away before he could pick up one of the skulls. "Would you stop? I haven't seen you all summer and you're already just droning on about that stupid boy." "Children," Mr. Malfoy said, "let me remind you it's not prudent to seem less than enamored of Harry Potter when most people see him as the hero who made the Dark Lord. Ah, Mr. Borgin. I like her," he would say later to Narcissa. "I didn't expect to, Muggle-born and all. But she's got the right attitude about Potter and she seems to have some control over Draco." Now he shooed the children away and Hermione watched him hand a list to the man who'd come out to speak to him. "What's that?" Draco asked her and she looked at the withered hand that had caught his eye. "Hand of Glory," she said. "Stick a candle in it and it'll give light only to you. A thief's best friend." "How do you know that, Miss Granger?" Mr. Malfoy asked her and she shuffled her feet and swallowed hard before answering. "I like to read, sir." "Indeed." He looked at Mr. Borgin who looked impressed at her easy identification of the hideous thing. "I somehow doubt the Hand of Glory was in your first-year textbooks." "No, sir," she admitted but didn't elaborate and he smiled again. "I begin to see why the young lady has better grades than you do, Draco," he said and Draco flushed under his scrutiny. "When you graduate, if you keep up with your reading," Mr. Borgin said to Hermione, "please consider coming to see me for a position. I think the young lady has a brighter future ahead of her than life as an assistant in your shop," Mr. Malfoy said dismissively and now it was Borgin's turn to flush. "He likes you," Draco whispered in awe. "I've never seen that before. The only one of my friends he likes is Theo and that's just because he's been friends with Theo's dad since forever." Hermione rolled her eyes and turned to look at a gorgeous opal necklace. "It's cursed," Draco said and she snorted. "I can read the sign, Draco." They continued to tease and bicker as he pointed out one peculiar item after another until Mr. Malfoy announced he was done and pointed towards the door. Draco transformed from her chum to a faintly nervous young man and offered her his arm very formally and led her from the shop into the dodgy-looking street. "Come with me," Mr. Malfoy commanded, and they followed him down the street and back towards Flourish and Blotts. The bookstore was mobbed because of a book signing. Hermione wrinkled her nose and pushed through the crowds, gathering her books and groaning at the wait. "Draco," she heard his father say, "go help your friend. I'll meet you both at the counter." "I can carry my own stuff," she hissed, but Draco yanked the books out of her hands. "If I've been told to carry them and I don't, he'll lecture me all night on courtesy and what's due a young witch of position and on and on. Just let me do it." Draco sounded sullen and she winced. "But, Draco," she said, trying to tug the books back out of his hands with no success, "I'm not a young witch of position. I'm me." But he refused to relinquish the books. She finally gave up and just let him hold them while she piled more books for both of them onto the stack. They'd dumped one pile on the counter and gone back for more. The book list really was long this year, when they stopped and stared at the author signing books. The man had his arm around Harry Potter, of all people, and was posing for a photograph. He was nattering on about how he was going to be Harry Potter's teacher this year, that he'd taken a position at Hogwarts. Hermione looked over at Draco. He had his snake-mean smile in place and was watching Potter try to squirm away from the older man with obvious pleasure. "Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter?" he drawled once their classmate had extricated himself and dumped a pile of books into some little girl's cauldron. Potter flushed. "Of course he did," Hermione chimed in. "Famous Harry Potter causes a commotion even in a bookstore." "Leave him alone," the little girl said, glaring at Draco and Hermione. "He didn't want any of that." "A girlfriend," Draco said. "Look, Hermione, Potter's got a girlfriend. She's a bit young, isn't she?" Hermione asked, eyeing the diminutive ginger girl with curiosity. "Is she even old enough to go to Hogwarts?" "I start this year," the girl said, tossing her head. She eyed Hermione's Slytherin t-shirt with a sneer of her own. "I won't be in that house, though. I'd sooner die." "That could be arranged," Draco muttered, and Hermione gave him what she hoped was a quelling look. "Who are you talking to, Ginny?" Ron Weasley came over, and the family resemblance between him and the little girl in front of them was unmistakable. The boy looked at Hermione and Draco with disgust. "Stay away from these gits, Gin. They're nothing but trouble." He shoved his hands in his pockets and smirked at them both. "Bet you're surprised to see Harry here." "Why would we be?" Hermione asked, rolling her eyes. "He needs to get books too." "Hadn't given Potter's shopping needs much thought, to be honest," Draco said. "Kind of surprised to see you though, Weasley. Does your family go without food for a month to be able to afford books for you, your brothers, and the tiny red one here?" Ron Weasley lunged towards Draco, but Harry Potter grabbed onto his jacket and pulled him back. "Ron." A portly red-haired man came over, breathing hard as he fought his way through the crowds. "What are you doing?" Hermione had the sudden, natural fear of a child caught mid-skirmish by an adult until she felt a hand on her shoulder and, glancing behind her, saw Mr. Malfoy, who had one hand resting on her and another on Draco. She turned back to the clan in front of her, confident smile back on her face. "Mr. Weasley," Draco's father drawled. "I'm surprised you have time to take your lot shopping, what with how busy it's been at the ministry. All those raids. I do hope they're paying you overtime." He left one hand on Hermione but took the other off his son to reach down into Ginny Weasley's cauldron of books. Pulling out a battered textbook, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Obviously not," he sighed. "If you're going to be a disgrace to wizardry, you ought to at least be well compensated for it." "We have very different ideas of what it means to be a disgrace," Arthur Weasley choked out. Apparently, Mr. Malfoy regarded the book with what seemed to be genuine pity before dropping it back into the girl's cauldron. "Come, children, let's purchase your books and then, I believe, we need to pick up a broom for Draco, and I promised you both ice cream." He paused. "Miss Granger, would you like a broom as well? I would be happy to make some recommendations and treat you to a." Hermione quickly said, "Thank you, sir, but you've already been too generous with your time and your offer of ice cream. A broom is too much and I couldn't." "Hermione hates flying," Draco cut in. "She'd never use it. Any sensible person would hate flying if she were forced to use those school brooms." Lucius Malfoy had turned away from the Weasleys as though he had wiped them from his mind. They're a disgrace and dangerous to boot. No, no, child. If I let you return to that school without a decent broom, my own wife would never forgive me for putting Draco's friend at risk. You can't just buy her a broom, Ron Weasley blurted out, and Mr. Malfoy turned to look at the child with a politely curious look on his face. Why on earth not? She's Muggle-born, Ron said with vicious pleasure, clearly expecting Draco's father to end his obvious patronage of the girl when he heard this bit of news. Mr. Malfoy blinked a few times and then looked at Mr. Weasley. I had no idea you had inculcated such prejudice in your offspring, Arthur. Fascinating. Just when I thought you could sink no lower. Mr. Malfoy turned away from the Weasleys again and, leading both his charges to the counter, continued to insist Hermione would quite like flying if she would simply try a decent broom. Not a racing broom. No, nothing like what Draco wanted, but a good, well-made broom. She continued to object that it was just too much all the way to the broom store where the man bought Draco 2 brooms, a racing broom and a simpler broom, in case you need to loan one to a friend. Hermione grabbed Daphne by one hand and Pansy by another and dragged them into a compartment, and the three of them flopped onto seats. Did you bring them? Pansy demanded, and Hermione nodded and began pulling Muggle fashion magazines out of her bag. Merlin, I love these. Daphne leaned back and started flipping through a British Vogue with a sigh of pleasure. I wish my mother would let me have them. If my parents caught me with these, I'd be grounded until I was married, Pansy said with a groan, but look at this. She held up a picture of a woman in a dress with an embroidered top and a short skirt made almost wholly of feathers. The woman had a coat flung over her shoulder, gloves that reached above her elbow, and a hat that could only be described as jaunty. I want it. Where would you wear it? Hermione asked. So boringly practical, Daphne muttered. The door to the compartment opened and the three girls shoved their magazines into their bags with quick, guilty thrusts as Theo stuck his head in. What are you three up to? He asked, studying their faces. Nothing, Pansy said. How was your summer, Theo? Draco passed Hermione a copy of the Evening Prophet. They flew a magical car. People saw them. She asked him in horror. That's why they weren't on the train. That may be the stupidest, most ridiculous. Please tell me they've been expelled. She looked at his face and sighed. They haven't been expelled, have they? King Potter, Draco said, and she nodded in agreement. Listening to the howler Weasley's mother sent him about the car incident cheered both of them up. Still, Hermione said, the proverbial dog with a bone. They should have been expelled. What class do we have next? Theo asked as they stood in the courtyard, squinting at his schedule with dismay. Defense against the dark arts, Hermione said, and he looked over at her paper. Hermione, he asked, why do you have Lockhart's lesson plans outlined in little hearts? She snatched the paper away from him and muttered something unintelligible before shoving it down into her bag. What's going on? She asked, trying to distract him by pointing out some tiny boy who was taking a picture of Potter. I'm much more interested in your hearts, Theo said, reaching towards her bag, but Draco's attention had been caught by the skirmish in front of them and, with a sigh, Theo straightened up and trailed after Draco as he strolled over to Potter. The tiny boy was asking Potter if he could have a picture taken with his hero and have Potter sign it. Draco started to laugh. Giving out signed pictures now, are you Potter? He asked. His voice was loud and echoed around the courtyard. Hermione snickered and Greg came hurrying over to join them, eyeing Potter's red face with a sneer. Theo just sighed. Hey, everybody, Draco raised his voice even more. Harry Potter's giving out photos to his fans. Well, Hermione said, he is a celebrity. I thought you liked those. Theo needled her and she glared at him. I am not, Potter muttered, holding his book bag closer to himself. You're just jealous, the camera-toting boy snapped, and Hermione's laugh rang out, genuine and delighted. Of what? She asked, and then, with a sweet tone, she began to twist the knife. Of having my mother die so I could survive, knowing every day of my life I'm the reason my parents are dead. Of being famous for just not dying. It's the scar, I think, Draco said. Girls like scars. I think it's ugly, Hermione said with a shrug. Eat slugs, Granger, Weasley hissed, and Draco Malfoy narrowed his eyes. Be careful, he said. You wouldn't want to get another note from your mummy. If you put another toe out of line, he mimicked, his voice high and shrill. A group of older Slytherins laughed at this and Weasley flushed. Why don't you give Weasley a picture? Draco suggested. He could sell it and double his family's income for the month. With a shout of inchoate rage, Weasley pulled out a wand and pointed it at Draco. Why is that wand taped together? Hermione asked, cocking her head to the side and quietly pulling out her own as if to examine it. Do they still work that way? Not very well, Theo said with a smug grin. Most people would just buy another one. Why doesn't he? She asked. Oh, he can't afford it, Theo said with a shrug as Weasley turned redder and redder. Pity, Hermione said. Mine works fine. Put your wand away, Weasley, before I start to think you're threatening my friend and overreact. What's going on here? Gilderoy Lockhart, who was indeed their new defense against the dark arts teacher, bustled over and Hermione smoothly slipped her wand back into her bag. Pictures, the man exclaimed with delight. I'll take one with you for your friend here, Harry, and then we'll both sign it. How does that sound? Draco snickered and he, Greg, Theo, and Hermione drifted away towards class as Potter squirmed. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Greg said, poking at Hermione. You're the reason your parents are dead. Ouch. She's brilliant, Draco said and Theo laughed. Yeah, as long as she's on our side she's brilliant. Be careful she never decides she hates you, Draco. Not gonna happen, the boy said. Race you slugs to class. The four kids tore off across the courtyard, shrieking with simple joy as they ran. Hermione. Theo nudged a first year out of the spot next to her on the couch and yanked her book out of her hand. I have a question for you. She sighed, a long-suffering, much put upon sigh and waited for him to go on. I know, he said, that you're an unbelievable swot, and that you color-code your notes using different colored highlighters to track something or other. I know you keep index cards to drill yourself on facts for class as you walk. I know. Get on with it, she muttered. And I was very impressed at how you froze all those pixies after Lockhart fled, leaving you, me, and Draco to clean up his mess. Not what I would have expected from a man with so much experience. Do you plan to get to your point before dinner? What I don't understand, he said, voice completely innocent, is how you knew Lockhart's big dream is to market his own line of hair care products. Blaise and Pansy both started to laugh and even Draco looked up with a grin on his face as Hermione glared at Theo, snatched her copy of Wanderings with Werewolves out of his hand, and gathering all her things, began to stomp off towards her room. In all fairness, Blaise said, voice raised, she did get us 10 points with her little crush. Hermione slammed her door. Explain to me why I have to watch the team practice. Hermione whined as Draco dragged her towards the Quidditch pitch. Because you love me, he proposed and she snorted. Get Pansy or Millie if you want someone to coo over you, she suggested and then stopped. Why are they here? The Gryffindor team was already on the field and having an argument with Flint. Oh, Draco said in the innocent voice that meant he was up to something. They'd already booked the field but we got special permission to share from Snape because the team needs extra time to train the new Seeker. I still don't see why you want me to watch, wait. She stopped walking and looked at him. Draco, are you the new Seeker? When he nodded looking both smug and nervous at the same time she flung herself forward into his arms and squealed as she hugged him. I'll come to every game, she promised. I'm so happy for you. Draco, that's great. You must be thrilled. I am, he said, then said, nerves coloring his voice. My father bought new broomsticks for the team but I still had to try out. He bought them after I got on, I swear Hermione. I didn't. Of course you didn't, she hugged him again. I'm so proud of you, Draco. They reached the arguing teams, Draco's arm slung around her shoulders, right as Weasley, looking from an array of glorious new brooms to Draco, said, well, I guess we know why he's the Seeker. At least you didn't have to buy your way on our team, Harry. Draco got on the team because he's an amazing flyer, Hermione said, her eyes flashing. And no one had to bend any rules for him unlike for your precious Harry Potter. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood, Weasley snapped and there was a sudden hush that lasted until Draco yanked out his wand. Marcus Flint shoved the younger boy out of the way and blocked his access to Weasley. "He's not worth it," the older boy hissed. "How dare you?" Adrian Pusey was yelling as Draco screamed, "You'll pay for that, Weasley." He was trying to wriggle his way around Flint, wand still out, and Weasley pulled out his own broken wand and cast a hex towards Draco. The hex backfired and hit Weasley himself, who started to cough. He stared in horror as he hacked out first one slug, then another, then still more. He kept choking up fat slugs as the Slytherin team stopped holding Draco back and started to laugh. Even Hermione, who'd been blinking back angry tears, started to laugh. Draco tucked his wand away and wrapped his arms around the girl, glaring over her shoulder at the boy who continued to spit up slugs. "I'll get him for this," he vowed, his voice muffled by her hair. "Slugs aren't enough. I'll get him. Don't worry, Hermione. We'll get him," she corrected as she wiped at her eyes and hiccuped a couple of times. Later she said, "I know some of our housemates, they." "You're one of us," Draco said, handing her one of the little cakes he'd saved from his last box. "House trumps blood. You've called people mudblood," she said, quietly, nibbling at the slightly stale treat. "Not Slytherins," he said, "and not you." He poked her, trying to nudge a smile out of her. "Besides, it's total shite for Weasley to claim to be all, let's protect the Muggle-born, while calling you that." "He is an ass," she agreed, then sagged against the back of her seat. "I wish there weren't blood prejudice." Draco snorted. "It's really just people who've hated each other forever. My father's a blood purist, and he likes you but wouldn't give the Longbottoms more than a sneer. The Weasleys are blood traitors and, well, you heard that git today. Even if blood went away we'd all still hate each other. So it's just picking a side," she said, leaning her head up against him. "Hat picked your side," he said. "Gave you to us." "I don't like having my fate decided by a hat," she muttered. Hermione, Theo, and Draco were walking through the hall, shoving and laughing as Hermione tried to keep Theo from checking her books for hearts around Lockhart's name, when Theo suddenly stopped and said, his voice choked, "What's that?" Written on the wall in foot-high letters were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir beware." "What?" Draco looked paler than usual and grabbed Hermione and turned her away from the sight, but not before she saw the cat hanging, stiff as a board, from a torch bracket to the side of the writing. "Draco," she said, her voice tiny, "shouldn't we do something?" "We do not want to be found here," he said, "trust me." But before they could escape, a rushing stream of students poured into the hall. As each student came across the note and the apparently frozen cat, they froze too, until the growing cluster of shocked students was pushed aside by the castle caretaker, who came forward, demanding to know what was going on, until he saw the cat, his cat, and spun to stare at the gathered crowd. "Who did this?" he demanded. Spotting Harry Potter, the man pointed a gnarled, shaking finger and said, You did this to my cat. You've killed her, and I'll kill you, you little Argus." Dumbledore appeared from somewhere and calmed the hysterical man. "Get your cat and we'll go and I'll take a look at her. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, please come with us." Draco was slowly edging Hermione away from the crowd, Theo close on their heels, and, as soon as Dumbledore and Filch disappeared with the Gryffindor prats, the three of them headed for the dungeons. "Draco," Hermione said, "what was that? What's the Chamber of Secrets? Who's the heir?" "With our luck, it's Potter," Theo muttered, and she jerked her head around to look at him. "Heir to Slytherin," Draco explained as they pushed their way into their common room. "You three," a seventh year stopped them. "Don't go anywhere. House meeting. So, let's start with the basics." The whole of Slytherin House was packed into their common room. As mere second years, Hermione and her friends were shoved up against a wall, pushed off the furniture by older students looking for places to sit. Between Draco and Theo, someone had been holding on to her since they'd found the sign, and she'd gone from finding it annoying to being afraid, a fear she'd controlled by drilling herself on history of magic facts. Now Draco tweaked the book out of her hand and poked her to get her to pay attention to the seventh-year girl standing at the front of the room. "Anyone here think he's the heir to Slytherin?" A nervous laugh greeted her question, and some wag called back, "Could be a girl." "Or she," the girl added with a roll of her eyes. What's the heir to Slytherin? Hermione hissed at Draco. It was Theo, though, who answered her. Descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Kind of a myth, really. I'm pretty sure the whole family died out generations ago, but the idea is the person would have the same powers Slytherin did. Like what? Parseltongue. General dislike of mud, muggle-borns. The girl leading the meeting was talking again. Anyone think it would be cute to leave that message on the wall? People hate us enough. A boy balanced on the arm of one of the couches. Hermione thought he was a sixth year. Muttered. King professors take points if we look at them funny in that business with the house cup last year. Who'd be stupid enough to try to make people like us even less? This is my OWL year, a girl said, her voice tinged with hysteria. I don't have time for heirs and chambers and. Anyone have some kind of problem with muggle-borns? Not so long as they're in our house, someone muttered. Muggle studies is AF ********ing waste of time, someone else said to a general rumble of agreement. I have a problem with that. Draco gave Hermione a vaguely apologetic look and she shook her head. What, he's right. See, a student near her said. Even Hermione, our resident muggle-born, thinks that class is a waste. That's because she's not an idiot, someone said and a wave of laughter swept the room. Any Parseltongues in the house? The girl leading the meeting asked and there was another round of laughter. What's Parseltongue? Hermione hissed to Theo who said, as quietly as he could, the ability to talk to snakes. Salazar Slytherin had it. The Dark Lord had it. It's not generally considered a good quality, it's not something people talk about. It's something the heir would have. What do we do about this? Marcus Flint asked. You know everyone will blame us. Don't get caught talking to snakes. One wag suggested. I don't know what we can do, the girl leading the meeting admitted. Keep our heads down, look out for each other. Same old, someone said bitterly. If something goes wrong, has to be one of us. If the Dark Lord were still here, someone began but was quickly hushed by the people near him. Over the next week, all the students could talk about was the chamber and the heir. Speculations ran rampant as to who the mysterious heir had to be, with people divided between Harry Potter, well, he did vanquish you-know-who, and some Slytherin, well, it would have to be one of those snakes, wouldn't it? Hermione spent most of her time researching, shoving even Theo away when he tried to pry her from her books. Finally, he and Greg staged what they called an intervention. You have to stop, Greg said. You're going to make yourself crazy. What are you even looking for? Every copy of Hogwarts. A history has been checked out, Hermione said with frustration, and I left my copy at home. Since that's the only book more boring than the Wizarding Social Register, I'm horrified you even own a copy, Theo said. What you are trying to do? Kill yourself with boredom. No, you jerk, she said, tugging on the book he had in his hand. I'm trying to figure out what the chamber is. I know it was in there, I can remember the name, but I can't remember what it was. She got her chance to find out in History of Magic. The class was widely regarded as painfully dull. It was the only class taught by a ghost and Professor Binns apparently believed that the pedagogical techniques that had been good enough for the 17th century were good enough for today. Professor. She waved her hand in the air and Theo let his head fall to his desk with a dramatic and audible thump. Miss Eyre. Binns seemed startled to have been interrupted in his discourse on the Warlock Convention of 1289. Granger, sir. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering what you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. People around the room stopped doodling and looked up at her question. Miss Granger. The ghost looked almost petulant at her question. This is a history class. If you'd like to study myth and folklore, I suggest you try the library. He paused. Or perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore. A titter ran through the Slytherins in the room at that last comment. But sir, she persisted. Surely most myth was originally based in fact. Just last week when you talked about the primary documents we should use to look at history, you acknowledged that. She started flipping through her papers and Binns looked somewhat astonished that she'd taken any notes in his class, much less the volume clearly evident before her. Yes, well, he stopped her search. You are quite right. It's just that it's such a lurid and sensational story and He looked up at the room of rapt faces and blinked a few times. Very well. But this will not be on the next quiz. This is not part of the curriculum. As you surely know, Hogwarts was founded by 4 people, one of whom was Salazar Slytherin. He and his fellow founders had differing views on who should be offered a magical education, in that he felt Muggle-borns should be excluded from the school. Eventually he left the school over these differences but, according to rumor, left behind a secret chamber that only his true heir could open. The ghost looked around the room. It's nonsense, of course. People have looked for the chamber for hundreds of years. What's the big deal about a secret room? Lavender Brown, one of the less intelligent Gryffindor girls, asked. This place is filled with rooms no one uses. There is, Binns said, frowning at the girl, a monster in the chamber. Again, total nonsense, of course, but the legend has it that the true heir will be able to control the monster and it will rid the school of all the Muggle-borns. I knew Slytherin was vile, Weasley drawled, but I didn't know they'd started all the pure blood supremacy stuff. I wouldn't be in that house if you paid me. I swear, if the hat had tried to put me in Slytherin I'd have gotten right back on the train and demanded to go home. That's nonsense, Hermione said, putting down her quill and glaring at Weasley. I'm Muggle-born and I've not had any problems in Slytherin. Not yet, Weasley grinned at her. But now that the heir has opened that chamber it's just a matter of time before one of your loving housemates gets rid of you and all that bushy, awful hair. No loss, Potter muttered, and Hermione turned to glare at him as well. It's illogical and stupid, Hermione said loudly. If Salazar Slytherin wanted Muggle-borns gone so much, why leave a monster in a chamber to come out and get them at some later date? Why not just kill them all himself? Miss Granger does hit upon one of the problems with the legend, Binns said. When, as historians, we look at sources such as these, it's of paramount importance that we. And, she pressed on, when the school was founded weren't Muggles still killing witches and wizards? Indeed they were. Binns was trying to wrest control of the class away from Hermione but she just plowed on. Salazar Slytherin had a good reason to keep Muggle-borns out in 990. Those reasons aren't even relevant 1,000 years later. She settled back smugly into her seat. The only people who've been nasty to me about being Muggle-born are people like you, Weasley. Slytherin House has moved on. It's too bad you apparently haven't. Have I told you lately that you're brilliant? Draco asked as they walked out of class and she grinned at him. Nope. Wanna go flying? She shuddered. No. Theo, you're on. The 2 boys ran off and she stuck her tongue out at their retreating backs before heading to the library to see if anyone had returned a copy of Hogwarts, a history. She had a niggling feeling there was something else about the chamber she couldn't quite remember. The debate on whether or not Harry Potter was the heir continued on, and you could track who believed it by which students avoided him in the halls and wouldn't sit with him at meals. Not that Hermione cared, but Draco had decided that Potter must be the heir and was on the verge of keeping an actual journal tracking the Git's movements, and she had to hear a lot of speculation about where the boy went and what he did. He went into the girls' bathroom, Draco said one day, voice filled with glee. Which one? Hermione asked idly. Why do you care? So I can make sure to never use that one, she said, grinning at him. The one by where we found the, you know. There's a big, out of order, sign on the door. Oh, that one's haunted. Hermione looked back at her book. Beeping Myrtle. She died back in the 40s or something and she's constantly flooding the place. I bet Potter was in there figuring out how to release the monster, Draco said to her, and she sighed. Does Potter speak Parseltongue? She demanded, and at Draco's grimace she muttered, get back to me about how he's the heir when he can speak to snakes. Until then, take your boring obsession and talk to Millie about it. I've never seen you so excited to go to a Quidditch match, Blaise said as Hermione hovered by the door of the common room. I think she's excited to see Draco play, Greg said, wrapping a scarf around his neck. Why is the weather always crap on match days? Can't be that, Blaise said. Our little Hermione is saving all her love for Professor Lockhart. Shut up, Blaise, she muttered as he grinned at her. Who wants to bet if we pull out her notes there will be little hearts around Hermione Lockhart, all over the place, he teased, and she flushed a deep red and grabbed Greg's hand. Let's go, she said. I want to get a good seat. 5 minutes into the match she'd already begun to regret her promise to watch all the games. Not, of course, that she really had much choice. It was just so boring to watch everyone fly around, and the game seemed really dangerous with the bludgers flying all over the place. Well, maybe not all over the place. Greg, she asked, is that one bludger fixated on Potter? The boy looked over and narrowed his eyes. Greg wasn't the best student ever, but he loved Quidditch, loved it, and the idea of someone rigging one of the balls clearly didn't thrill him. If they did, he muttered, no one will believe it wasn't us. Even if we win, people will assume it's because we cheated, she said, getting angry. And we didn't. But no one will believe that, Greg said, voice so low as to be barely audible under the roars of the crowd. This beeps. The Gryffindors called a timeout and Hermione clutched at Greg's arm as they watched the other side confer while their own team, up 60-0, jeered. They're trying to decide what to do, she said, and he nodded. If they call the game off, demand an inquiry, we win by default, he said. They'll never do that. This game is idiotic, she said, and Greg shot her an annoyed look. No one's even hurt yet. Yet, she muttered, gripping him more tightly as play resumed and Draco soared back into the sky. She could see the snitch hovering right above his ear, but he was so busy taunting Potter he didn't see it. She tried yelling his name, but her voice was lost in the general uproar and she stomped her foot with frustration. Look who's getting into the game, Blaise teased. She gasped as the possessed bludger slammed into Harry Potter and then buried her face into Greg's shoulder as the other team's seeker began to fly at Draco as fast as he could, leading that violent ball right towards her friend. Damn it, she heard Greg say, and she looked up to see Potter in the dirt. Little prick caught the snitch again, Greg added. We lost, Blaise added glumly. I hate this game, Hermione muttered. Who? Theo passed Draco the pitcher of pumpkin juice and stared at Millie in confusion. Colin Creevey, the girl said again. You know, the little Gryffindor with the camera who follows Potter around everywhere. Theo flicked a glance at Draco and said, rather dryly, we don't all pay enough attention to Potter to know who the members of his fan club are, Millie. Well, he was going up to see Potter in the hospital wing. He had to regrow bones after the game, you know, because Lockhart bungled fixing his broken arm, and he was petrified. Just like the cat. That kid's annoying, Pansy said. Can't say I'm sorry I won't run into him and his stupid camera all the time anymore. He's rude, Hermione said with a shrug. It's like it doesn't occur to him that people might not want that thing shoved in their faces all the time. I didn't know he bothered you, Draco said, a dangerous look on his face, and she kicked him under the table. I can take care of myself, Draco. Stop with the protective brother crap. Blaise was suddenly taken by a coughing fit and Hermione stopped talking long enough to squint at him, but he waved her off. He wanted to do portraits of all the Muggle-borns at Hogwarts and wasn't taking no for an answer. Not, thank you, but I'm not interested. Not, no, not, bugger off, she shrugged. I think, if you stick that thing in my face again I'll smash into so many shards no reparo in the world will fix it, finally got through to him. What did he say to that? Draco asked, and when Hermione flushed he glared at her. Tell me, he insisted. I think it was something like, stuck up Slytherin, she snapped. I said he was rude. I heard him, Vincent said around a mouthful of scone. He said you were a stuck-up Slytherin bitch who thought she was better than everyone else. Hermione shrugged, her mouth tight. Yeah, well, she said, I may be a bitch, but at least I don't harass people to sit for portraits they aren't interested in. Why would you want to be grouped with a bunch of Muggle-borns like that anyway? Pansy asked. It's not like you have anything in common with them. Exactly. Hermione grinned at the girl. If he'd said he wanted to do portraits of all the second-year Slytherins I might have been interested. Speaking of Muggles, Daphne said, and Hermione grinned. I'll ask my mum to pick up some more. More Muggles? Theo asked, and all the girls started to giggle, and Pansy muttered, Don't worry about it, Theo. It took a few days for Colin Creevey's petrification, and what it meant, to fully circulate. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, students whispered to each other. The Muggle-borns are all at risk. Someone goes with her everywhere, Draco insisted. Let the other houses take care of their people, Slytherins protect our own. When Hermione admitted she planned to stay at Hogwarts over Christmas break, Draco immediately signed up to stay too. Though, he said to her, if I don't bring you home for dinner at least one night my mother will do that thing where she looks disappointed in me. That doesn't seem like the worst fate ever, Hermione said, and Draco just snorted. The idea of a dueling club interested everyone. For what might be the first time since the start of school, Hermione was eager to go to an extracurricular activity. Learning curses in the abstract was good, but learning how to actually use them, well, that sounded much better. Theo and Blaise both groaned when they saw who was running the club, and Hermione glared at them. Lockhart strode throughout the room, his robes billowing, and she could barely contain a sigh. Blaise glanced over at her and smirked. Snape leaned up against a wall near the gathered Slytherins and watched the other professor explain the rules of the club with a condescending sneer on his face. When the two men actually dueled, giving a demonstration before the students began, Snape held his wand with casual confidence while Lockhart twirled and fussed. She twitched a bit. A duel, she thought, was not the place to show off. When Snape snapped, Expelliarmus, and a flash of light threw Lockhart backward, she looked at the black-clad, unattractive potions professor with a measuring glance as her housemates cheered for their head of house. Lockhart began to babble on about how that had been very basic and an excellent thing to demonstrate, but didn't Snape feel that, and she tuned him out as she considered the uses of disarming your opponent. Would most people see that coming? What made for better offense? Something flashy or something basic brilliantly executed? I think someone's little crush has been, crushed, Blaise said in a stage whisper to Draco, who looked over at Hermione and smirked. That was an instructive duel, was all she said. The students were quickly paired off. Hermione was unsurprised to see Snape match Draco and Potter up together. When he placed her with some girl from Gryffindor, she gave him a displeased look and he murmured near her ear, if I have to take the little twit to the infirmary I shall be quite annoyed. Keep it subtle, Miss Granger. She nodded politely at the other girl, who looked her up and down and said, I didn't realize Muggles got sorted into Slytherin. They don't, Hermione agreed. But witches do. Now, Lockhart was saying. At the count of 3, disarming only. 1, 2, 3. Hermione had the other girl's wand in her hand, and by the time the E was fully out of the man's mouth and she turned to see what was happening with her friends. Potter had hurled a Rictusempra at Draco and she began to seethe. Disarming only, huh? Draco had collapsed, giggling, at the tickling spell, but still shot off a dancing spell and Potter began to do a jig. Enough! Snape shouted and ended both enchantments. Hermione tossed the wand back at her worthless opponent and began to head over towards Draco, only to be dragged back by Theo. He has to do this, Theo hissed. You can't go protect him. Potter didn't follow the rules. Theo asked the question with a sneer. And this surprises you? She crossed her arms but let Theo hold her back. Let's try this again. Just the one pair, Lockhart was saying. We'll let you boys show how to block those unfriendly spells. Lockhart took Harry and began to show him some complicated spell that involved much wiggling of his wand. Hermione eyed him with growing contempt. Meanwhile, Snape was whispering instructions into Draco's ear. When the duel began, Draco shouted out, Serpensortia. And Hermione watched, rather surprised, as a large, black snake appeared from the tip of Draco's wand and began moving towards the frozen Potter. If you're afraid, Potter, Snape drawled, I can get rid of it. Allow me, Lockhart said and, with a dramatic flourish of his wand, flung the snake into the air. When it landed, it was right in front of some boy. Hermione didn't know it pulled itself up, ready to strike. Potter hissed some unintelligible thing at the snake and it collapsed. Hermione looked at Blaise, confused, but the boy was looking at Potter with a coldly measuring expression on his face. She looked back at the scene unfolding before them as the boy who'd just been rescued from the snake shouted at Potter and raced from the room. People were finding reasons to move away from Potter, who looked as confused as she felt until Theo breathed into her ear, so, he is a Parselmouth, and then she understood. She looked over at Draco, who smiled at her, then at Snape, who met her questioning look with an inscrutable expression even as he waved the wand and the snake disappeared into a puff of black smoke. "So, now that we know he's a Parselmouth," Draco said, "can we talk about whether he's the heir?" "If we heard him bragging," Hermione said, hesitating over the words, "or we asked him questions about it and he told us, but we'd have to break a lot of rules, have to sneak into the Gryffindor common room and—" "How would we do that?" Draco asked, eyes narrowed. "There's a way," she admitted. "But it might be dangerous and—" Theo rolled his eyes. "Do you plan to spit this out anytime soon?" "Polyjuice potion," she blurted. "Professor Snape talked about it in class. Tricky to make but it transforms you into someone else. We'd turn ourselves into, well, Weasley and that kid sister of his who's always making eyes at Potter and no one would know it was us. Potter would tell us anything if he thought that we were part of his adoring fan club." Theo nodded slowly. "We'd have to work fast. If I'm remembering right, it wears off in about an hour." "How do we get the recipe?" Draco demanded. "Restricted section of the library," she said. "I'll get permission from Snape to do, I dunno, extra credit research on potions." "You know he'd give it to me." "He does kind of shamelessly favor you," Draco said. "'S not my fault, I'm a good student," she said, tossing her hair. "Merlin," Theo muttered, "watch where you're throwing that stuff. You could take somebody's eye out." "Most potenty potions?" Snape asked, eyeing Hermione with a sneer. She, Theo, and Draco stood in front of his desk and she'd plastered what she hoped was an innocent expression on her face. "If you plan, Miss Granger, to try your hand at advanced work, I do sincerely hope you don't plan to steal my supplies and brew things up on the floor of some filthy toilet." She stammered as he pulled out a quill and signed her request form. "I shall assign you 1 hour per week to work in my private lab undisturbed," he said. "It is unfortunate I am not able to provide you with an advanced class to meet your academic needs, but there are so few students with both talent and dedication it would be little more than private tutoring." As she was choking out her thanks, he waved his hand at them all irritably. "Go away, Miss Granger, and take your pure-blooded swains with you. I haven't time to help you with whatever little project has piqued your interest, so please try not to kill yourself." He paused. "Or make a mess of my lab. I should be most upset to find it in a condition less pristine than the one in which I left it." "Well," Theo said as they walked away, "I think we know which would upset him more, your death or a mess in his lab." "Oh, I don't know." Hermione looked back at the door to the classroom. "I think he'd quite dislike all the paperwork he'd have to fill out if I died in his lab." Hermione had no problems brewing and, leaving her potion to sit, looked longingly back at the well-stocked and immaculate lab before gently closing the door and meeting Theo, her assigned escort for the night. "Honestly," she muttered, "I'm fine. I really don't need a pureblood escort everywhere I go to protect me from Potter." Theo looked at her and then said, "Well, he was found standing over the body of another petrified muggle born while you were in there making our potion, so I'm going with, yeah, you don't get left alone." "What?" She looked at him in shock. "How is he even still at school? He was found over the body of a victim and they're still protecting him. How is that even?" "Chosen one," Theo said shortly. "He got rid of the Dark Lord, so no body was ever found," she said, and Theo turned and said, his voice sharp, "What?" "Voldemort," she said with patience. "They never found a body. I wouldn't call that gone. I'd call that missing." Christmas break was delightful. Even though Potter and all the Weasleys had stayed, so had Draco, Theo, and Greg. She kept checking on her potion, adding ingredients as required. Snape watched her come and go from his lab with half-lidded eyes but said nothing. On Yule itself, all 4 of them met to go to the Malfoys for dinner at what could only be termed a command appearance. "Just be polite," Draco had said nervously. "Father already likes you, but if my mum decided you were, just be polite, okay?" "I'm always polite to adults," Hermione said dismissively. "She is," Greg agreed. "She'll kick you and she tells us to bugger off all the time, but with professors butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Even Snape likes her." "McGonagall doesn't like me," she protested. "Course not," Greg snorted. "You're a dirty Slytherin." Being a dirty Slytherin was clearly an asset, however, in the Malfoy household. Mrs. Malfoy fussed over Greg and Theo, exclaiming how they had grown, before examining Hermione. Hand held out, she said, "Welcome, my dear. Thank you for taking care of my Draco. He can be a bit impulsive at times and it gets him into all sorts of scrapes." Hermione shook the woman's hand and smiled, only a little nervously, and said, "I think it's more that Draco takes cares of me, ma'am. He has since I was sorted and now he barely lets me out of his sight." "Don't listen to her," Theo drawled. "She's threatened that Weasley boy with a wand at least once when he was going after Draco, and I had to physically hold her back from attacking Potter in the first dueling club meeting when he cheated and hexed Draco." Hermione flushed. Theo makes it sound worse than it was. Narcissa Malfoy did not seem upset at her lack of demure, ladylike behavior, though, and asked her instead what she thought of Slytherin as she led all the children towards a small drawing room that had punch set out. That pulled a much less nervous smile from Hermione. "I'm biased," she admitted, "but I can't imagine being happy anywhere else." "That's exactly how I felt," Mrs. Malfoy agreed, though, of course, as a Black there was very little doubt as to which house I'd be in. Hermione flicked a quick, confused look at Draco and he filled her in. "Some families are almost always in one house or another. Mum's from the Blacks, and they're almost always in Slytherin, like the Malfoys and the Knotts. And the Goyles," Greg added. "The Weasleys are always in Gryffindor," Draco finished. "It's very rare for a Muggle born to be sorted into Slytherin," Narcissa Malfoy continued. "When I heard that Draco's newest friend was Muggle born, I confess I was a little worried people might make you feel unwelcome." "That Draco might make you feel unwelcome." "No," Hermione rushed to reassure the woman, not noticing the slight smile she and her husband exchanged. "Draco's never been anything but great. Some people from other houses have been, not as nice, but everyone in Slytherin." "There was that one boy," Greg said, but Theo snorted. "She took care of him, and afterward about half a dozen fourth years kicked him around too. Anyone who goes after Hermione'll get theirs, we take care of our own." "And always have," Lucius Malfoy said smoothly. "And shall continue to do so. Draco, why don't you show your friends the view from the back balcony while we wait for dinner to be ready? I'm sure you'd like a little time away from the repressive company of adults." Recognizing the dismissal, the children followed Draco out to another room where they could be faintly heard duly admiring the view before settling in to speculate whether Potter really was the heir and, if so, would anyone ever hold him accountable. Narcissa looked at Lucius. "I must say, you're quite right. I thought you would agree. Snape tells me she's brewing polyjuice potion in his lab, wholly undirected. Isn't that a bit advanced for a second-year student?" "Quite." Lucius looked at her. Apparently the children planned to turn themselves into the Weasleys to try to find out whether Potter is the heir to Slytherin. Narcissa laughed, a delighted trill that carried out to the balcony and made Draco look nervously back towards the room where his parents were. "You don't plan to stop them?" "Of course not. Their initiative should be encouraged and they can't hurt themselves. Snape tells me the potion is perfect. They'll have their little adventure and bond even more tightly." "You're really okay with a Muggle born?" Narcissa confirmed, and Lucius looked out towards the children. "I am with this one," he said. "Every breeder knows you sometimes need an outcross for the strongest results." He looked back at his wife. "He gave her a glass bead bracelet for Yule last year, you know." "Really?" She leaned back in her chair and smiled. "You didn't do that until we were, 13. Has she worn it?" "Not publicly," Lucius admitted. "But he didn't cry his eyes out over it, so I suspect she's let him know she appreciates it." "I'll have to do something about that hair," Narcissa said, and Lucius laughed. "I trust you to ensure by the time she's of age she's wholly presentable, love." Over dinner Narcissa asked Hermione about her parents, noted that the girl was quietly moving away from the Muggle world without comment, and asked what she thought of Muggle studies. "Oh boy," Theo said with a groan, "here we go." Narcissa hid her amusement at the look Hermione shot Theo. "It's a waste of time," the girl said, gritting her teeth, then, looking at Narcissa, "Begging your pardon, ma'am. I hope it's not a special project of yours." "It's not," Narcissa reassured the girl, briefly meeting Lucius' glance. "I'm curious why you think it's a waste of time, as you put it. Surely they aren't making you take it." No, of course not, Hermione said. It's an elective, after all, and none of us are taking it. But it's still taking up valuable resources. No one leaves the wizarding world to live with muggles, it just doesn't happen. Very true, Lucius said. But, Hermione persisted, people like me join the magical world every year. Oh, I don't think so, Narcissa murmured. I don't think people like you join our world very often at all. Hermione looked at her, slightly confused while Draco began to choke on his water. Are you okay? Theo asked and Draco muttered, Fine, I'm fine. You were saying, Narcissa prompted and Hermione, frowning at Draco, returned to one of her favorite pet peeves. The resources that the school wastes teaching wizards who don't care how to use a muggle phone could be used teaching muggle-borns things like wizarding social customs. Theo tries but there isn't even a book I can read and I'm always afraid I'm saying the wrong thing. There are rules for everything and I don't know them. Hermione's tone ended in a near wail and Narcissa smiled at Lucius again. But there is a book, she said as she signaled for the elves to clear and bring out dessert. Several, really. I'll send copies of them to you. I admit it's not the same as having to grow up with Aunt Walburga's endless lectures but probably somewhat less unpleasant. Unless I have completely misread that child, Lucius would say later, she'll have even the most obscure etiquette rule memorized by the next time you see her. The potion was ready and they all stared at the gurgling liquid with some dismay. Hermione had stolen robes from the laundry draped over a stool and the red and gold seemed garish in the lab. Does everyone have a hair? Hermione asked and Theo pulled out 2 red hairs. One from the git in our year, one from his little sister. And who are you? Hermione asked. He said, rather smugly, I'm your lookout. Coward, she muttered. Do you not trust my brewing? Theo laughed. You two go and entrap St. Potter. I'll make sure the weasels are out of your way. Draco took 1 hair and dropped it into his flask and cringed as the liquid boiled and bubbled and then settled back down, having turned an orangey red color. Hermione took the longer hair and watched as, after she introduced it to the potion, the whole vial frothed and almost curdled before turning a rather dark red flecked with bits of black. Huh, said Theo. Wouldn't have expected that. Essence of Girl Weasley is kind of dark. Bottoms up. Draco asked and Hermione grinned at him and threw back her whole vial. Both boys watched as she seemed to melt and bubble and then, before them, stood a small, red-haired girl who glared at them both. Well, she said and nearly jumped at the different sound of her voice. It worked. It worked, Draco said, and drank his in one swallow. He melted and shifted until Ron Weasley stood in the lab. I feel stupider, he muttered as Theo handed him his Gryffindor robe. You look uglier, that's for sure. I'm starting to feel sorry for the girl, Hermione said as she shrugged into the robes. Can you imagine having to wear this color with this hair? You've been hanging out with Pansy over those muggle fashion magazines too long, Theo snorted. Stop worrying about the miniature red girl's style woes and go quiz her stupid hero while I knock out the actual weasels and leave them in some kind of hideously embarrassing compromising position. Draco and Hermione both looked at him and he shrugged. If you can't keep it clean, keep it in the family. Draco made a gagging noise and Hermione screwed up her face with utter disgust. You're really evil, Theo. Are you trying to make me sick? He smirked at her as the 3 of them left the lab. Snape watched the 2 children transform and traipse out of his lab. If the Dark Lord did return, he wondered, how would the man handle a muggle-born being quietly taken to the bosom of the family of one of his main supporters? Theo veered off to immobilize the 2 actual members of the Weasel clan. Their discovery, hours later, passed out and in one another's arms, fueled gossip that persisted for years. Draco and Hermione found Potter outside the library. There you are, he said to Draco. Why's she here? My mum wants me to keep an eye on her, Draco said, sounding bored. What are you doing with this whole chamber thing? Well, Potter said, slouching against the wall, go away. No, Hermione said, glaring at the boy. As long as she stays away from Malfoy, she'll be fine, Potter said. I love your mum, but I don't see why you have to babysit. What do you mean, stay away from Malfoy? Hermione asked, trying to control her voice. Well, Malfoy's clearly the heir. Who else is that much of a pureblood snot? Draco looked at Potter with disgust but managed to say, I don't think so, mate. Isn't he friends with that Granger girl? And she's no pureblood. Gad, Potter made a face. That's swat. Can you believe he took her home for Yule? I'd have loved to be a fly on the wall for that little family gathering. I bet his parents just hate that he's friends with her. He seemed pleased by that idea. I got my hands on a copy of that Hogwarts, a history book, and the last time the chamber was opened a Muggle-born died. I wonder if anyone dies this time, if that'll make Dumbledore get rid of Malfoy at last. You're sure it's Malfoy? Hermione asked. Who else would it be? Potter frowned. I wish Dumbledore would just expel that rotter. I'm tired of everyone thinking it's me just because of the Parseltongue. And the voices thing. I asked Parvati about it and she offered to read my cards. Like tarot cards are going to help if I'm hearing voices. He sulked. It's so unfair, you know. Not really, Hermione said and Potter looked at her. Who opened the chamber last time? Hermione asked and Potter shrugged. I dunno. Why are you even still here? He asked, tone unfriendly. Don't you have little girl things to be doing, Ginny? I suppose I do, she said and tromped off down the corridor. Draco sighed and made an apologetic noise and chased after her. Well, she said once they were out of earshot, it's not him. I wonder who it is. It was harder to enjoy the way the whole school seemed to believe Potter was the heir once they knew he wasn't. I want to know, Hermione muttered as she hauled book after book around, reading everything about the Chamber of Secrets she could find. What petrifies things? She asked, nose buried so deeply in a book even Theo's teasing couldn't extricate her. Draco finally gave up trying to follow her everywhere she went when all she did other than go to classes was to sit, surrounded by books in the library. It seemed safe enough. There had been no attacks in months. Maybe, they thought, the heir and his tame monster were wary now that the school was on high alert. Mr. Malfoy. Draco looked up from an essay he was trying to pad to get an extra 2 inches. Professor Snape stood in the door of their common room. Would you be so kind as to follow me? The tone allowed no argument and Draco shoved his work into his bag and stood. I understand you and Miss Granger are special friends, the man said, his mouth 1 degree away from a sneer. She's one of my best mates, Draco said with caution. But there's no understanding or anything. Mr. Not. Snape looked further into the room and Theo jumped to his feet. With us, if you please. The boys looked at one another in slowly growing horror as Snape led them silently through the halls towards the infirmary. Before he opened the door he said, this may come as a bit of a shock, but Miss Granger has been attacked, as has another student who is not in our house. Draco stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at Hermione, frozen on the bed, before he rushed forward and dropped to his knees at her bedside. Hermione, he whispered, can you hear me? It's Draco. I'm right here, Hermione. I'm right here. Can you explain this? Madame Pomfrey held up a small hand mirror and Draco shook his head. She looked at Theo who shook his head as well before pulling a chair up to the side of his friend's bed. Hermione, Theo said, this isn't fair. You don't get to just go and get petrified. How are we supposed to get enough points to beat those Gryffindors without you? His voice choked at the end of the sentence. Snape let them sit with her for a few minutes before he said, voice level, I will escort you boys back to the dungeons. A strict curfew is being instituted. Students are to remain in their dorms except during classes and meals. I'm staying, Draco said, not even looking back at Snape. Mr. Malfoy, Snape said, sneering now. You informed me that you and Miss Granger did not have an understanding. Was that inaccurate? The boy shook his head and Snape said, then you will return with me to your dormitory at once. He softened his tone and added, if you wish to send a message to your father regarding what has befallen Miss Granger I will see to it that he gets it. Lucius Malfoy strode into the school the next day, robes flung behind him. Dumbledore, he said, accosting the main in the main hall. I demand an explanation. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said, tone mild but eyes blazing. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Do you really want to do this here? Lucius looked around the hall, at the groups of students not even pretending to look away. When Dumbledore didn't respond, the man narrowed his eyes and said, "Very well, then. I have been charged by the Board of Governors to suspend you." He pulled a roll of parchment out of one pocket and handed it over to the headmaster. "You will find that it's all in order, all 12 signatures in place." "How many people did you have to threaten to get that signed?" demanded Professor McGonagall, who had approached the pair. "Not a one." Lucius looked at her. "I realize you are used to operating with almost total autonomy, Minerva, but people start to object when multiple students are attacked and petrified by some monster you are apparently unable to find, much less stop. Did you think you could keep this under wraps because all the victims are Muggle-borns? That since none of them had parents with even the faintest idea how to so much as lodge a complaint, you wouldn't be held accountable for the stunning lack of competence. I didn't realize, Lucius, you were so concerned with the fates of the Muggle-born," Dumbledore said with deceptive calm. "You have consistently overestimated my feelings on blood purity," Lucius said dismissively. "Try not to assume that because I do not share your somewhat narrow opinion on the dark arts and wizarding traditions that we are similarly opposed in all areas. I do believe my son's best friend is a Muggle-born, and you've not heard a word of censure from my lips on that matter, nor will you. She is a dear girl. She is also, or so I have been informed, lying petrified in your infirmary without so much as a word to her parents. You have taken Miss Granger under your wing," Dumbledore said, exchanging a glance with McGonagall. "You may think of it that way if you like." Lucius Malfoy examined the other man. "However, I think you should be leaving now." "Albus," McGonagall objected, "you can't leave. There's sure to be an attack as soon as you leave. If I have been suspended by the board, Minerva, I will, of course, go." Dumbledore's tone was very even. "However, I will never truly leave Hogwarts." "Poetic, I'm sure," Lucius Malfoy said. "I find, however, that I am less interested in your flights of poetry than I am in the well-being of the children in your infirmary." Draco walked about, covering his fear for Hermione by bragging to anyone who would listen that his father had gotten rid of Dumbledore. "Worst headmaster this place has ever had," he said. "Partial, incompetent old bugger. Maybe we'll get a decent headmaster now." In potions he tried not to look at Hermione's empty seat, instead said to Snape, "Maybe you could be headmaster, sir." "Dumbledore is merely suspended," Snape said through a tight-lipped smile. "Still," Draco persisted, "I'm sure you'd have my father's vote, sir. I'm amazed they've even left this school open. Who knows who the monster will attack next?" He looked at Potter with loathing. "Maybe you, Potter. Maybe next time the thing will actually finish the job." "She'll be fine," Theo said in the common room. Pansy and Daphne sat clutching their magazines, fingers turning pages of unmoving Muggle models one after another past their unseeing eyes. "Fine," Theo said again. "We heard you," Draco snapped. "You aren't the only one who's worried," Blaise said. "It has to be Draco Malfoy," one girl said to another in the hall. "Those Malfoys were in deep with the Dark Lord, and you know what Slytherins are like." "No," the other girl shook her head. "He'd never hurt Hermione Granger. He's half out of his mind with her petrified up there." Draco sat at Hermione's side. He'd been coming up every day after class but before dinner in order to read to her from some of his favorite books. Madame Pomfrey's insistence that she couldn't hear him had only made him shrug. She didn't respond with so much as a flutter of an eye, but he couldn't stand to just sit there and do nothing, and whenever he wasn't there he just worried. "Hermione," he said, setting the book down and reaching for her hand. I wish you were here. I don't know what to do and you're the one I need to help. My father owled your parents and told them you were sick, told them the medicines would be ready soon. Dumbledore hadn't even informed them anything had happened. He rested his fingers over her stiff, clenched hand and frowned when he realized she had something wadded up in her fist. He tugged at it and pulled out a sheet of paper. "Basilisk," he breathed, reading it. "Of course. You brilliant, brilliant girl." He ran through the halls, looking for Theo. "She figured it out," he gasped when he found the boy. "It's a basilisk." "Of course," Theo said, looking at the paper in Draco's hands. "Merlin, Draco, we should have thought of that." Neither of them noticed Harry Potter, who'd stepped back into the shadows the moment he saw Draco come tearing past. Blaise looked at the paper. Do we go tracking this thing ourselves? Draco rolled his eyes. Are you an idiot? You want to go face down some kind of mythical beast living in some secret chamber? Do you have a death wish? We tell my father. Let him bring in actual experts to deal with the thing. Prat, Blaise muttered, but his shoulders sagged with relief. By the time Lucius Malfoy arrived, the school was in chaos. What is going on? He demanded as he walked to the headmaster's office. Minerva. He stopped short when the door opened to reveal Albus Dumbledore. Albus. Yes. The man's eyes twinkled. Upon hearing that there had been another attack, I was summoned back to the school. It would seem no one could find a suitable replacement, and Professor McGonagall refused to take the position. How very loyal of her, Lucius said with a sneer. Then I shall bring my information to you instead of her. My son has brought to my attention that his friend, Miss Granger, was doing research that has identified the monster as a basilisk. I am sure, Albus. Yes, Lucius. Dumbledore sat calmly. I am aware. I beg your pardon. Then why has nothing been done? But something has been. The monster has been killed. And do you know who opened the chamber in the first place? Lucius drawled. Indeed. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his seat and regarded his opponent. The same man who did 50 years ago. Voldemort. This time, however, he used an enchanted diary to bespell an innocent girl and have her do the work for him. A likely story, Lucius snorted. So a student opened the chamber and you're claiming it was because she was possessed by a man who has been missing for years. That is exactly what I am claiming. And this student, this innocent girl who opened the chamber and loosed a monster on your charges, am I to assume you don't plan to punish her at all? Lucius Malfoy looked nearly apoplectic. I think being possessed by Voldemort is probably quite punishment enough, Lucius. Would I be completely wrong in assuming this girl is one of your precious Gryffindors, Albus? An order child, perhaps. But Lucius, I suspect you know exactly who this child is. Dumbledore leaned forward. Fortunately she was rescued by her brother and another student, and fortunately the diary that possessed her has been destroyed. If it were to have become known that the daughter of a prominent pureblood family were killing Muggle-borns, well, it would have discredited her father and the work he's doing with the Muggle Protection Act, not to mention his work trying to track down dark artifacts, would it not? There was a long pause. Lucius Malfoy narrowed his eyes and he and the old wizard stared one another down. Finally Lucius said, "This isn't over." Dumbledore smiled. "If any more of Tom Riddle's school things were to find themselves in the hands of my students, I would know exactly where to look, Lucius. Go check on your little charge up in the infirmary. I'm sure she'd be delighted to know you were the architect of her misfortune." "I am sorry, child," Lucius said, brushing her hair out of her face. Hermione blinked at him, confused. Draco was hovering just behind his father, looking nervous and awkward. "We are at war, however much it may be a cold one, but I never intended for you to be a casualty." Hermione swallowed hard and tried to gather her thoughts. "You don't need to apologize to me, sir. Nevertheless, I insist you accept it." She looked at Draco, who bit his lip and shrugged. "Of course," she finally said. "And you'll come stay with us at the manor this summer for a few weeks," Lucius added smoothly. "Daphne and Theo will be there as well, so there's no need to be concerned about any appearance of impropriety." I'd like that." Lucius walked the children out of the school to the train, resting one hand on Hermione's shoulder. He gazed at Dumbledore, who looked back, as the three of them walked out toward the summer holiday with the Malfoys was gloriously fun. Hermione and Daphne looked at Muggle fashion magazines under the covers at night. They jeered at Theo and Draco as the boys showed off by racing their brooms through the park around Malfoy Manor, and Narcissa Malfoy took both girls out to have their hair and nails done, followed by lunch. It was a witch's day out, where the woman smugly showed off the two girls to her friends. Hermione had tensed when the first woman who'd come by their table had said in a cool drawl, "I know the Greengrass family, of course, but I don't believe I've heard the name Granger before." "Oh," Narcissa Malfoy had said, wine glass in hand, "are Hermione's Muggle-born. She's the first Muggle-born sorted into Slytherin in, oh goodness, who knows how long. She's the best student in the year, you know. Lucius and I both just adore her. You've always been able to spot gems, Narcissa," her friend had said, smiling at both girls, and that was that. Do you like him? Daphne asked, sighing over the shoes in French vogue as they sat in their room their last night at the manor. Of course I like him, Hermione muttered. We've been friends since we were sorted. Uh-huh. Do you like him? Daphne persisted. Because his parents like you. Why would that matter? Hermione asked, not looking at her friend. It matters, Daphne said. Trust me, it matters. And you haven't answered. How about you? Hermione asked, dodging the question. Do you like Theo? I dunno. Daphne set the magazine down for a moment. I mean, I do, but his mother's dead and his father was I'm not sure my parents would be okay with that, you know. But they let me come here so, maybe. Or maybe they thought the Malfoys were considering me for Draco. Though that would have the same problem, you know. Not really, Hermione confessed with a sigh. She'd read all the books Narcissa Malfoy had sent to her, read them cover to cover until she'd nearly memorized them, but all these subtle things purebloods did still confused her. You couldn't just like a boy, you had to pass these weird parental inspections, and so did he, assuming your parents mattered, which Daphne's did and hers didn't. And she had no idea what it was that Theo's dad had been that Daphne's parents might not like. We're just kids anyway. Daphne shook her head. If my parents don't like him, there's no point in, there's just so few options, you know. What electives do you want to take? Hermione asked, looking at the list in front of her and changing the subject away from this so very uncomfortable one. I can't decide, but I'm thinking arithmancy and ancient runes. Of course you are, Daphne snorted and went back to her magazine. What do you think of this pair? They look uncomfortable, Hermione said, looking over at the picture and wrinkling her nose. And they're purple, and those platforms, and how could you walk in them? They're Vivian Westwood, Daphne said with a sigh. How can you be Narcissa Malfoy's darling and have so little interest in clothes? I know a secret, Pansy sing-songed on the train. What? Blaise looked up at her. Potter blew up his aunt. Accidental magic. The girl looked smug. Isn't he a little old to be having bursts of accidental magic? Draco drawled, rather obviously admiring Pansy's tight top. It's like wetting your pants or something. Fine if you're two, but a little embarrassing at this age. You'd think the chosen one would have a more self-control. Guess not, the girl said, preening a little under his gaze. Daphne, glancing at Hermione, tossed Pansy a robe. Better put this on before someone docks points because you're out of uniform. You look like a tramp. Did he get expelled? Hermione looked up from her arithmancy book. Someone please tell me he got expelled. Hermione, Daphne said, tell Pansy she looks like a tramp. Huh, Hermione looked at Pansy. Is that allowed in the dress code? Pansy rolled her eyes. No, little Miss Rule follower. It's cute, Hermione said, looking back at her book, and Pansy laughed, a laugh that was interrupted by a loud yell from the cage at Hermione's feet. What is that? Blaise demanded. I got a cat, Hermione said, a trifle defensively. When I went to get my books. He seemed lonely. Blaise leaned forward and pulled the cover off the cat's cage and began to snicker. That is the ugliest cat I have ever seen. What's his name? Hideous face. Stop, Hermione cried, kneeling down to pull the cover back over the cage. His name is Crookshanks. You'll hurt his feelings. Besides, I think he's gorgeous. Since you like Pansy's top, I'm not sure you have great taste, Daphne said. Hey, Draco said, I like Pansy's top. You would, Daphne muttered. What's that? The train had been slowing down and it jerked to a sharp stop. I dunno, Draco said. Maybe Potter landed a flying car on the tracks. Pansy snickered, but Hermione looked out the window at the blackness outside and shivered, and, just then, all the lights went out and the compartment was nothing but blackness. She reached out for Draco's hand and he twined his fingers in hers reassuringly as someone rustled and pulled out a wand, and she muttered, We'll get in trouble if we use magic, you know that. Even to get light? Pansy asked, a quiver hidden behind her contemptuous drawl. You think they'll let us bend rules the way the Gryffindors can? Hermione countered, and there were general mutterings of agreement. Then, before they could argue more, the lights came back on and the train was moving, and Draco pulled his hand out of hers with a sharp yank. As they were gathering their things, they overheard Neville Longbottom yammering on, his voice shaking, to one of his endlessly tedious housemates how a Dementor there or what on the train. Hermione hissed at Theo. Had come in their carriage and Potter had passed out. It was horrible, Neville was saying as Draco's eyes began to glitter with a mean light. I thought I'd never be happy again. Hermione muttered, don't go picking fights with that stupid boy. Pansy smirked at her before saying, are you his keeper now, Hermione? I didn't realize you'd become one of Potter's little fans. I'm not, Hermione said. I would just like to get through 1 year without having to hear about Potter all the time. Too late, Blaise said, moving to stand next to her as Draco, flanked by Greg and Vincent, sauntered up to Potter and began haranguing him about fainting. Pansy was trailing behind them, her robe on but open, and Hermione sighed. Come on, Theo said, let's get settled and we can place bets about which students get into our house this year. The Weasley twins managed to restrain themselves from actually booing any children this year, and soon a cluster of nervous-looking 11-year-olds, including Daphne's younger sister, had settled themselves at the foot of each table, and Dumbledore was starting his annual, interminable speech. Let me guess, Daphne said, the Forbidden Forest is still forbidden. Also, tendentious, buildings Roman, Gimble, Theo said to a round of delighted laughter. There's a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Hermione said, eyeing the high table where a skinny man in a patched robe sat with the rest of the teachers, and, oddly enough, the groundskeeper, Hagrid. Hardly a surprise, Daphne snorted. He looks like they pulled him out of the gutter, Theo said. I'm guessing no one will get a crush on this one. Hermione smacked him on the shoulder and he snickered. Snape doesn't like him, she said, and they all turned to look at their head of house. He was staring at the new professor with a look of absolute loathing on his face. No, Greg said, a curious tone in his voice. He really doesn't. I wonder why. What I wonder, Hermione said, reaching for some bread, is why the Ministry has stationed soul-beeping prison guards around the school. Haven't you heard? Pansy leaned toward her with a delighted smile on her face. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Who? Well, she was clearly delighted to be able to fill Hermione in on the gossip. He was a murderer. 13 people with a single curse. Sent to Azkaban without a trial, or so I heard. And he's Potter's godfather. Trust Potter to have a mass murderer as a godfather, Draco muttered. Would you stop? Hermione demanded. I'm going to start to think you have a crush on that stupid boy if you keep bringing him up at every possible opportunity. Draco flushed as Theo and Greg both laughed. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Hermione added primly to another round of laughter. Anyway, Pansy said, glaring at Hermione, he was apparently obsessed with Potter, even in prison. Kept muttering, he's at Hogwarts now, he's at Hogwarts now, so they think he's going to come here to try to kill him. Did that man just say the groundskeeper is the new care of magical creatures professor? Vincent demanded. He'd been listening to the introductions rather than the gossip about Potter and this mysterious, violent criminal the boy apparently had coming after him, a derelict and a servant. Are they kidding? Hermione was too busy watching Snape to respond. He was glaring at the new Professor Lupin with a vehemence that scared her. Something was very wrong. Draco mimicked a fainting fit over breakfast to rounds of laughter. That Potter has passed out on the train still hadn't stopped amusing him. 1 year, Hermione muttered. Could we have 1 year that isn't all about Harry Potter? Potter, Pansy called as the boy walked in, the Dementors are coming. Draco smirked at her with gleeful approval and Hermione rolled her eyes and sat with Daphne. So I've been doing some reading, she said, and Theo groaned. Please tell me it wasn't Hogwarts. A history, he said. Actually it was about Dementors, she said. We need to learn how to cast something called a Patronus, to defend ourselves from them. And why? Theo asked, do we need to defend ourselves against them? Look, Hermione said, if there were a werewolf in the school, I'd try to figure out a way to defend against that. He shuddered when she said, werewolf. Last year it was a basilisk, this year Dementors. At least this year we know what it is. Why do I have a feeling this Patronus thing isn't going to be covered in the regular curriculum? Theo asked and Hermione glared at him. Fine, he said, but only since I know you won't let it go. Go figure out the spell to do this, Patronus, and Daphne and I will practice it with you, okay? Why are we agreeing to this? Daphne asked. Because I'll keep you in vogues. Deal. But she said it with an audible sigh. Hermione. It was Greg and he looked white. What is it? She asked as the boy hovered near her, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. I think you should come, was all he said, and she shoved all her books and homework into a bag and followed him as he half walked, half ran through the halls. When she saw they were approaching the infirmary, she said, voice nervous, Greg, but he just kept going. When she saw Draco, robes off and blood drenching his partially shredded white shirt as Madame Pomfrey wrapped one arm in a bandage, she clapped her hand to her mouth. What did you do? She demanded, and Greg started to laugh. She spun and glared at him. What did he do? He was attacked by that great big monster in care of magical creatures, Pansy sniffled, weren't you Drakey? Drakey. Hermione looked at the girl for a moment before walking up to Draco and looking at his face. It wasn't some run-in with Potter? She asked. No, he muttered, and it really hurts. You could try being sympathetic. I'm sorry, she said, sounding a bit guilty. I assumed you'd gotten into it with Potter again. Are you okay? Tell me what happened. Draco launched into a long story about how he'd been completely innocent, just following instructions, and what kind of a teacher had actually dangerous creatures in a class with third years. Hermione stopped worrying a few minutes into the meandering story. He was clearly fine. Why are you taking that class, anyway? She asked when he stopped for breath. I mean, do you have some secret yearning to work in a zoo or something? What else was I supposed to take? He whined, and she rolled her eyes. I dunno. How about runes? She asked. Or arithmancy? We aren't all total swats, Pansy said. I didn't know it'd be the groundskeeper teaching the class, Draco objected. It was a proper teacher last year. Hagrid's a menace. Did you know he thought it was funny we couldn't open our books? Funny. To assign a book that bites. Hermione watched Pansy stroke Draco's uninjured arm and stepped back towards Greg, who'd stood there during the whole conversation, a solid presence behind her. Did you see it? She asked Greg, who nodded. Vincent and I were right there. It really did just attack him, Greg confirmed. He said something kind of rude and... Draco, Hermione said with a sigh. You actually tried to be a jerk to it, didn't you? It's an animal, he muttered. And I was just fooling around. He sounded sullen. I'm owling my father. It's ridiculous to have animals that dangerous in a class, Hermione agreed, her eyes still fixed on Pansy. Tell your father I said. Hi, okay. Sure, said Draco, turning to give Pansy a look of deep suffering. I think I'll head back to work on my equations, Hermione said, hovering a bit. Sounds good, said Draco. I'll see you later. Yeah, she said. Draco sauntered into potions, his arm in a sling, Greg and Vincent behind him. Oh, Draco, does it still hurt? Pansy cooed. Hermione stiffened her shoulders and turned towards Blaise, who she'd been assigned to work with this term, and said, what page? The boy looked over at Pansy fawning on Draco and frowned, but started flipping through their open potions book to find the shrinking solution. Professor, Draco said, his voice filled with mean delight. I'll need help cutting up my roots. I'll help you, Draco, Pansy said. Weasley, help Mr. Malfoy, please, Snape said without looking over. You have got to be kidding me, Ron Weasley muttered, but began cutting up a second allotment of roots. Was he wearing that sling this morning? Hermione hissed to Blaise, because I didn't notice it. Blaise slid their roots into the cauldron and murmured, I couldn't say. She's just encouraging him, Hermione muttered. Unless you want people to think you care, Blaise said, I'd keep quiet. Sir, Draco said, Weasley has mangled my roots on purpose. Hermione had to hide her smile at the cheerful malice in Draco's voice. As much as she thought encouraging him to whine about his arm was a bad idea, she always liked watching him go after the terrible twosome. Weasley, change roots with Mr. Malfoy, Snape instructed, and Weasley's groan could be heard throughout the room. You have something to say, Mr. Weasley? Snape inquired, and the boy sullenly muttered something that might have been, no, sir, as he shoved his roots towards Draco. I don't, Hermione muttered as she chopped the caterpillars into mathematically near identical slivers. Care, I mean, it's just, you know how Draco is. Sir, Draco whined, I need help skinning my shrivelfig. Potter. Snape didn't even give further instructions, and Hermione, carefully skinning her own, watched as the chosen one ripped the skin off a shrivelfig and nearly hurled it at Draco's head. Good. Blaise wiped his hands off and looked at her, not quite scuffing his toe along the floor as he said so quickly she could barely understand him. Theo, Daphne and I were all going to go to Hogsmeade together when we go, and I wondered if maybe you'd go with us. She heard Draco say, thanks, Pansy. It just really hurts, you know. And she smiled at Blaise. I'd love to, she said. He exhaled in obvious relief and then grinned at her, nerves replaced by the boy she knew. Good. It'll be fun. Your arm isn't hurt. Harry Potter was hissing at Draco, who smiled his mean little smile and then drawled, how's your groundskeeper turned professor friend, Hagrid? You'd better visit him while you can. My father was very unhappy I'd been hurt in his class, and after last year's thing with Weasley's sister setting a basilisk on students, the Board of Governors was quite unhappy to hear another student had been hurt. That's what you're on about, Potter breathed. You want to get Hagrid fired. You found me out, Draco sneered, but there are other benefits too. Chop my caterpillars for me, Weasley. The boy didn't even bother to object. He just took a pile and started angrily chopping them. I don't suppose you heard that Sirius Black was spotted nearby, Draco continued. If it were me I'd want revenge, but maybe Griffs don't have proper family feeling. What do you mean? Harry snapped. Hermione, her potion long since done and simmering, watched the Potter boy mangle a caterpillar in his anger. Oh, Draco met her eye and grinned, and she couldn't help but smile back. You don't know. He's just trying to bother you, Weasley muttered. Don't pay any attention to that rotter. But whatever Draco meant was drowned out in the end of class bustle as everyone bottled up a sample and Snape made assorted disparaging noises as each was turned into him. I swear, you become more incompetent with each passing day, he said to Neville, eyeing the boy's lurid orange potion. I'm not even sure why your grandmother bothers sending you here. Surely a Muggle day school would better suit your abilities. Hermione handed him her potion and, examining the green color, he said, if you'd be so kind as to wait after class. I'd like a word, Miss Granger. She nodded, and Draco, handing in his own potion, gave her a quick wave before heading out the door, Pansy clinging to his side. Like a limpet, Hermione muttered under her breath. Blaise slouched by the door, waiting for her as Snape collected the last of his samples with a disdainful sniff at Harry Potter, who walked slowly towards the door, clearly hoping to hear her scolded by the perpetually unpleasant teacher. Though I did sign your course selections, Miss Granger, I wanted to speak to you about your elective selections. Arithmancy and runes. That seems a bit ambitious. Theo has the same schedule, sir, she said as politely as she could, and none of the other electives seemed interesting to me. Pity, he said looking at her. You might have kept young Mr. Malfoy out of trouble in care of magical creatures. She shrugged and said, I doubt it, sir. He tends to find trouble. He finds less of it with you around, Snape observed. How about divination, or Muggle studies? Divination's a load of rot, sir, she said. Begging your pardon. Not quite accurate, Miss Granger, but as the sight cannot be taught, I cannot find fault of your assessment within the confines of a school curriculum. You haven't addressed Muggle studies. A complete waste of time, sir, especially since I'm Muggle-born, Hermione said. Would you have even signed off on my classes if I'd that included that? No, I would not have. He stood and loomed over her. Unlike some of my colleagues, I try to ensure that students in my house neither fill their schedule with easy OWLs nor work themselves into nervous breakdowns. That said, I have obtained permission to offer you private advanced lessons, Miss Granger. If you feel that you can successfully manage an additional course despite your elective selections, we'll meet weekly. He looked over at Harry Potter with a sneer. Why are you still here? I assure you, Potter, I shall not be offering you advanced potion tutoring. So, Professor Lupin surveyed the children in the classroom. You're the Slytherin group. Hermione felt her shoulders tense. Of course the man was prejudiced. Of course he was. She pulled her book out and slammed it on her desk and yanked out a quill and some paper and held her hand, poised and ready to take notes, while she stared at the Raggedy Man and waited for him to get started. "You can put your things away," he said, sending an amused look her way. "We'll be doing a practical lesson today. Bring your wands and follow me." Draco looked at her and she shrugged. Well, this was new. Other than the pixie incident last year, they'd never done anything in this class other than take notes. The class traipsed down the hall, following the professor into an unused classroom with a large wardrobe pushed up against one wall. "Boggarts," Professor Lupin said, leaning against the desk in the new room. "What can you tell me about them?" They all looked at him with passive faces until he sighed and looked at Hermione. "Miss Granger, isn't it?" She nodded. "I understand you're doing an independent study with Professor Snape. I assume that means you're..." "It's a shapeshifter," she cut him off, her tone coolly polite. "It takes the shape of whatever you're most afraid of." "Ah, so you are indeed quite the student. I assumed you must be to have attracted positive attention from Professor Snape." Hermione put what passed for a sweet smile on her face. "I'm very grateful for his time and good opinion, sir." "Yes, well," Professor Lupin turned back to the rest of the class. "Boggarts like dark places. Closets, under the bed, cupboards and the like. They're reasonably common. Any housewife should know how to get rid of them." The man didn't seem to notice the way the girls in the class all stiffened at that. "Or the staff should," Pansy said, her voice a quiet drawl. A ripple of laughter flowed through the privileged children clustered in the room. Most of them had been raised by nannies and house elves. The closest thing Pansy would ever be to a housewife was a society hostess. That didn't mean she, or any of them. "So," the man went on, ignoring the interruption, "right now because there are so many of us we have an advantage. Who knows why that is?" Draco rolled his eyes and answered without waiting to be called on. "It doesn't know what to be. Should it be a life without servants to scare Pansy or an overdue library book to scare Hermione?" Another round of laughter floated through the room and the professor smiled. "Exactly. I once saw a confused boggart turn itself into half a slug, not frightening at all. The charm that repels a boggart is quite simple but requires great force of mind because you must force the boggart to assume a shape you find amusing which, in the grip of fear, can be quite difficult. Would anyone like to go first?" There was a subtle shuffling as all the students drifted towards the back of their little cluster and shoved one another forward until Vincent was stuck at the front, a look of dumb terror on his face. Academics were not his strength. "Thank you for volunteering," Lupin said in a tone devoid of any irony. "I'm afraid I didn't catch your name." "Vincent Crabbe," the boy muttered, and Lupin startled for a moment before catching himself. "Ah, Mr. Crabbe, and what are you most afraid of?" He flushed, and Hermione, stepping up to put her hand on his arm, snapped, "How is this a good lesson? Making people reveal their greatest fears. In public. Maybe Vincent doesn't want the rest of us to know he's scared of snakes or frogs or overdue library books. And how would you suggest teaching this simple spell without a practical class, Miss Granger?" Professor Lupin asked, drawing himself up. "I didn't realize being Snape's favorite meant you also got to dictate lesson plans to other professors." Hermione flushed but held her ground. "It's not fair," she insisted. "You could do it in private." Lupin regarded her with an expression of irritation on his face. "At least one student needs to do it publicly, Miss Granger, to illustrate the technique." "You could be the example," she said, but he shook his head. "Are you volunteering, Miss Granger, to take Mr. Crabbe's place as an example?" She paled but stepped forward. "So, Miss Granger," he asked, "what are you afraid of?" "I suppose we'll all find out very soon," she said, her mouth set in a grim line. He paused and looked at her before nodding. "Fine. The incantation you need to use is ridiculous. Would you be so kind as to say that for me so I can be sure you have the pronunciation correct?" "Ridiculous," she said, and he nodded, his own mouth tight as the two of them glared at one another. "Well done. That, however, is the easy part. You also need to imagine the thing you fear as something very funny. What amuses you, Miss Granger?" "That Draco thinks my biggest fear is overdue library books works," she said. "All right." He looked at her as if weighing whether to go on. Picture a pile of overdue library books, Miss Granger. Perhaps with a few books that chatter at you and nag about being returned. Can you do that? She tapped her foot and looked first at the wardrobe and then at him. Can we get on with it? Vincent beeped in his breath and Theo blew out a low whistle. None of them had ever heard her be so rude to a teacher. Whatever it is, she's terrified of it, Theo murmured and Daphne nodded. Lupin opened the wardrobe door and Draco Malfoy strolled out, supercilious sneer on his face, nothing out of place. He raked his eyes over Hermione starting at her feet and sniffing when he finally got to her hair. Mudblood, he said, as if you'll ever belong. As if I'd ever really be friends with the likes of you. He opened his mouth to go on but she waved her wand, eyes narrowed, and snapped out, ridiculous, and in Draco's place there was a pile of books, one of which was indeed nattering on in a fussy voice about overdue fines as it flapped its pages at her. Are we done? She looked at Professor Lupin, who nodded briskly and asked, who wants to go next? Blaise glanced at Draco who looked paler than usual, then at Hermione who had her fists clenched at her side and was breathing hard. He grabbed her and pulled her into a hug and glared at Professor Lupin who, he had to admit, looked a little shocked. Apparently it hadn't occurred to the man that some of them might have fears a little more raw than vampires or snakes. What an arsehole, he muttered into her ear. Vincent, as it turned out, was afraid of fire. Theo was afraid of werewolves. Daphne was afraid of spiders. The rest of the class passed without incident until, when Professor Lupin was trying to herd the boggart back into the wardrobe for his next class, it turned into a glowing white orb. Hermione looked at the boggart and then looked at Lupin as he said, ridiculous, and pushed the house elf wearing a party hat and frilly pink lingerie firmly back into the wardrobe. I wonder why Professor Lupin's afraid of crystal balls, Pansy said as they made their way to their next class. Yeah, Hermione said, I wonder. Did Blaise ask you? Daphne asked from her bed, and when Hermione looked up from the rune's homework on her desk with obvious confusion on her face, the girl clarified. To go to Hogsmeade. Oh, yeah, Hermione said, going back to her homework. And you said? Daphne drew out the last word expectantly. I said yes, Hermione said, carefully copying the diagrams from the book. What else would I have said? He was worried you might be holding out for Draco to ask you, Daphne said. At least, that's what he told Theo. I think, Hermione said, her voice clipped, that Draco already has someone to go shopping with and to buy candy for and too. Does your cat have to do that in front of us? Daphne cut her off with a shudder as Crookshanks jumped up on Hermione's desk with a large spider in his mouth. Did you catch that all by yourself? Hermione cooed. You clever boy. Can't he catch a rat or something? Daphne demanded. Does it have to be spiders? Hermione laughed but moved to block her friend's view of the offending spider. Well, Crooksy, my roommate wants you to get her a rat. Can you find a rat in the castle, you sweet cat? Can you? Licking his chops, the cat bounded off and disappeared. If he does bring back a rat, what are we supposed to do with it? Daphne asked and Hermione shrugged. Give it to the boys, I guess. None of them have a pet. Or use it in potions. Guess it depends if it's alive or dead. Hermione, Blaise, Daphne, and Theo walked to Hogsmeade the morning of Halloween. Draco, followed by Greg and Vincent with Pansy on his arm, had beaten them out the door, sneering at Harry Potter as he waited to have his name checked against the list of students who had permission to visit the village. Not going, Potter, he'd snickered, afraid of the Dementors. Hermione made a point of not glaring at their backs. So, she said loudly, where are we going first? I assume you want to go to the bookstore, Blaise said, and she grinned at him. We don't have to do that first. We have to sleep in the Great Hall. Hermione did not sound amused and Professor Snape turned towards her. While I admit I find the idea as patently absurd as you do, Miss Granger, our esteemed headmaster has decided that the best way to protect you all from the murderous lunatic who seems to have snuck into the school is to keep you in one room, and I am not inclined to argue with him. The whole of Slytherin House trooped out to the hall after their head of house and stared at the poofy purple sleeping bags scattered on the stone floor with obvious dismay. What is going on? Daphne demanded as she pulled hers next to Theo and Hermione. It was Sirius Black, Pansy whispered. Peeves saw him. He slashed the portrait that was the entrance to the Gryffindor common room when she wouldn't let him in. He's after Potter. That's awful, Hermione said, and Pansy looked at her. Since when are you a fan? I don't like him, Hermione said, slipping into her sleeping bag. It's still probably terrifying to have some lunatic after you. Merlin, Pansy, I can dislike someone and not want him dead. Whatever, Pansy said. I'm not a fan, Hermione insisted. She was still awake, fuming, when she overheard Dumbledore and Snape talking. She'd been running through all the things she could have said, should have said, to Pansy. 1 year, she thought. We can't even manage 1 year without everything being about Potter, and, you know, his mother likes me, and, fine, just go on and encourage him to constantly antagonize the teacher's pet because that certainly qualifies as cunning. The only consolation was that he hadn't moved his sleeping bag to be near Pansy but had stayed in a little cluster with Greg and Vincent. And not her. Headmaster. It was Snape. Everything has been searched. There's no sign of him. You're quite sure? I would be unlikely to miss Sirius Black. Nor, despite my fervent desire to do so, have I cursed him and left him to rot somewhere. Snape's voice was low, but the contempt carried, and Hermione laid very still, all thoughts of Pansy gone from her mind. Well, I hardly expected him to linger, Dumbledore said with a sigh. I've spent the evening contemplating how he might have gotten in, but each theory is more outrageous than the last. You do recall, I assume, our conversation at the beginning of the term. Clearly, Dumbledore's tone was a warning to stop talking, but Snape persisted. They were very close, once. No one in the castle would have helped Sirius Black to enter. No one, not even Snape, would have continued the conversation at that point. Hermione burned to know who was the person in the castle close to Sirius Black, but with no more information forthcoming she lay still and began to consider all the possibilities. Draco spent much of his time beeping his hurt arm and how he couldn't possibly play Quidditch. Hermione, sitting on the common room couch passing arithmancy notes back and forth to Theo, said only, if you'd taken a class that actually challenged you instead of trying to game the system you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Other than that, she refused to acknowledge his arm, his perpetual need to have things carried, or how Pansy poured his juice at every meal. Professor Lupin is ill today and I will be taking over his class. Professor Snape regarded the mixed Gryffindor and Slytherin defense against the dark arts class with his usual sneer. In order to permit this, we will be combining your classes for the duration of his illness. I am sure you will all be quite capable of controlling your understandable adolescent rivalries. As Professor Lupin has not seen fit to leave any form of record of the material he's covered nor anything approaching a lesson plan. Harry Potter came skidding through the door, mumbling, "Sorry I'm late," and Hermione looked from him to Snape, watching with glee the moment he realized it wasn't Professor Lupin he faced. "How good of you to deign to join us, Mr. Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness." "Where's Professor Lupin?" Hermione beeped in her breath. No one spoke to Snape like that, especially not any of the Gryffindors. "If you had been here on time you would have heard me say that he was ill. Now. But what's wrong with him?" Potter's voice was laced with accusation, as if he thought Snape might have poisoned the man himself. Hermione and Daphne exchanged, "Oh, he's going to get it now, looks. Nothing that will kill him." The, unfortunately, was left unsaid but hung in the room. 5 more points from Gryffindor for your cheek. Do not make me ask you to sit or I will make it 50. The boy slid into his chair, glaring at the professor. "Now, if I might, with Potter's kind permission, begin the lesson, I would like you all to turn to page 394. There was a brief pause and Weasley muttered, "Figures with this git we'd be back to taking notes. Lupin's the best defense teacher we've ever had. We've done red caps and Grindylows and now it's back to reading about." He was flipping through the pages but Hermione had already gotten there. "Werewolves," she breathed, looking up at Snape. "Exactly, Miss Granger," he said. "Can anyone besides Miss Granger tell me how one might tell the difference between a werewolf and a true wolf?" "But we haven't done this yet," Parvati whined. "We're doing Hinky Punks. I was unaware, Miss Pottle, that you were both hard of hearing and illiterate. I am sure those burdens are a strain on your tiny little mind and am truly sorry for your struggles." He didn't sound sorry at all. Perhaps someone capable of reading the text could inform Miss Pottle how to recognize a werewolf. The werewolf, Ron Weasley read, his voice laden with sarcasm, differs from the true wolf in several small ways. First, I don't recall having seen your hand in the air, nor having called on you, Mr. Weasley. Snape glowered at the boy. You asked and I was answering, Ron muttered. I don't see why you ask the question if you don't want someone to tell you the answer. It's just right there in the 5 points from Gryffindor for being insufferably rude, Snape said. And a detention for speaking out of turn. The rest of the class was spent taking notes while Snape stalked about between the desks. When the period was over he said, 2 rolls of parchment on how to recognize and kill werewolves by Monday. Weasley, stay after class and see me about scheduling your detention. Hermione absolutely refused to go to the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Quidditch match. She huffed and she pointed out the weather and she complained and Blaise and Greg didn't listen to a single word of her objections. We aren't even playing, she wailed at last. And it's raining. It's Quidditch, Greg said, thick face set in a stubborn expression as Blaise held out one of his extra jumpers. She glared at them both while she tugged the extra layer on. What else are you going to do? Blaise asked, handing her charmed pocket warmers to help keep her hands warm. Homework. Some of your extra potion stuff. Well, yeah, she admitted. Snape has me chopping flobberworms into even slices. You have to freeze them to keep them rigid and then. You really wanted to chop flobberworms over going to a Quidditch match with me. Blaise looked mostly mocking, but also a little hurt, and Hermione quickly tucked her arm into his. Of course not, she said and then sighed at his smirk. You are just so easy to manipulate, he told her and then dodged as she tried to kick him. But I'm glad you're coming, he added. The game was miserable. The weather was miserable. It was rainy and windy and, even huddled under a giant umbrella and flanked by Greg and Blaise, Hermione was cold, wet and unhappy. Could this get any more miserable? She muttered and Blaise grinned. Potter could catch the snitch again. She laughed at that but just huddled more tightly against his side, soaking in what warmth she could. It seemed to be getting colder and colder. She felt so dreary sitting there in the rain, as though nothing could ever be good again. She couldn't even muster the energy to pick her head up and watch the game. What was the point? Blaise slumped next to her, his usual mischievous energy drained away and Greg let the umbrella wobble and rain was sliding down the back of her neck but she couldn't even care enough to move. Everything was cold and wet and awful and everything always would be. She turned a dispirited eye on the field, expecting to see Potter catching the snitch in some unlikely and depressing way because that's what always happened and instead saw so many black-robed wraiths she could barely see the field. Dementors. Her brain whispered to her, you only feel this way because of Dementors. Funny, she thought, how knowing that didn't actually make the feelings go away. She just stared at the wraiths, mired in despair and apathy until she saw Dumbledore run out onto the field and cast something silvery, a Patronus, her brain said again. That's a Patronus. You wanted to learn how to do that but got distracted, and the Dementors fell back, chased away by the shining light and the water dripping down the back of her neck became annoying enough to grab the umbrella and hold it upright again. You okay? She asked Greg, and he shook his head and muttered something. Blaise shivered and lowered his face to her hair and inhaled. Let's go back in, Blaise said. Looks like the game's over. Potter caught it again, she asked but he snorted and a tiny bit of happiness caught in her soul and began to spark. Looks like Hufflepuff won and our fair hero is off to the infirmary again. It amazes me that boy isn't dead yet, Hermione said, standing up starting to pick her way down the stands. Give it time, Greg muttered. Hermione perched on a stool in Professor Snape's lab. Do you have a preference as to what you'd like to start work on this week, Miss Granger? He asked. Wolfsbane, she said. Any reason why that particular potion? He asked, pulling a worn sheet of paper with the instructions from the top of a pile of notes on a nearby shelf. Not really, she said, watching him. Very well, Miss Granger. Follow these instructions and I shall critique the work when you have completed it. You don't plan to help me. Though this is generally considered a rather complex brewing task, I think you'll find it comparable to polyjuice, he said and, as her head shot up to look at him before he closed the door, he tipped his own head towards her. Miss Granger. Professor Snape, she said just before the door shut and he paused. Miss Granger. The Dementors, at the Quidditch match, she said the words in a rush. Why did they come in? They were hungry, I expect. Snape looked at her as though she were stupid. They feed on happiness, on joy. Even that dreary, wet sporting probably seemed a feast to them. I'm sure you've done enough reading to have determined that, Miss Granger. Yes, she admitted. She could feel Professor Snape studying her as if he were weighing what he might say. There are defenses, he said at last. Ways to fight them off. The charm is quite advanced. Well beyond what a third-year student is capable of. The Patronus charm, she said, and he nodded. You have done your homework, Miss Granger. Well, I'd expect nothing less. Show me how to do it, she demanded, and he actually snorted. Do you really think that you, at 13, could manage to do a charm most adult wizards can't manage? You wouldn't have brought it up if you weren't considering showing me, she persisted, jaw thrust out stubbornly, and the black-clad man sneered at her. Maybe another day, Miss Granger. For now, contemplate the proper preparation of wolfsbane and try to chop another batch of flobberworms. This time I'd like to see you get all the slices the same width as I'd clearly requested you do last time. If you can't even follow directions on how to cut worms, I fail to see how I'm supposed to help you learn to repel yet another monster. Hermione smiled and, picking up the potion instructions, began to read the lengthy and detailed ingredients list as Snape shut the door behind himself. Time passed. Hermione's flobberworm chopping became more and more exact, and soon the term was almost over. To everyone's delight, another Hogsmeade trip was announced for the last weekend of the term. Hermione didn't even wait for Draco to ask her. She'd been ignoring the way he and Pansy sat on the couches and did their Care of Magical Creatures reading together, but it wasn't quite possible to ignore the way they held hands. Do you think he's key-ed her? She asked Daphne glumly one night. She'd fished a box out of the bottom of her trunk and was holding it in her hand, weighing it. She hadn't taken the bracelet out at school, had never worn it publicly. Daphne watched her shove the box back away without opening it. We can do our Christmas shopping in Hogsmeade, the girl finally said, ignoring Hermione's question. Unless I can hint I want more of that Muggle makeup. Makeup it is. What should I get for Blaise? Hermione asked. What's appropriate? A book about Quidditch? Daphne suggested, and Hermione sighed. Candy? Maybe candy, Hermione agreed. What are you getting Theo? Daphne flushed. A tie-tack, she said, and Hermione looked over at her. Does that mean your parents have? Daphne nodded. My mum said it was really too early for anything official, but the knots were part of the Sacred 28, and if you wanted to exclude Death Eaters from the list of possible families, we'd have to look outside Slytherin and, well, you know. Not really, Hermione admitted. Like they'd be okay with a Weasley. Daphne made a face. If they insisted on purebloods, there's always Neville, Hermione said, and at that Daphne threw a pillow at her. I am not dating Neville Longbottom. Not at all. Not ever. Certainly not an understanding kind of dating. Yuck. Oh, come on, Hermione said, pushing away thoughts of how she wasn't a pureblood, not even close, thoughts about how no one would think she was good enough for their precious pureblood boys. He's cute enough. If you're blind, Daphne said. And that grandmother? Have you met her? I'd rather have Bellatrix Lestrange as family than that old bat. She paused. Now, Blaise. Blaise is cute. Yeah, well, Blaise is getting candy from me, not a tie-tack. They're all getting candy. She paused. Daph? Yeah, I'm really happy for you. Thanks. The girl ducked her head. I mean, it could all come to nothing. It's early and these things fall apart all the time, but... Still, Hermione grinned at her friend. That's pretty cool that you two are openly, whatever you are. It was Pansy, of course, who overheard the gossip in Hogsmeade. The real news, she said, almost breathlessly as they sprawled in front of the fire, isn't that Sirius Black killed all those people, or even that he was Potter's parents' best friend and that he betrayed them to the Dark Lord. The real news is that Potter didn't know any of the stuff about his parents and the black guy, and he found out because he hid while teachers were talking and overheard them. You should have seen his face, she chortled. Wow. Hermione leaned against Blaise, who was holding her hand in a way that managed to be both defiant and tentative at the same time. What an awful way to find out. You're always so sympathetic to that rotter, Draco complained, wrapping an arm around Pansy. I am not, Hermione said, looking angry. Just because I don't encourage your little obsession the way Pansy does doesn't mean I'm all gooey for Potter. She's gooey for Blaise, Daphne said, a sly look on her face. Whoever Hermione might have been gooey for, she was cordially requested to join the Malfoys for dinner one evening over Christmas break. Cordially requested my ass, she muttered, reading the invitation. Ordered's more like. I wonder if that gets invited Pansy. Despite her stomping and frowning and muttering, however, she spent so much time wondering what to wear and changing her mind and changing clothes that after she finally left her mother murmured to her father, "Poor girl's got it bad, doesn't she? I wonder what these Malfoys are like, whether they're nice people." "I'm sure they're fine," Mr. Granger reassured his wife. "Our daughter's not going to be friends with some boy who's, I don't know, from a family of terrorists or something." Mrs. Granger laughed. "Well, I meant more nice as in pleasant to have over for tea. Of course they aren't terrorists, don't be absurd." When she arrived at Malfoy Manor, Hermione was pleased to see that Pansy had not been invited but that Theo, wearing a neatly tacked tie, and Daphne were both there. Theo's father was also present and Hermione was a bit surprised to see how much older Not Senior was. He flirted with Daphne in a charmingly old-fashioned manner and, with the ease of many years' practice, Daphne dimpled and flirted right back. She was no stranger to older gentlemen dining with her parents and complimenting her, one of the newest generation of pretty Slytherin girls, and she knew her role in this particular play. As had happened the year before, the youngsters made a brief command appearance with their adult hosts before being shooed away until dinner. Daphne and Theo held hands and looked awkward and Daphne blushed far more than was becoming in a Slytherin. Draco and Hermione stood about, hands thrust into pockets and spoke somewhat stiffly about Quidditch and the progress they were making in charms. "I've got some news," Lucius Malfoy said after they'd all sat down and the elves had served the first course. "Oh?" Not Senior asked, nodding permission to Theo to help himself to a small bit of wine. "The hippogriff that attacked Draco will be subject to a hearing in April by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures." "And the fool of a teacher that thought hippogriffs were a good lesson for third years?" Not asked. "Still employed, I'm afraid," Lucius admitted. "How badly hurt was Draco?" "It was awful," Draco piped up and Hermione made a face. "You disagree?" Narcissa asked her and the girl flushed. "I'm sure it hurt quite a lot," she said, trying to cover her gaffe, "but he milked it, didn't he?" Narcissa asked, amused fondness in her tone. "A lot," Hermione admitted and all the adults at the table laughed and Draco shot her a dirty look. Seeing the look, Not Senior smiled indulgently. "If you will permit an old man a word of advice." "Of course, sir," Draco said, stubborn look still in place but years of insistence on formal manners overruling his adolescent intransigence. "Your world is going to be filled with people who will tell you what you want to hear. A friend who is honest with you is someone to treasure." He looked away from the boy, his face growing momentarily maudlin. "Theodore's mother never let me get away with anything and I miss that woman every day." "I miss her too," Narcissa said gently. "She was a wonderful woman." "Well," Not Senior collected himself and smiled at Daphne and Hermione. The next generation of Slytherin girls appear to be just as lovely and forthright as the last. He raised his wineglass and toasted them both before taking a sip. After dinner, after Daphne and Hermione had been sent home, Draco sullenly kicked at the carpet. "I'm so tired of how they think they can map out our whole lives for us," he said to Theo who just fingered his tie-tack and frowned at his friend. "Then tell your parents you're not interested in her," he said but Draco shook his head and Theo sighed. "He got a firebolt." Draco sounded outraged, "But that's better than my broom." Hermione and Daphne made eye contact and tried, unsuccessfully, not to giggle. "What?" he demanded. "Just boys and their broomstick comparisons," Hermione said, her giggles turning into gasping laughter. "You're still a better flyer," Pansy said, running her hand over his arm, her eyes on the laughing girls. "I didn't realize you knew enough to be able to make a comparison," Daphne said, knives out as Hermione made an almost imperceptible twitch. Draco looked from one girl to another, obviously confused but hiding it with a smirk. "Your flobberworms are finally acceptable," Professor Snape said, poking at the pile of meticulously sliced worms with disdain, albeit barely. Hermione had learned to take such praise as she could get from this man. In class he would say, "Well, Miss Granger has done it properly, so at least I don't need to have concerns that there was a misprint in the book that led the rest of you to this gross display of utter incompetence," but in private he criticized everything she did. Her wolfsbane potion, while it would certainly work, failed to have the exact proper consistency, and so he poured her first attempt out in front of her. He made her drink the hair-raising potion she brewed and, though his lips twitched at the sight and he offered her an antidote before permitting her to leave the lab, he still pronounced it not quite strong enough to cope with your hair, Miss Granger. You'll have to see if you can modify the potion for greater efficacy. 2 feet on possible variations, if you please. But nothing drove him to greater demands for obsessive accuracy than ingredient preparation. She'd been chopping flobberworms for months, chasing the elusive ideal of perfectly identical slices. Barely acceptable was, in this context, nearly gushing praise. "Meet me in the History of Magic classroom at 8 p.m. on Thursday," he instructed, and, at her confused look, he sneered, "You did still want to fail miserably at producing a Patronus, did you not, Miss Granger?" At her response he added, "Pick your jaw up off the floor, Miss Granger. I anticipate no success at all, but I have procured the boggart Professor Lupin used in his stunningly misguided lesson, and if you can manage to muster the good sense to be more afraid of dementors than of a teenage boy rather nauseatingly enchanted by you, you can at least try the charm." "Yes, sir," she heard herself babbling. "Thank you. Think nothing of it, Miss Granger. Now bottle those flobberworms so the first years can use them and get out." Snape watched her work and, as he had before, thanked the stars that the gods had been kind enough to him, once in his miserable life, to not make this one a ginger. To see a muggle-born witch in Slytherin, to see what could have been, that was hard enough. If she'd actually looked at all like Lily, but even the woman's wretched, trouble-making son looked nothing like her, acted nothing like her. How to best stay true to that lost love, he'd wondered, watching the bushy-haired, somewhat unkind girl as she worked. He'd lifted his lips in a condemning sneer when he'd heard she'd taken Vincent Goyle's place as the first victim of that absurd boggart lesson. How Gryffindor of her, he'd said in the staff room. Still, he'd been amused by her defiance of Lupin and impressed by her loyalty to her friend. Vincent, he suspected, would stand behind her in any coming confrontation. Gryffindors. They were mindlessly loyal to the first person that fed them, rather like dogs. But the ability to inculcate loyalty in a pack of disdainful purebloods, well, he'd seen that trade before. Was he best honoring the woman he'd loved by protecting the son, or by protecting the muggle-born witch who, like Lily, was the brightest student in her year? The witch who, like Lily, was sure to come to the attention of the Dark Lord? Now, Snape drawled, eyeing the nervous and eager girl in front of him, to produce a Patronus you must draw upon your happiest memory. Each Patronus charm is different, drawing upon and taking shape from the happy thoughts of the wizard who produces it, but if you manage to do it correctly, which of course you will not, you will produce a shield that will stand between yourself and the Dementor. "So I just think happy thoughts?" she asked, doubt obvious in her tone. "It's hardly that simple, Miss Granger. You must control your mind. You must conjure joy at will, in the face of despair. Grown wizards are unable to do this. Nevertheless, as proof that the burden of this particular crop of Gryffindors has finally snapped my mind, I am endeavoring to teach you." "And I'm very grateful, sir," she said. "Save your pretty manners for the Malfoys and attempt to discover a happy memory," Snape sneered. Hermione thought about the day she'd been told she was a witch and gripped her wand, her fist clenched around the wooden stick that had become an extension of herself. "The charm is, expecto patronum. Once you've found some tedious adolescent memory that fills you with joy, hold it in your mind and cast the spell." Snape sounded utterly bored with the whole proceeding, but in truth he was watching the witch closely. Even attempting something this advanced so young was impressive. He didn't expect her to succeed, but found himself curious whether she'd manage to conjure any result at all. "Expecto patronum," she whispered, waving the wand. Nothing happened. "Do at least try to sound confident," Snape suggested, examining his nails. "Potions' ingredients had an unfortunate tendency to get lodged in them. And maybe a memory that makes you happy enough to not sound like you're afraid a werewolf will eat you would be more effective." Hermione thought about the day she'd been sorted and how immediate and unquestioning her acceptance into her house had been. Expecto Patronum, she said more firmly, and it was possible that the tiniest poof of silver mist wound its way from the tip of her wand towards the ceiling, where it dispersed. Try again, Miss Granger, Snape said. A happy memory. You do have some kind of happy memory, don't you? She pulled one last memory into her mind, almost defiantly, and snapped, Expecto Patronum, and this time a distinct, albeit formless, cloud emerged and Snape regarded it with impressed eyes. Expecto Patronum, he said, and his doe scampered forth, prancing around the room with a pleased step, stopping to sniff at Hermione before launching herself out the window and away. She's beautiful, Hermione breathed, watching the Patronus scamper away. Yes, Snape said. Yes, she was. Hermione snapped her head around to look at him, but he had already slid his wand away. However, as you undoubtedly see, Miss Granger, without a thread to keep her interest, she's already dispersed. I would like you to attempt, using whatever that final memory was, to cast this whenever you find yourself with some time and solitude. It is possible that you might, with exceptional diligence, be somewhat less incompetent than your peers. Yes, sir. Of course, procuring the boggart proved to be a waste of my valuable time as you were unable to advance to the point of needing one. We shall have to meet again, once you have practiced, so that my effort was not wholly worthless. I'm very sorry, sir. Yes, sir. But Hermione was smiling. You might be somewhat less incompetent, was high praise, and the plan to meet again praise of the highest order indeed. They're going to give him the key asterisk, Draco said. Pansy was away, for once, and not gushing her insipid enthusiasm for whatever drivel came out of Draco's mouth. Hermione sometimes wondered if he said deliberately stupid things just to see if there was anything Pansy wouldn't agree with him about. Now Hermione looked at him, not especially interested. Who? She asked. Sirius Black. They're going to give him the Dementor's key. Assuming they catch him, she said. Why do you care? He's my cousin, Draco said, slouching lower against the couch as he stared into the flames of the common room fire. Well, second cousin, I guess. I didn't know, my mother told me. And Aunt Walburga burned him off the tapestry, so I guess he doesn't count, but you don't want him to die, Hermione said, putting her arithmancy book down and moving to sit next to him. No, Draco admitted. I mean, it's stupid, and he's bloody crazy, and he's after Potter, and, I hate Potter. I know, trust me, I know, Hermione muttered. But he's still family. Even if he has to die, to lose his soul, that's, Draco shuddered. It's pretty awful, Hermione agreed, and they sat together in quiet accord for a long while. When Crookshanks showed up with the rat in his mouth, still very much alive, he looked extremely pleased with himself. How is it cats have almost no facial expressions but can still seem smug? Blaise asked as he gingerly dropped the squirming rat into a cage he'd transfigured out of a box. That's a pretty ugly rat, Draco said, poking at it with one finger. It looks like it might die at any moment. And I think it might have mange. Do rats even get mange? Hermione asked, and the boy shrugged. You know whose rat that is, right? Theo asked, smirking as he looked at the creature that had huddled itself in the back of its new cage as far away from Draco as it could get. That is Ron Weasley's rat. No. Hermione looked at the miserable creature with fresh interest. I bet he thinks it's dead. I bet he's miserable. Do we give it back to him? Greg asked, and the whole group laughed. Gentlemen, Draco announced. I think we have a new pet. Welcome to Slytherin, Ratty. Hermione had stopped even trying to get out of going to Quidditch matches. When she met Blaise at the door, she asked, Where's Greg? And he shrugged. Blaise, she said, drawing his name out. What are you two doing? I'm not doing anything, he said, the picture of wounded innocence. I mean, if you don't want to go to the match with just me, just say so. Hermione narrowed her eyes and looked at him. This doesn't have anything to do with that stupid boy's stupid broomstick, does it? You haven't all gone off and done something that's going to lose us all points, have you? Can we just go? Blaise asked, and Theo came up behind them, hand firmly tucked into Daphne's. What's the holdup? Someone seems to think Greg's being missing is part of some plot around Potter's broomstick. Trust me, Theo said. No one's messed with Potter's broom. The game was as dull as usual. Pansy and Draco were both missing, which was a relief because the hand-holding and simpering made her feel ill. Still, everything proceeded just as she expected it to. Did people really like watching this? Until she saw Harry Potter produce a Patronus. How come he could do it? She felt resentful and sullen for a good long minute before she bothered to wonder why he'd cast a Patronus in the middle of a Quidditch match. "Stupid git caught the snitch again," Theo said behind her. "It's like he's unstoppable." She looked down at the field where 3 Dementors had fallen over and were tangled in a pile of black robes. "Oh, no," she muttered. "You assholes didn't. It's bad enough everyone thinks we cheated everything, but you had to go and..." She turned on Blaze. "Tell me you didn't know about this." "I wasn't involved," he tempered, and she glared at him. "And you didn't stop them, did you?" McGonagall was yelling at the miscreants, and Hermione heard, horrified, the phrase, 50 points from Slytherin. "You..." She glared at Blaze, then spun to look at Theo, who was smirking at her. Even Daphne looked amused, if a little guilty. "Come on, Hermione," Theo wheedled. "He's such a git. And you have to admit it was funny." "I do not," she said, nearly stomping her foot. She looked back at the pile of robes and the people extricating themselves. Draco. Greg. Vincent. Marcus. And Pansy. They'd all pulled a prank and left her out, hadn't even told her. "I don't think it's funny at all." She wrenched herself away from the stands and went back to her dorm room alone. She didn't start to cry until she'd pulled the curtains around her bed. Hermione had trouble forgiving Draco. He'd lost points. He'd left her out. When Sirius Black managed to get into the Gryffindor dormitories because Neville Longbottom had written all the passwords down, she didn't even check to see if he was okay. Not, she thought to herself, that he even noticed she was ignoring him. He had Pansy and all of Slytherin, and she had, well, she had her cat. She had her cat and a lot of time to practice her Patronus. If that Harry Potter could do it, she'd figure it out too. When Neville got a howler over breakfast, she didn't even smile, though the rest of the table laughed. She just shrugged and scooped her books up and headed to class. "What's the matter with her?" Draco asked. Theo and Daphne looked uncomfortably at one another but didn't say anything. "She's just in a snit about the Dementor thing," Pansy said. "You know what she's like." "But that was funny," Draco said, confused. Pansy tossed her hair. "She hasn't even really spoken to Blaze since it happened. She's so shirty about it. Or maybe he hasn't spoken to her. Guess he finally got tired of her attitude." "I thought they were a thing," Draco said. "We're being the important word there," Pansy said. "Not anymore." She didn't go on the Hogsmeade trip, missed seeing the disembodied head of Harry Potter, who'd clearly gotten an invisibility cloak somehow, throw mud at Draco. She didn't miss Draco gloating about it afterward. He'd needled Ron about the hippogriff. Potter, who wasn't even allowed out of the castle, had thrown mud. He'd told Snape. Potter had gotten in trouble. It had been a nearly perfect day. She'd spent it in the library. "The best part of it," Draco said, his arm slung around Pansy, "is that the big monster lost his appeal." He drew the finger of his other hand across his throat, and Millie, Greg, and Pansy all laughed. Vincent, always part of Draco's entourage, looked up at Hermione. "Hey," he said, "I wish you could have seen it, Hermione. It was really funny, the mud coming out of nowhere and then look on Potter's face when he got him. He frowned. I missed you. Why didn't you come?" She smiled at him, a bit of a watery smile, and said, "Thanks, Vince. I had a lot of arithmancy work to do." "But Theo came," he said, squinting at her, but she was already gathering up all of her books and heading back to her room. Hermione had researched Sirius Black, Potter's godfather and Draco's second cousin. Draco was so upset about it in his weird, private way. It was something he'd shared with her. Just her, and not Pansy, and she wanted to know more, find some way to make it better for Draco. What she'd found had bothered her. The papers were full of lurid stories of his supposed crimes, but there didn't seem to be any account of an actual trial. Potter's parents had been murdered, that seemed clear and fairly awful. Black had been found weeping at the sight. That he'd confessed seemed less clear. "It's my fault," could mean, "I did it," or, "I did something that let this happen." She was pretty sure he hadn't had a trial. She was pretty sure she didn't like a culture that threw a possibly innocent man into prison with Dementors without even giving him a trial. She decided she'd better keep that opinion of wizarding culture to herself. All the boys were cheerfully trying to scare Potter before the next Quidditch match. They cornered him in the hallway. They made fun of his emotional attachment to the doomed hippogriff. He was easy to rile. Honestly, Hermione muttered one day, watching Draco retreat, laughing, from another encounter with Potter. "You can be such an evil little cockroach. But you love me anyway." Draco grinned at her, and at her sigh his smile faltered. "Hey. We're friends, right? Friends forever?" "Yeah," she said with another sigh. "Friends forever." Hermione trudged up to watch yet another Quidditch game. She didn't know why she bothered. She slumped on the bench and studied the Slytherin flag someone had pressed into her hand. The game was dirty, with both sides breaking as many rules as they could. The commentator utterly biased. Vincent settled next to her. "We never win," she muttered, just waiting for Potter to catch the stupid snitch again. "It feels symbolic." "What do you mean?" he asked. "Play fair, play dirty. Slytherins never win. Not at Quidditch, not at anything." "How dirty would you play to win?" he asked her, and she shrugged as she watched the field below her. "Pretty dirty, I think," she finally admitted, and he nodded. "Me too," he said. Hermione had her head down into her books for exams. Spending all her time studying kept her mind busy. The whole house was subdued after Gryffindor's Quidditch victory, and Pansy had spent most of her waking hours telling Draco how it wasn't fair and that no one appreciated him. Blaise eyed Hermione as she didn't acknowledge Pansy or Draco and hauled the other boy down to the lake. They came back with bloodied lips and one of Draco's eyes was swelling shut, but they both refused to talk about whatever it was that had sparked their fight and made a point of standing with their arms slung over one another, diffusing any rumor of an actual falling out. Greg told an eager Millie that he'd heard Draco say, "If she doesn't wear it in public it doesn't count, and if we're true you'd have been way out of line taking her down to Hogsmeade and stuff anyway." Blaise had, so the gossip said, hit Draco in the eye at that point and called him an arsehole who didn't deserve what he had. No one told Hermione any of the gossip. Pansy was her usual source for this kind of information anyway, and Pansy seemed uninterested in pursuing exactly what had driven Blaise to pummel his friend. "Do you think," Hermione asked Theo as they walked out of their first exam, "that my teapot looked like a tortoise? I was worried it looked too much like a turtle. Do you think she'll dock points for that?" He shoved her. "Merlin, what do I have to do to you to make you less of a swot?" "Never gonna happen," she said with a grin, and he spun her around. "It's good to see you smiling again, Hermione," he said. "Who's that?" she asked, pointing over to an officious-looking little man. "Minister Fudge," Theo said, looking briefly impressed. "I wonder why he's here." "It's for the execution." Draco joined them and flung an arm over Hermione's shoulders, seemingly oblivious to the way she tensed. "The hippogriff's finally getting the axe." "Literally." Hermione pointed to a black-clad man who joined the minister. He had an axe shoved through a holder in his belt. Pansy fell into step beside them, and Draco pulled his arm off Hermione and took her hand. "I'd have pegged you as a bleeding heart hippogriff lover, Hermione, especially given what a big Potter fan you've become this year." "Try not to be such a bitch," Hermione said, her voice mostly, but only mostly, devoid of malice. "It doesn't go with your hair." Pansy laughed and then laughed again with delight as Hermione pulled fashion magazines out of her bag and handed them over. "You're the best," she said, and Draco looked at Theo, who shrugged. Hermione looked back at the executioner. "I thought they had an appeal scheduled. Seems funny to have the execution all ready to go. What if the thing wins the appeal?" Draco rolled his eyes. "It won't. It hurt me, Hermione." "Told you," Pansy said, face already down in her magazine. "Hippogriff lover." "I just like things to be fair," Hermione said. "It should get its appeal. I mean, I'd be just as upset if you were executed or thrown into prison without a trial." "So Gryffindor, that sense of fair play you have," Theo teased. "No need to get nasty," she said, shoving at him, and they all laughed. Theodore Nott leaned back on his bed and eyed his friend. "Do you think he's coming back?" he asked. "Who?" Draco asked warily. "The Dark Lord," Theo said. "Vanquished by St. Potter," Draco said. "Don't we all live in the land of Dumbledore now?" Theo snorted. "It was Hermione who pointed it out to me. He's not dead. He's missing. They never found a body. And things that are missing have a way of turning up again, even if not exactly how you expect them to. Draco glanced at their door. Do you want him back? Yes, Theo said shortly. I'm sick of this anti-Slytherin bullshit, and so are you. There's only one problem. What's that? Draco asked. Hermione. The Muggle-born witch with whom you may or may not have an understanding, despite the way you're messing around with Pansy. The girl your parents had over for the official inspection visit, not that she knew what it was. She'd have run screaming if she'd known. Muggles don't do it this way as far as I can tell. She grew up in a whole different world, mate. She doesn't know how things work. Not the way you do. Not the way Daphne does. She's read books, but it's all different because she's Muggle-born. You have to be more, you have to think, Draco. No one cares she's Muggle-born, Draco said, staring mulishly at his friend. I don't care. You don't care. Your parents don't care. I think your Aunt Bellatrix would care. You told me once your family burned your other aunt off the family tree because she married a Muggle-born. He wasn't Slytherin, Draco said, but a note of tension had crept into his voice. I think you need to talk to your father, Theo said. If he comes back you might have a problem. Their rat, Weasley's rat, scurried around in its cage and Theo looked at it curiously. She's Slytherin, Draco said again. Theo opened up the latch and tossed some rat snacks into the cage. And you saw her boggart. She's no idiot, Draco. She knows her background makes her. She'd be an asset in any war, Draco said, his voice stiff. She's smart and she's talented and she's... You don't have to convince me, Theo said, but you might want to think about how you plan to convince the Dark Lord if it ever comes to that. Said Draco. You let the rat out. They both watched as Ratty jumped down to the floor and scurried away. Theo shrugged. Well, it's not like I planned to take the thing home. I was just going to release it outdoors anyway, let something eat it. With exams over and the year almost done, most of Slytherin were partying. Draco and Theo had barricaded themselves in their room, probably getting good and drunk on better liquor than most of their housemates. Hermione thought to herself. She still felt a little stiff around her friends. The sting of being left out of the Dementor prank hadn't quite faded. They all thought she was such a rule-following swot. It wasn't fair. And Draco and Theo knew she'd brewed the polyjuice potion. Daphne and Pansy knew she smuggled them magazines that would get them both in loads of trouble. But somehow, because she cared about her grades and cared about points and wanted to win, people tagged her as a bleeding heart hippogriff lover. As if she gave a damn about the stupid hippogriff. It had hurt Draco. She'd kill it herself if they let her. Not, of course, that he deserved her killing the hippogriff. Stupid jerk. She let herself out of the common room and slipped away outside. She'd show them. She'd go for a walk when it wasn't allowed. I'll go out after curfew, she muttered. Let them all sit around and drink their cheap beer and feel sick tomorrow. She walked and didn't pay attention to where she was going until she realized she was at the Whomping Willow, and Potter and Weasley were both following a black dog through a tunnel at the base of the tree. She tilted her head to the side and wondered why anyone would be so stupid as to run into a tree that could kill you in order to chase a stray dog. Neither boy seemed to have fared well, and Weasley looked like he might have been broken by the flailing branches of the tree. She stood there, wondering if she should go for help, when Crookshanks sauntered up and, slipping below the branches of the tree, jumped up onto a knot on the trunk. All the branches stopped moving and she looked at her cat. "You're a clever boy, aren't you?" she said, and her curiosity, as it so often could do, got the best of her, and she darted through the tree's strangely still branches until she made it into the same tunnel the boys had gone down. She lit a quick Lumos and walked through a dim tunnel, following her smug-seeming cat, until she stopped just outside what seemed like a small room. Potter and Weasley were arguing, as beat up as they were, with a tall, black-haired man with wild eyes who had what seemed to be Ron Weasley's wand in his hand. His face was gaunt and his teeth were terribly yellow. As the daughter of two dentists, she couldn't help but notice his teeth. They were terrible. The dog the boys had followed was nowhere to be seen. Harry, Ron was beeping, and she realized the tree really had hurt him quite badly. He's the dog. He's an animagus. It's Sirius Black. Of course. She looked at the man again. Expelliarmus, the man muttered and snatched Potter's wand from the air. That disarming trick really was quite good. She'd thought that before. You'll have to kill us both, Ron was saying. I won't let you just kill Harry. That was really idiotic, she thought. Just being mindlessly defiant in the face of an armed man who might be a psychotic killer. Though, then again, he might not, was not going to help at all. Only one person's going to die tonight, the man said, looking about the room. You killed my parents, Potter was snarling. You killed 13 muggles to get at Peter Pettigrew. What happened? Did you go soft in Azkaban? Oh, shite, Hermione stepped into the room. Potter, I know you're an idiot, but if he wanted to kill you he'd have done it by now. He might be a crazed killer, but I don't think he's after you. She glared at the man, her wand held tightly in her grip. What do you want, Black? Why do you care? The man said, looking at her wand, Weasley's wand wavering in his unsteady hand. You're Draco's cousin. He doesn't want you dead. Her eyes were narrow slits in her face. So, I don't want you dead. And you didn't get a trial, and that's not right. Peter Pettigrew, the man said, breathing hard. The secret keeper. The rat. The rat. Ron sounded horrified. Crookshanks was twining about Hermione's ankles doing that smug cat look again. My rat. Peter was the secret keeper? Potter said in disbelief. Peter Pettigrew betrayed my parents? My rat's a grown man? Weasley asked in disgust. And you slept with him every night, didn't you? Smirked Hermione, her wand still on Black. Find your stupid rat and kill him, Black. Then get out or they'll catch you and give you the Dementor's key. My rat's a grown man. Weasley yelled it this time, and there was a crashing as Professor Lupin came rushing down the same tunnel Hermione had followed and barreled into the room. Where is he, Sirius? Lupin asked, his voice low and intense, and Sirius Black pointed at Ron. You switched, didn't you? You switched without telling me. It was supposed, the man said, struggling now to stay upright, to be an extra layer of safety. Remus Lupin and Sirius Black took a quick measure of one another, and then Lupin turned to Hermione. You can lower your wand, Miss Granger. I don't think so, she said, backing away towards the door. I'm in a shack with a murderer and a werewolf. I think I'll keep a firm hand on my wand. A werewolf? Potter looked at her. Merlin, you're slow, she muttered. It's no wonder you weren't sorted into Ravenclaw. Didn't you notice he was always out of class and ill on the full moon? I've been brewing his wolfsbane for months. You have? Lupin looked at her in some shock. Part of my tutoring, she said. Do you think you two could find the rat and get on with it? It's a full moon tonight, Potter said very slowly, backing away from Lupin and towards the door with Hermione. Shite, Hermione muttered. And you call me slow, Potter said. Ron Weasley's rat took that moment to skitter out of his pocket and race across the room. He might have escaped if Crookshanks hadn't pounced on him again. To escape immediate death at the hands of a large, orange cat, the rat shifted and stretched, and there, on the ground before them, was an overweight, terrified man with thinning, patchy hair and beady eyes. Wow, Hermione said. Theo really was overdoing it with the rat treats, wasn't he? What do you mean? Weasley looked at her. Theo, rat treats, you Slytherin bastards have had my rat all this time. Hermione smirked at him. We gave him a good home, Weasley. A clean cage, lots and lots of rat treats. I thought he was dead, Weasley yelled. What kind of a horrible, heartless bitch are you? Who petnaps someone's rat? My cat, Hermione said. Please, the man on the floor said, I can explain. They never did hear what he planned to offer as an excuse, however, because the moon made the last, final step towards fullness, and Lupin began to shift and change before them. Wolfbane, he gasped, I didn't take it today, run. Hermione opened the door to the shack and raced out into Hogsmeade, Harry Potter right behind her. Sirius Black stopped long enough to scoop up the broken Ron Weasley and slam the door of the shack shut behind him, locking Remus Lupin in. Peter, it was later assumed, turned back into a rat and slunk away into the night. Off to see his master, Sirius Black said bitterly. You need to run, Hermione said, looking at the man. How? He said, snorting. How'd I get away fast enough to evade the Dementors and the Ministry? Buckbeak, Harry Potter said suddenly. They haven't killed him yet. He lost his appeal. The execution's scheduled for midnight. We've still got 30 minutes. We'll carry Ron up to the execution site, Tell them a werewolf attacked him, broke his leg. That will distract them, Hermione agreed. And you can ride off on the stupid hippogriff. I can't believe the hippogriff escaped, Draco complained over breakfast. Right before they were going to kill it too. I blame you, Pansy said, looking at Hermione with a sniff. What were you doing out with Weasley and Potter anyway? I told you, Hermione said, putting another piece of bacon on her plate. I went for a walk because I didn't feel like going to the party. And since when do you go out and take a stroll after curfew anyway? Theo demanded. I'm not quite the rule-following good girl you think, Hermione said smugly. When I was out I saw Potter and Weasley sneaking into the Shrieking Shack and I thought I'd catch them getting into trouble, and instead all three of us caught Lupin turning into a werewolf. Theo visibly shuddered at the idea of a werewolf and she patted his hand consolingly. He got Weasley's leg before we could get back out of the shack, and then Potter and I dragged him up to the execution site because it seemed like the closest place to get help. Potter chattering away the whole time. In all the hustle about us someone cut the hippogriff free and it flew off. There's something you're not telling me, Draco said, eyes narrowed, and Hermione shrugged. I didn't realize I was supposed to tell you everything. I do have a life apart from being your mate, you know. Draco huffed rather unattractively and, batting Pansy's hand away from the pitcher, poured his own juice. Did you get my mother's note about the Quidditch Cup? He asked, and Hermione sighed. Quidditch? Really? Do I have to? Yes, Daphne and Theo said at once. Hermione grinned at them, pretending not to notice the ugly look that flashed across Pansy's face. Well, if I have to I guess I'll see you all there. The Malfoys owled that they would pick her up on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's to see the Quidditch World Cup game, she told her parents, Bulgaria versus Ireland. Since when have you liked sports? Her father asked. I tried to get you to play youth football and you wouldn't even put on the shoes. It bores me silly, she admitted, but it's kind of a big deal they got tickets and invited me to go. I'll probably spend most of the game looking at magazines with Daphne. She was nervous how the Malfoys would act around her parents. Did they even know how to function in the Muggle world? Would they apparate onto the front lawn or try to flow in? She needn't have worried. They pulled up in front of the house exactly at 5 in a car that made her father let out a low whistle. You didn't tell me these people were quite so wealthy, he murmured as Lucius and Draco came up the walk. Narcissa somewhat behind them because she'd been fussing with a heel that had caught in a crack in the pavement. They were even dressed well within the bounds of normal Muggle attire. A little too swanky, perhaps, for a suburban neighborhood, but no one ever complained their child's friends' parents dressed too well. No robes. No obvious wands. None of the peculiar delight in Victorian frippery that so many witches effected. Though, now that she thought about it, Hermione had never seen Narcissa dressed in anything odd. Maybe, she thought, that was a class thing because some of the parents she'd seen picking their children up from the train certainly wore clothes that could be politely described as interesting. It's so nice to meet you at last, Mr. Granger said. Hermione's told me so much about Draco and it was so nice of you to have her over last summer. I wish we'd had a chance to have you over beforehand, but our practice was so busy and she's always been such an independent girl. Lucius Malfoy held out his hand and Mr. Granger shook it. Likewise, he said. I was so glad Draco made a friend who has a knack for keeping him out of trouble. Mr. Granger gestured into the house and Lucius stepped over the threshold, Draco and Narcissa in his wake. You know how boys at that age are. I know how I was, Mr. Granger said with a laugh. I was so grateful we had a daughter. Can we get you a drink? Thank you, Narcissa said, sitting down with Mrs. Granger. Draco and Hermione stood, controlling the urge to shuffle their feet. Oh, for heaven's sake, go outside, Mrs. Granger said. You two make me antsy. Draco, why don't you help Hermione with her things? Lucius suggested. There's room in the boot. As the two teens gratefully fled the room, Narcissa laughed. We were planning on taking them out to dinner and letting them squirm for a bit in a formal setting before letting them loose at the World Cup tomorrow. Theo and Daphne, the other two children in their year who are joining us, are going to meet us with Daphne's parents at the restaurant. Would you like to join us? Thank you, but no, Mrs. Granger said with polite, if insincere, regret. She'd never quite gotten comfortable with the magical world her daughter was joining. You're a brave woman to have 4 teenagers in your house for 2 weeks. How do you plan to chaperone them inquiry hung, unasked, in the air. Narcissa controlled the urge to stiffen, reminding herself that this poor, Muggle woman had no idea how offensive even the veiled suggestion was that Draco couldn't be trusted to behave himself around girls who were his social equals. All she said was, "I know. And I'm such a light sleeper I doubt I'll get a moment's rest the whole time, but we asked Draco if he'd like to bring some friends to the game and, well, he and Theo have been inseparable since they were toddlers and the two girls have been over to our home so many times they feel like they belong there. The energy of young people is so delightful, don't you think? All that innocence and the charmingly naive way they have of thinking they can get away with things when, of course, we know every move they make." Reassured, Mrs. Granger only said, "Well, let me know if you get tired of her and we'll take her back." "We could never get tired of your Hermione," Lucius said. "We'd kidnap her and install her in a guest room permanently if we thought we could." Mrs. Granger laughed. Narcissa Malfoy just smiled at her husband. "Your parents have a car?" Hermione asked as they shoved her trunk into the boot. Draco just shrugged. "My father says it's foolish to not be able to blend in with a majority of the inhabitants of Britain even if they are just muggles." He grinned at her. "You didn't think we were like the stupid Weasleys, did you? Collecting muggle trash with no idea how it works?" "The Weasleys do what?" she asked, adding, "I don't think you're exactly going to blend in with this car based on my dad's reaction to it." Draco laughed and lounged up against the side of the vehicle, pushing his hair out of his eyes. Hermione tried to control the way her breathing got faster at the sight of him. "It's just Draco," she told herself. "You've known him for years and he only wants to be friends. He's got Pansy to go all gooey over him." Though, of course, it wasn't Pansy who'd been invited to go to the World Cup with him. It wasn't Pansy who his parents regularly invited over. She wondered whether he'd given Pansy a bracelet too. "Arthur Weasley," he was saying, "has some weird obsession with Muggle technology but gets it all wrong. It's pathetic." "What can you expect?" she said, rolling her eyes. "It'd be too logical, too much like work, to actually ask someone who knows what the stuff does. Much cleverer to just poke at it until it blows up or something." Draco laughed and crossed his arms over his chest. "Yeah. Well, no one ever said the Weasleys were clever or hardworking." "Yeah." They stood there shifting and posturing and pushing their hair out of their eyes until Narcissa and Lucius came out the door and herded the awkward teens into the back seat of the car. "We'll have to portkey in, of course," Narcissa said, frowning a bit. "You children are all too young to apparate. Dreadful way to travel, but it can't be helped. Staggering the arrival of crowds for the World Cup to avoid detection by Muggles has been a bit of a logistical problem. People with the cheap seats had to start arriving 2 weeks ago," Draco said in an aside to Hermione with a sneer. "Not a problem we have." "No," Narcissa agreed. "And your father arranged for a private portkey so we won't need to go tramping about through the fields to find one of the public ones. Still, we'll get there earlier than I'd like." Hermione slung her bag over her shoulder and Daphne linked her arm with Theo as they waited with the Malfoys for the portkey activation time. When the wretched thing activated and she felt herself being beeped forward, feet overhead like she was tumbling through the void, she found herself in perfect agreement with Narcissa Malfoy. This was a terrible way to travel. The part where you fell out of nothingness onto an open field wasn't much better. Lucius handed some small object to Narcissa and Hermione heard him murmur, "Just in case you need to pull the children out of here. It's not supposed to happen until after the game, but you know how overeager some people can be and with Riddle not quite well yet." "Understood," she said, her hand brushing across his cheek in a rare example of public intimacy. "Shall I show you our tent?" Lucius Malfoy turned to the children and Hermione began to follow him towards a crowded campsite. "Draco, offer the girl your arm," Lucius instructed without even looking back. He held a hand out and said, "Hermione," and she took it and let him lead her onward, ducking her face to let her hair hide the way she could feel herself flush. "I sent someone from work out earlier to set up the tent," Lucius Malfoy was saying, "and it should be, yes, here it is." He stopped in front of what looked like an unprepossessing Muggle camping tent and, ducking slightly, pushed the flap aside and held it open for his wife. Narcissa smiled at him and bent her head to enter. Draco handed Hermione through next and she straightened up once she was inside and looked around with awe. She was in a charming weekend cottage. A bright and sunny kitchen was to her right with a table large enough to see the six of them. To the left was a comfortable sitting area, complete with a chess set and a small bookshelf filled with worn paperbacks. A row of doors from the back of the room to what she could only assume were bedrooms. "We shouldn't need to stay the night," Narcissa said, following her gaze, "though with Quidditch, of course. One never knows, so I had them set up this tent instead of the smaller one." "Thank you, again, so much for inviting me," Hermione said. "It was really so kind of you." "Nonsense," Narcissa said, smiling at the girl. "You know we think of you quite as family." "Should we go find our seats?" Draco asked, hovering near the door, obviously eager to escape his parents. "I can show her the sights?" Lucius gave his son a quelling look and the boy shriveled a little under the examination. "The game doesn't start for quite some time, Draco, but you are welcome to go for a walk with your friends. Be back by dinner, if you please, and we'll walk over to the top box after we've eaten." He turned towards Narcissa and then, almost as an afterthought, handed Draco a heavy coin bag. "In case you need to buy a snack or a souvenir or something. Take care of your guests, son." And, with that, Draco, Hermione, Theo, and Daphne fled the adults into the raucous crowds of the campground. They stopped first at a cart where a man sold them cups of hot chocolate and sugared scones. Draco made a show of paying for all of them and Theo sighed and shoved his own money back down into a pocket. They wandered, drinking their chocolate, through people waving flags, past a heated argument about an obscure rule change that might, or might not, give Ireland an advantage. At some point, they reached an enclave of Bulgarian campers, most of whom seemed to be displaying photos of a scowling teenage boy who reached out to catch a golden snitch over and over and over again. "Who's that?" Hermione asked and Theo groaned. "You really don't follow Quidditch, do you?" he asked and she rolled her eyes. "It's Victor Crumb," Draco informed her, "probably the best Quidditch player in the world." "I take it he plays for Bulgaria?" she asked and Daphne covered her mouth and started to giggle. "Yes, Hermione," she said. "He plays for Bulgaria, he's their seeker." "Oh, like you, Draco," she said, smiling at the boy, who smirked at her and swaggered a bit at her comparison. "Well," Theo drawled, "they do play the same position, but I'm thinking Victor Crumb might be a little bit better than Draco." Hermione shrugged and looked back at the posters. "He looks grumpy." "He looks hot," Daphne corrected, and then at Theo's look she said, "What? He does." They spent several hours wandering around before they returned to the tent. Narcissa Malfoy was relaxing in one of the soft armchairs reading a wizarding fashion magazine. "I've set out a variety of snacks and sandwiches," she said, gesturing toward the table. "You children help yourselves. Just make sure you eat something healthy and not only the sweets." "Where's Father?" Draco asked as he and Theo both piled plates with sandwiches, crisps, and biscuits. "Meeting with some associates," Narcissa said. "He'll be back in time to walk over to the box with us, don't fret." She held the magazine out towards Hermione. "I think this dress would look lovely on you, dear." Hermione looked at the simple blue gown and smiled for a moment, imagining herself done up for a grand ball like the model who spun and waved from the picture. "It's beautiful," she agreed, "but I don't think I have any real use for a formal dress." Narcissa just smiled. "Well, if you girls should happen to find you need one this year, I'd be happy to take you both shopping." "That's so kind," Daphne said and Narcissa just dimpled at her. "Not kind at all, child. I'm being utterly selfish. I love Draco dearly, and you too, Theodore, but boys are not nearly as fun to dress and shop for as girls, and now that you're all growing up you're simply going to have to indulge me as I pretend you are both the daughters I never had." When Lucius joined them they all made their way up the unpleasantly rickety stairs to the top box. Hermione sighed when she saw Harry Potter and the whole crowd of Weasleys already sitting there. Draco was already bristling and sneering and Narcissa looked vaguely affronted, as though someone had left something rotted out and expected her to ignore it. Lucius Malfoy looked at Arthur Weasley with obvious distaste. "What on earth did you sell to be able to afford these tickets?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Surely your house isn't worth this much?" When he caught sight of Ludo Bagman, hovering behind the Weasley clan, he snorted. Hermione hid her smile as Ron Weasley glared from her to Draco to Daphne and back again. Harry Potter slouched in his seat, apparently wishing he were anywhere but here. "Surely these aren't all your children?" the Weasley patriarch asked. Been taking in strays, Lucius? Not at all. He raked his eyes over the Weasleys' shabby attire with obvious disdain. Theodore Knott's father and I have been friends for many years, and we look upon his son quite as a member of the family. And the girls are always a delight to have around. Yes, we know all about your friendship with Knott, Weasley snapped. Longtime political buddies, aren't you? Lucius smiled. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Perhaps you'd like to clarify. There was a long pause before Lucius gravely helped his wife into a seat and, with a look at both boys, directed them to do the same for their dates. There was a time, Lucius said, at last, his voice low and quiet, when public debate about issues facing the wizarding world was encouraged. Now my sister-in-law sits in Azkaban on trumped-up charges, and you sit here, in a box you can't afford, because of political favors you've done and scandals you've helped smooth over, while men of goodwill are not permitted to meet freely. When you close people out of the political process, Arthur, don't be too surprised if they find other ways of achieving their goals. Are you threatening me? The man demanded. Lucius raised his brows in a supercilious expression that reminded Hermione of Draco at his most condescending. I am making an observation about history and oppression, Arthur. Do try to keep up. Then he sat next to Narcissa and, turning his back on the still simmering Weasley, asked her whether she'd like him to fetch her a program or, perhaps, some roasted nuts. Watching the Quidditch World Cup confirmed for Hermione that she found Quidditch boring no matter what the level of play. She could tell the players were superb. She just didn't care. Aren't you having fun? Draco asked, leaning over to whisper in her ear. She smiled at him and shrugged. I just like watching you play more, she said, and he grinned at that. A happy expression that made her want to fling herself into his arms and hug him the way she had when they were younger. She didn't though, and instead just turned back to pretend to watch the game. Draco watched her for a moment longer before he turned back as well and leaned forward, following some intricate play with great concentration. Ireland won. Hermione pretended to care. When they went back to the Malfoy tent, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a look, and then she said, Well, children, I, at least, would much prefer to sleep in my own bed. Come outside with me and we'll portkey back to the manor. Why can't we stay for the post-game celebrations? Draco demanded, and Lucius turned to him. Are you arguing with your mother? No, sir, he muttered. Good. Because for a moment I thought you might be complaining about taking the ladies home. Post-game celebrations can get a little rough, and they're no place for children or your mother. Theo turned to look at Lucius Malfoy with a serious look on his young face. Are you saying, he asked, his voice trailing off. The wheel of fate is always turning, Lucius Malfoy said. Those who were once on the top can find themselves on the bottom. Good, Theo said fiercely. Good. Keep that opinion to yourself for a while longer, Lucius Malfoy recommended, and take the girls home. Will do, sir, Theo said, and, with a quick look at Draco, he offered his arm to Daphne and led her out of the tent. Draco followed with Hermione, but before she was out she heard Narcissa say, Stay safe, love. Then they were all portkeying back to the manor, and Narcissa was ordering biscuits and chocolate, and they were all sitting around a fire in one of the sitting rooms. What's going on? Hermione asked Draco in a low undertone. Nothing you need to worry about, he said, staring into the fire. Hermione looked up at Draco when he came down to breakfast the following morning. She slid the Daily Prophet across the table with its photo of the dark mark hanging in the sky above the site of the Quidditch World Cup. Do you have anything to tell me? She asked, her voice very quiet. I was here all night, he said, his voice sullen. As father was so very careful to point out, it wasn't a place for children. If you had been older, would you have been there? He poured himself some juice and sat down in a chair, slouching as he scowled at her. Would you care? I don't want you to get hurt, she said, her voice getting louder. People who do protests get hurt. You don't need to worry about me, he muttered. I'm too young to do anything dangerous. And when won't you be too young? She demanded. I don't know, Hermione. When I'm 16 or 17, I guess. It doesn't matter. He slammed his juice glass down and stood up. Merlin, Pansy's right. You do think you're my keeper. Well, you're not. He stormed out of the room, and she pulled the paper back towards her and read some more about the way the mark of Voldemort, the Dark Lord Harry Potter, had supposedly vanquished had appeared above the campground, and she thought about Lucius and Draco and Theo and how Daphne had once said her parents had decided the son of a Death Eater was an acceptable choice for their daughter. She wondered who had come up with the name, Death Eater. It certainly hadn't been someone interested in peaceful protest and sit-ins. Oh good, there you are. Narcissa walked into the room and tweaked the paper out of her hands. No need to read this trash. I was looking over the Hogwarts packing lists for this year, and they appear to be requiring one set of dress robes. It sounds like you might need a pretty dress after all. She smiled at Hermione. What do you say to a little shopping trip, just us girls, today? That sounds great, Hermione said. Do you think we could try to find a dress that would go with a bracelet I have? If we get a chance to dress up at school this year, I think I'd like to wear it. Narcissa Malfoy, who had passed her sullen, teenage son on the way in, just said, of course we can. The Malfoys dropped all 4 children off at the train station. Have fun, Narcissa said. We may have to forego our annual Yule dinner. I have a feeling you might want to stay over at school for the whole vacation this year. Do try to stay out of trouble, Lucius said, his voice more amused than anything else. We'll see you all at the, well, we'll see you all. As they trooped onto the train, looking for an open compartment, they passed some of their least favorite classmates packed together talking with excitement about the World Cup. We were in the top box, Ron Weasley was saying with pride. You could see everything. For the only time in your life, Hermione said, leaning against the door and looking the boy over with disdain. Draco and Daphne stood behind her. Theo had rolled his eyes and gone on to track down a place to sit. Like you could have gotten into that box without the Malfoys, Weasley said with a sneer. No one wants a Slytherin muggle born like you around. It's like the worst of both worlds. Your parents wouldn't have even known how to buy tickets. What is that? Draco asked, pointing to a maroon velvet sleeve that hung out of an improperly closed trunk. Moldy lace was attached to the end of the worn velvet, and Draco cast what looked to be a genuinely pitying look at Ginny Weasley. Is that really the best dress robe you could find, even used? Hermione grabbed onto the sleeve and pulled and held up the robe for everyone to look at. Draco, she said. This isn't a girl's dress. I think this must be Ronald's. Daphne was laughing so hard she was gasping. I think that might have been in fashion in, what, 1760? Vintage, Hermione said with mock approval. Very daring of you, Weasley. It's not every man who can pull something like this off. The thing with vintage, Daphne said, her eyes watering, as you can never quite get the preservation smell out. Weasley yanked the robes back out of Hermione's hands and muttered, eat shite, you. He found himself pressed down against the seats of his compartment, Draco's hand at his throat. Be very careful, Weasley. Come on, Draco, Hermione said, pulling the boy back. He's not worth it. With a contemptuous look at the boy still splayed out over the compartment seat, Draco turned to go. Daphne looked at the velvet robes, now lying on the floor, and snickered as she followed the pair. Hermione cheered when each of the new first years was sorted into Slytherin. The wretched Weasley twins hissed at the first little boy who joined them, and she leaned down the table towards him and said, They booed me too, the rotters. Don't mind them. He gave her a wobbly thumbs up. Pansy was cooing over Draco, and, if he flashed a somewhat guilty look in her direction, Hermione noticed that he didn't make any real effort to discourage the girl's attentions. Blaise was chatting up a third-year girl she didn't know, and Greg and Vincent were heads down whispering about something. Hermione, Greg looked over at her. You guys were at the World Cup, weren't you? Yeah, she said, her tone a question. You, okay? Why wouldn't I be? She asked. It just got kinda rough there at the end, he said rather obliquely, and she stared at him as he added, they might not all know you're, one of us. No, she said. I don't know. I was there with Draco's family. He nodded and seemed to be trying to find a way to say something, but then shrugged and turned his attention back to this year's speech. No Quidditch. Hermione couldn't be quite sure she'd heard that. It was too good to be true. No sitting out in the cold rain while Potter caught the snitch again. No getting dragged away from books and fireplaces and her cat to go sit in stands and worry Draco would get hurt by one of those awful bludgers. Dumbledore was about to go on when the door burst open and a most peculiar man stepped through. He was covered in scars and half of his nose was missing. He stomped towards the high table with a noticeable limp and, strangest of all, he had a false eye that rolled and spun and looked all around the room even as the man himself leaned towards Dumbledore and said something that didn't carry. Dumbledore gestured to an empty seat and the man took it, throwing back his cloak to reveal a carved wooden leg. It occurred to Hermione at that moment that the Muggle world had far superior prosthetics. She knew she shouldn't stare. It was very rude to stare, but she couldn't seem to make her eyes look anywhere else but at this man as Dumbledore announced he was happy to introduce the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alistair Moody. Mad-Eye Moody, Vincent said in a disbelieving undertone as all sane eyes in the room continued to fix on the Mad-Eye in question. An Auror, retired now. A what? Hermione asked him. They catch dark wizards, Vincent said, his tone guarded now. Work for the Ministry. Half the cells in Azkaban are probably filled with people he's nabbed. And I'm sure all those people had a proper trial, too, Hermione muttered, stabbing at her dinner with her fork, still watching the new professor. Vincent snorted. Theo, his voice low, said, once you're accused of being a dark wizard there's not much defense you can muster. Even if there is a trial. Almost no one's ever found innocent, Daphne said, not unless they can claim Imperius. There was a sudden movement and everyone within earshot tried very hard to not look over at Draco. Following their half-finished head turns Hermione glanced over at him only to see him with one hand up Pansy's shirt and his mouth near her ear. She looked back at the head table very quickly. They all watched the new professor, postures wary. His eyes spun and wavered until Hermione was quite sure it was staring at her. She looked down and began cutting her meat with careful hands. Now, Dumbledore was going on. I'm quite excited to announce that Hogwarts will play host to a grand athletic event. She should have known there would be a catch to the reprieve from Quidditch. As she ate, the headmaster droned on and on about international magical cooperation and centuries since the last tournament because of the death toll. The what? Hermione hissed. No one else seemed especially bothered by that. And the other European schools would be here in October and there was a magic cup that would choose the competitors from a roster of volunteers and don't put your name in it to volunteer if you're underage. Draco looked disappointed he wouldn't be able to hurl himself into danger. Hermione felt relieved. Why anyone would want to put himself in harm's way for something as stupid and worthless as a sporting event was beyond her. She was grateful there was no way she'd have to do more than sit in stands and pretend to care about the outcome. At breakfast the next morning Draco's owl arrived, dropping off his usual supply of cakes and sweets, as well as a copy of the Daily Prophet. Hermione poured herself some juice and pulled the paper towards her. There's an article on the Weasleys, Draco said. Daddy Dearest apparently got caught trying to cover up Mad-Eye Moody going full crazy. Our new Professor Moody? Hermione asked with a frown. Could there be more than one? He asked with a sneer. She read the article over breakfast and had to admit that, even allowing for the obvious sensationalist slant, it sounded like Arthur Weasley had tried to use his influence to protect the disquieting old Auror from prosecution. So, she looked over at Draco. We're being taught by a paranoid lunatic with strong ties to Gryffindor. Pretty much, he said, and she sagged at the table. Great. Maybe we should have kept the werewolf. After breakfast, they were walking towards the courtyard when Weasley pushed past them. Move it, Slytherins, he muttered. Hermione glared at the boy's back, but Draco pulled the prophet back out of his bag. Oh Weasley, he drawled. Did you know your family's famous? Draco began to read the article out loud as a crowd gathered. When he finished he folded it over to show a photograph. And look, they included a picture of your parents, the Happy Influence peddlers. I do think I might have to apologize, though. Really? Weasley turned and looked at the blonde boy standing there. Yeah. I'd always implied you guys were so poor you couldn't afford food, but looking at your mother, well, I'd say she's not going hungry. At least she doesn't look like she's always smelled something bad, Harry Potter snapped. Go F*** yourself, Hermione said. Arsehole. Oh, yeah, you're their little pet, aren't you? Weasley said. Stayed with them this summer, they even took you out on walks to the World Cup and everything. Tell me, Miss Holier-than-thou Muggle-born, does his mom always have that look on her face or just when Draco's around? Don't you dare insult my mother, Draco hissed. Then you keep your own F***ing mouth shut, Potter suggested and turned to walk away. There was a loud bang as Draco drew his wand and shot a curse off at Potter, which was followed by another, louder, bang as Draco was suddenly transformed, to Hermione's horror, into a white ferret. She fell to her knees beside the animal and was about to gather it into her arms when she heard a raspy voice shout out, "Leave him, Missy." She turned her head to see Professor Moody stalking towards them. "Did he get you, lad?" he was asking Harry Potter. "No, missed," Potter said shortly. Moody began limping towards Hermione where she knelt on the cobblestone floor, and she stood and put her body between his and the ferret, who, terrified, took off running for the dungeons. Moody snapped, "Oh, no you don't," and with a flick of his wand threw the ferret into the air and let it land with an audible thump back on the stone floor. The animal staggered to his feet and tried to run again as Hermione began to scream for help, and Moody threw the little white creature into the air again and again. "You never attack someone from behind," the man growled. "Scummy, cowardly thing to do, and I hate cowards." "Professor Moody." Minerva McGonagall was running towards them. "Stop this at once. Is that a student? Oh my Godric. We never use transfiguration as a punishment." Hermione had gathered the shaking beast into her arms and was stroking his head and murmuring things at it as McGonagall lit into Moody. "Never, in all my years, surely Dumbledore." The man shrugged. "I thought a little slapping around would knock some sense into the little bastard." McGonagall gestured at Hermione with a sharp, furious wave, and the girl lowered the ferret down to the ground, where he quickly transformed back into a shaking and bruised Draco Malfoy. The boy muttered something about "my father," and Moody sneered. "Your father and I are friends of old, my boy. I'm sure he'd love a chance to talk to me again." Draco clamped his mouth shut and glared, mutinously, at the old Auror, but Hermione straightened and looked at the man and said, in a voice that, despite being totally level, carried throughout the whole courtyard, "I wouldn't worry about Lucius Malfoy if I were you." "I don't, girlie," the man said. "Let me give you a little advice. Don't be aligning yourself with the likes of. I'd worry about me, because, someday, I will kill you for that." A hush fell over the already nearly silent courtyard. "Like I'm going to be scared of a little schoolgirl," the man said with a snort as Minerva McGonagall said, "You can't threaten a professor, Miss Granger." "Then take points, ma'am," Hermione said very politely, her eyes fixed on Alistair Moody, who was giving her an oddly speculative look. "Or give me a detention." "Get him to the infirmary," was all McGonagall said. "Moody, I'd like a word in private if you please." Hermione pulled out a quill and took a sheet of parchment and began to write. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, please forgive my impertinence in writing to you, but..." Narcissa read the letter and then passed it over to her husband. "Crouch did what to our son?" Lucius said a low snarl after he read the note. "She thinks it's Mad Eye Moody, of course," Narcissa said, leaning back in her seat with a deceptively casual air and watching her husband. "She doesn't mention it, but apparently she told the man, in full hearing of Minerva McGonagall and a courtyard full of students, that she would kill him some day in retaliation." Lucius, still furious but fighting back a smile, looked at his wife. "I deplore such a lack of subtlety." "She is still a child," Narcissa said with a shrug. "He reported her threats back, of course. And apparently he's amused and intrigued." Lucius folded the note in half and handed it back to Narcissa. "Your intelligence network has always rather frightened me," he said, his tone fond. "We're still in agreement about her, then?" "Oh yes," Narcissa said. "Loyal, bloodthirsty, devoted to Draco. I do hope when he finally stops chasing that Parkinson chit she makes him work for it a little." "I'm sure she will," Lucius said, "especially if you have any influence." When they walked into their first defense against the dark arts class, Hermione sat next to Draco. "I'm sitting with Draco," Pansy said, and Hermione, who was pulling her textbook, parchment, and a quill out of her bag, didn't even look up. "No," she said. "You don't. Not in this class. He's my boyfriend," Pansy snapped, and Hermione, noting Draco's slight cringe with an almost suppressed smirk, just shrugged. "And he's my friend, and in this class he sits with me, understand?" I'll see you after class, okay Pans?" Draco said. "You do realize I think you're an idiot, right?" Hermione said, and the boy flushed and muttered something under his breath about girls all being crazy. Professor Moody walked in and stared at the group of Slytherin fourth-year students with barely concealed disdain, and Hermione looked at him steadily. Funny. She'd thought Remus Lupin had been biased against her house. He's been milquetoast compared to this man, who yanked an attendance sheet off his desk and began reading off names with a snarl, his prosthetic eyes seeking out each student as his own read the paper in front of him. He seemed to linger over Theo, Greg, Vincent, and Draco with particular loathing in his voice. "Well," he said at last, looking them over. "Lupin left me a note on what he'd covered. You seem to be fairly well grounded in creatures." He said the last word with a bit of a sneer. "However, you are sadly lacking in experience with curses, so that's what we'll be covering this year. Specifically unforgivable curses. Can anyone tell me what makes a curse unforgivable?" He stared around the room before pointing at Mill. "You," he snapped. "What makes a curse unforgivable?" "They're unforgivable," she squeaked. "Yes," he said, turning to write "unforgivable" on a chalkboard. "Use of any of these 3 spells gets you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Can any of you little snakes tell me one of them?" He looked at Draco. "How about you, boy?" "Imperious," Draco said, his voice shaking only a little. Hermione, her eyes watching Moody with unwavering intensity, reached a hand out and laid it on Draco's shoulder. "Yes. I'm sure your family has lots of experience with the Imperious Curse, Mr. Malfoy. Lots of wizards claimed they only worked for you-know-who under the influence of the Imperious. The trick, of course, is ferreting out the liars." He glowered at Draco before turning to write "Imperious" on the board. "Who can name another one?" he asked. "You, Miss Parkinson." "Cruciatus," she said, her voice stumbling a little bit over the word. "Exactly. The torture curse." As he was writing this one on the blackboard, he asked, without turning around, "And the last one?" "Avada Kedavra," Hermione said, her voice cool. "The killing curse." Mad-Eye Moody turned to look at her. "That's right," he said. "The killing curse." He regarded her for a long, silent moment before looking up at the rest of the class. "Now, the ministry says you lot aren't ready to see what a dark curse looks like until 6th year, but that's a load of codswallop. I say you need to know what you're up against. Constant vigilance. Dark wizards are everywhere, where you least expect them. We'll be starting with the Imperious and working our way up, or down if you prefer, from there. You need to know what these curses look like and how to defend yourself from them. Vigilance." He was shouting by the end of his introduction, and he stopped and panted for a few moments. Hermione had the unkind thought that he could have done with a little less vigilance and a little more activity before he snapped, "Well, start taking notes, people. I'm not getting any younger, and this information is for your benefit, not mine." At the end of the class, as they gathered their things and moved toward the hall, Draco said, very quietly, "Thank you." Hermione shrugged. "As you and Pansy both like to point out, I think I'm your keeper." "So, Hermione." Pansy had been working her way up to this conversation for a while, and Hermione looked up from her runes homework with a polite expression on her face. "You and Draco." "Yeah?" Hermione said. "Are you two just friends or kind of more?" Hermione stared at Pansy, feeling somewhat incredulous. "You've spent most of this year so far with your tongue down his throat, and now you ask me whether we might be more than friends." "It's just, your friendship is weird," Pansy said. Hermione shrugged at that. "Draco's weird, in case you hadn't noticed." "You spend a lot of time with his family," Pansy persisted. "So does Daphne," Hermione said. "Yeah, but she can't exactly go over to Theo's because his mother's dead," Pansy said. Hermione shrugged again and looked back down at her homework. Mind already on runes again when Pansy said, "So you don't have an understanding or anything?" "You mean like Theo and Daphne?" "Yeah." Hermione snorted. "If we have some kind of weird pureblood understanding thing, you could have fooled me." "Okay," Pansy said. "Good. Why?" Hermione asked. "Do you two have an understanding? Any little gifts of jewelry you're being discreet about?" Pansy made a face. "No," she admitted. "I was hoping he'd give me something at Yule." "Well, good luck with that," Hermione said. Professor Moody had decided that they each had to experience the Imperious Curse to see if they could resist it. Greg and Vincent looked at one another uncomfortably, and Pansy objected. "It's an unforgivable curse you want to put on us." "The other houses have all done it," the man said, But if you feel none of you can handle it, that you don't want to find out what it feels like until the person cursing you is a Death Eater, well, I'll exempt your fragile little minds from this lesson. He waved a hand towards the door, contempt evident in every line of his body, and Pansy ducked her head and muttered that wasn't what she'd meant. Hermione watched her classmates do ridiculous things one at a time. Theo hopped up and down like a frog. Draco scampered around the room on his knees. Vincent played peek-a-boo with Millie. When it was her turn, she felt a wonderful sense of relaxation flow through her and she smiled dreamily. The feeling of utter well-being lasted until a voice in her head told her to go slap Draco. She even started walking towards him until she wondered why she'd want to do that. Slap Draco, the voice said again. I don't think so, she argued with herself. What a silly thing to do. Slap Pansy maybe, but why would she want to slap Draco? Well, she could think of a few reasons, but that didn't mean she planned to do it. She forced her head to turn and look at the professor, watching her. She closed her eyes and shook her head and then raised her hand, almost against her will. No, definitely against her will. This was, now that she thought about it, very much like trying to conjure a Patronus. She could almost hear Snape saying, "You have to control your mind, you worthless girl," and she looked at her hand, the hand that was moving without any control on her part at all. She slammed it down on the desk next to Draco as hard as she could and then felt the sense of floating well-being leave her. Well done, Moody said, rather begrudgingly. You managed to mostly resist the curse. I think I might have broken something in my hand, she said, holding up her hand and wincing. Professor Moody shrugged. Go to the infirmary. He said he'd heard I made a good ferret, Draco fumed. Hermione reached into that day's treat box and pulled out one of her favorite cakes. Who said that? She asked, her voice low in their common room. Hagrid, he said, his anger and manufactured outrage covering the humiliation and fear he still felt whenever he thought about the incident with Moody. He'd only been bruised. Hermione had been hurt worse when she broke 2 bones in her hand in the men's class, but the experience had badly shaken him. In class? Hermione asked. Yes. Draco looked at her with sullen resentment fogging his eyes. That bastard, she said, and he looked startled at her vehemence. She was generally so unwilling to sympathize with his drama these days. The way she dismissed his injured arm the year before still obviously rankled. That she could tell he hadn't expected her to really care about Hagrid's comment, but it made her livid. How dare that great oaf use humiliation to coerce Draco's obedience? She'd heard the endless carping of the Gryffindors who couldn't stop complaining how Professor Snape mocked their proficiency in class, but everything was just fine when their little tame professor, a man who should have been fired, made fun of Draco's awful transfiguration trauma. Moody had hurt him and another teacher thought it was okay to bring that up. Everybody laughed, Draco muttered, and she reached a hand out to him. Those F***ing bastards. I'm so sorry, she said, her fury coloring her tone. Those worthless jerks will get theirs someday, Draco. I promise. He flashed her a somewhat wan smile. You're the best, Hermione. I thought I was the best, Pansy said, settling down onto his lap. Different kind of best, he said with a much cheekier grin as Hermione excused herself and left them to their tasteless common room snogging. A sign had been posted in the entrance hall informing students classes would be dismissed half an hour early on Friday, October 30th, so that everyone could congregate in front of the castle to welcome the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang before the welcoming feast. 1 week, Draco said, and Daphne shrugged. We're too young to participate, she said, so it's just a bunch of people who are sure to figure out quickly enough that Slytherins are for hating. And a dance, Millie said, looking longingly at Vincent. And a dance, Hermione agreed, trying not to laugh at the way Vincent was managing to not make any eye contact with Millie at all. Hermione dismissed the Beauxbatons students the moment she saw them. Led by a head of school who was clearly part giant, none of them had dressed appropriately for the fall in Scotland, and they stood outside their flying carriages, shivering, while Dumbledore and their giant exchanged pleasantries. It was hard to take seriously people who couldn't even be bothered to look up the weather of the place they were going to be staying for months. The Durmstrang students, who arrived via a showy boat that emerged from the lake, were dressed much more sensibly. Their headmaster, a man named Karkaroff, greeted Dumbledore with a relaxed smile, but, rather than making his students wait while he chatted, he just said, "We need to get the children in, Dumbledore. Crumb has a slight cold. The ripple that the name created through the assembled students was impressive. Crumb, people whispered to one another. Does he mean Victor Crumb? Draco, Greg hissed in great excitement. It's Victor Crumb? Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Greg. He's just a Quidditch player. Hermione. Greg sounded horrified at her cavalier dismissal. He's the best seeker in the world. And he's here. The Durmstrang students sat down at the Slytherin table, to the obvious dismay of the Quidditch-mad students in other houses, and Hermione contained her amusement as Greg, Vincent, and Draco leaned forward and began chatting him up with obvious hero worship. Hermione glanced over at the Gryffindor table and smirked at the forlorn glares Potter and Weasley were sending their way. She smiled at one of the boys from Durmstrang, not Crumb, because there was no way she was going to join the masses in fawning on the poor man, who leaned over and asked her a question about the magical ceiling, and soon they were deep into a conversation about illusory spells. She found herself impressed. Durmstrang clearly didn't water their curriculum down with nonsense like Muggle studies or divination. She idly dropped that she'd been brewing Wolfsbane successfully since her 3rd year, and he pulled out a copy of Most Potenti Potions, and she moved to sit next to him. By the time Karkaroff was being seated at the high table, the two of them were talking about the best ways to modify extant recipes and whether the phase of the moon really had any effect on potion efficacy, or was that just an old hedge witch's tale. Look, Pansy said, her voice carrying. Our resident SWAT has found someone to talk to. Victor Crumb looked up at that and smiled at Hermione and his classmate. She smiled back, charmed by how much friendlier he looked in person than in his glowering publicity posters. Dumbledore welcomed all the students to the Great Hall and to Hogwarts and made some banal comment about how he was sure they would all be very comfortable during their stay, a comment that elicited an obvious snort of disdain from one of the Beauxbaton girls. Next time wear a jumper, Hermione muttered, and both her potions conversationalist and Victor Crumb laughed. Ludo Bagman, who Hermione recognized from the World Cup, joined the professors and school heads at the high table along with a somewhat portly, officious-looking man she didn't recognize. Who's that? She hissed at Theo, who glanced up and narrowed his eyes. Bartimus Crouch, he said. He was in charge of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during the war. He changed the rules so Aurors could use unforgivables without fear, encouraged people to name suspected supporters. If an Auror attacked you, well, you probably deserved it, right? Law enforcement's never key asterisk to innocent people, right? They shouldn't have dressed that way or gone down that street. Their body language was threatening, so it was understandable the Aurors attacked. If someone named you as a conspirator, you probably were. Theo shrugged bitterly, his eyes never leaving the man at the high table. He put a lot of people in Azkaban. Including Sirius Black, Draco muttered. Trial's optional, I take it? Hermione said, eyeing the man as the Durmstrang students looked at their tablemates. Well, Theo said in a low voice, he gave his own son a trial. Found him guilty, of course, but there was a show trial. Lovely, Hermione muttered. Didn't work out for him, Theo said. He was demoted to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He looked over at Hermione. Have you read any histories of the last war? She shrugged and said, a couple, but, biased, I bet, he said with a snort. I'll see if I can find one for you at home. Just, don't let anyone see you reading it. Dumbledore was explaining the rules of the Triwizard Tournament and the ways a champion from each school would be selected, but Hermione had, as usual, stopped paying attention to his speech-making. She wouldn't be entering, there was an age line that would keep Draco from doing something stupid and entering, and more than that she didn't care about. She assumed all the students from Durmstrang would enter. Why else would they be here? After dinner, Karkaroff came over and collected his charges, who would, apparently, be sleeping on the boat. They passed Potter on the way out of the hall, and Karkaroff stopped to stare at the boy's forehead in evident shock. Yes, drawled Professor Moody, it's Harry Potter. You, said Karkaroff, looking at Moody with what looked, to Hermione, to be fear. Yes, Moody said, it's me. Now get out. As Karkaroff led the Durmstrang students out of the hall, Crumb-eyed Potter with a curious expression on his face, and Moody stared after the group with obvious dislike on his. Where's Vincent? Millie asked, looking around the common room. Another detention, Greg said. At the girl's questioning look he added, He was responsible for the dung bombs in herbology. Daphne, I have a question. Hermione had been looking through the books Narcissa had given her years ago about aristocratic wizarding manners and customs. Daphne didn't look up from the essay she was writing on divination. I wish I hadn't taken this stupid class. Should I predict that I'm going to suffer debilitating headaches or that tragedy will befall a loved one? Tragedy, Hermione suggested. Too easy to track down whether you get headaches or not, but surely someone you know somewhere will have something bad happen to them, thus proving your prediction right. Good call. Daphne returned to writing a bit before she said, what did you want to ask me? You know, with you and Theo. What about us? What would it mean if you were to take another girl to, say, Hogsmeade? Daphne threw a confused look at her roommate and friend. You can go to Hogsmeade with Theo, Hermione. I'm not exactly worried he's going to. No, I don't mean a friend. I mean, what if he took another girl to Hogsmeade? Or something. Hermione's voice was much too casual and Daphne set her quill down and looked over. Oh, she said, then again, oh. She paused. You mean other than that he was being a total ass? Hermione waited without saying anything and finally Daphne said, it would be a pretty major slap in the face. I mean, I've met his father, he's met my parents. If he were going to decide that this courting thing wasn't really working out, he should have the stones to tell me. You know? Just playing tonsil hockey with some girl without actually telling me, no more understanding. Well. She bit her lip. It would be really, really out of line. No one would blame me for telling him to F*** off. And he'd probably have a hard time finding any girl who'd want anything to do with him after that. What if you didn't want to tell him to F*** off, didn't want to end it? What if you just wanted to make him squirm? What if you weren't even sure you had an understanding? Daphne smiled a slow, mean smile. Oh, she said, I might make sure to be publicly seen with someone that would make him really unhappy, not just a mutual friend who he'd refuse to see as a rival. He wouldn't be able to say anything because of his own crap. And then I'd make him earn his way back into my good graces, make sure that there was no mistaking what understanding we had the second time around. Thanks, Hermione said, pulling out her own homework. Make him squirm, Daphne said. A lot. The bastard deserves it. Oh, I plan on it. The Halloween feast dragged on and Hermione poked rather listlessly at her food. The whole hall was crackling with anticipation, waiting for the dramatic goblet of fire to spit forth the champions. The Hogwarts students had been dropping their names in over the past 24 hours, one at a time, and underage Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw students had all been caught trying to cheat and get their names into the cup. Any would-be cheats from our house? Hermione had asked Greg, who'd shaken his head. Cassius Warrington put his name in, but I don't think anyone else did, the boy had said. The visiting students had been lined up by their respective heads and had dropped their names in one at a time with very little drama. Now they all sat, all trying to pretend to be far too cool to care about when the cup would spit out the names, most failing. Do you want it to be you? Hermione asked one of the Durmstrang students who just laughed. It'll be Victor, he said. He was right. One of the shivering lovelies from Beauxbaton, Fleur Delacour, was selected, then Victor Crumb, both to loud cheers. Cedric Diggory, from Hufflepuff, was declared the Hogwarts champion to universal cheers from all the tables save Gryffindor, where Ron Weasley yelled out, "No!" and threw his napkin down in obvious, boorish disappointment. Dumbledore waited for the cheers to die down before beginning one of his speeches, this one encouraging them all to support their respective champions, when the goblet belched forth red flame and spit out a fourth piece of paper. Hermione looked at Draco, who shrugged as Dumbledore grabbed the paper and read the name aloud. Harry Potter. Stop! Hermione nearly screeched. Draco had been going on and on and on about how unfair it was, how Potter broke all the rules and just got rewarded, and it was always about Potter. Shut up! I am so tired of hearing about that stupid boy. So what if someone threw his name in? We all know he's a worthless cheater. They're all worthless cheaters. Do you think he'll win? Really? Draco snapped his mouth shut but stared at her mulishly. It's not fair, he muttered again. So, let him play in this stupid game with its stupid goblet of fire and its stupid binding magical contract. He'll just look like an idiot. She stomped her foot. And he'll probably die. And you can tell him that if you want. Over half the Triwizard champions have died, and that stupid boy is always getting into freak accidents even without competing in a ridiculously unsafe stupid thing. She ran into Harry Potter, looking glum, in the library. "What's wrong with our little Triwizard champion?" she asked with a smirk. He glared at her before muttering, "No one believes I didn't put my name in that stupid cup." She gave him the "you're an idiot" look with which Draco was more than familiar. "Of course you didn't. You aren't nearly good enough at magic to have pulled that off." He looked somewhat affronted before he said, disbelief in his tone, "You believe me?" She gave him a disgusted look and he muttered, "It would figure the one person who believes me is you." She shrugged and he asked her, "Who do you think did it?" "Someone who wants you dead." He glared at her at that and she shrugged again. "Well, it does have a pretty high death toll and it's not like you'll be able to match the other contestants spell for spell." "Granger," he muttered and then sighed and blurted out in a rush, "I never got a chance to thank you for last year with Sirius. He's, having someone who gives a crap is new and, it's nice and, I owe you." She looked at him, first with perplexity and then with pity. There was a whole story in that fumbled sentence and not a good one. No wonder he put up with Weasley's tantrums. Before she could say anything, Pansy walked by and said, with great glee, "I knew it, I knew you were one of Potter's fans." "Yes, that's right, Pansy," Hermione said, shoving away her new knowledge about Potter. "I'm his biggest fan. I draw pictures of him in my notebooks and right now I'm getting him to sign my copy of Wizards Most Likely to Die before finishing school." As she spoke she fished a copy of French L out of her bag and passed it over. "For you, in the noble spirit of international cooperation." Pansy grabbed it with a grin and said, "Thanks," before walking off. "No problem," Hermione said, waiting until the girl was out of earshot before muttering something rude under her breath. "So, she's nasty to you and you're nasty to her and you're still giving her things?" Harry Potter asked with confusion and self-righteous disdain mixed in his voice. "Don't even try to understand Slytherin politics," Hermione advised as she hitched her bag up back over her shoulder. "And, Potter, a suggestion?" "Yeah?" he said. "Don't try to win, just try to make it out alive. That'll be hard enough." She paused before adding, "And someone cheated to get you into this stupid competition. Don't be too noble to cheat to survive." "I didn't know you cared," he said. "I don't," she said with a snort. "But, as Theo points out on a regular basis, I'm weighed down with this weird sense of fair play." "What are you doing?" Hermione asked. Draco looked rather unpleasantly guilty as he glanced up from the table in the common room that he had been hunched over with Daphne, Theo, Greg, and Blaise. "Nothing," he said. She snorted. "You'll be mad," Theo said. "You were mad about the Dementor thing." She held her hand out and with a sigh Draco handed over a badge. She started to laugh when she read them. "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion," was spelled out in glowing red letters. "That's not all," Daphne said. She picked another one off the table and pressed it and the message changed to one that read, "Potter stinks," in green letters. "You know," Hermione said, "I've never really noticed anything wrong with his personal hygiene." Daphne laughed. "Who did the work on them?" Hermione asked. "I did," Blaise said. "That makes sense," Hermione said, nodding. "Why?" Draco asked. Hermione shrugged. "Well," she said, "Blaise has always been better at charming than you." "So," Draco said, looking away from Daphne who was snickering into her hand, "you aren't mad." "I can't wait to see his face," was all Hermione said. She got her chance in double potions. All the Slytherin students wore their badges and when Harry Potter saw them he turned bright red and glared at his laughing classmates. He reached for his wand and then hesitated. Draco said, "Go on, Potter. Your babysitter isn't around to protect you now." "Draco," Hermione said with an exasperated tone in her voice. "You need her to keep you in line, Malfoy," Weasley said from the wall where he was leaning with some of the other boys from Gryffindor. The boys looked at one another and then Potter yelled, "Densagio!" at the same time that Draco screamed, "Fernunculus!" The hexes bounced off of one another. Potter's hit Hermione in the face and Draco's hit Parvati. Parvati screeched and put her hands to her face where giant, pus-filled boils were already erupting. Hermione put her hands to her own face in horror. Theo hurried forward and pulled Hermione's hands away from her face as Parvati continued to screech. It wasn't pretty. Her front teeth had started to grow, rather like those of a beaver, and they didn't stop until they reached well past her chin. "Do I dare ask what is going on here?" All of the students spun around at the familiar sneering drawl of Professor Snape. He looked at Hermione and raised his eyebrows but merely turned to Draco and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir," Draco said. "We attacked one another at the same time," Potter exclaimed in frustrated fury. "He hit Hermione. Look." Snape examined Hermione and said, without changing his expression, "Go to the hospital wing, Miss Granger." She nodded and fled from the room, leaving her bag on the floor in her haste. "Malfoy hit Parvati," Potter said. Snape examined the girl's face, which was now covered with pustule upon pustule, many of which seemed to be oozing. "I see no difference," he said and turned to go towards his desk. The girl started to weep and ran from the room, following in Hermione's footsteps toward the infirmary. Weasley and Potter both began to yell about the injustice of Snape's treatment of the two girls, but the man simply looked at them and, with a level gaze, said, 50 points from Gryffindor and a detention for Mr. Potter." The Slytherins all laughed as they sat down, their badges flashing, and Potter stomped to his seat. "Mr. Malfoy," Professor Snape said, "Miss Granger appears to have left her bag. Would you be so kind as to take it to her?" "Yes, sir," Draco said and, scooping up the bag, he began to leave the room. Before he could get through the door, Professor Snape added, "Please see me this afternoon, Mr. Malfoy. I would like to have a word with you." Draco gulped but said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Malfoy." Professor Snape said the words as he studied the boy standing in front of him. Draco was neatly dressed, with not a single hair astray. His usual sneer had been replaced with a far more conciliatory expression, and if he weren't shifting uneasily from one foot to the other, it was clear that this self-control took an act of will. "Yes, sir?" the boy asked. "Sometimes it occurs to me that you might not be the brightest star in the sky," Professor Snape said. He leaned back and looked at the child, who was unable to contain his flash of temper at the criticism. Any sensible person would manage to get through the majority his days without antagonizing Dumbledore's darling. "That you seem to be constitutionally unable to manage such a feat perplexes me, and the only conclusion I can come to is that you are simply dim. Given that you are my godson, I find this somewhat depressing." "You don't like him either," Draco said sullenly. "My feelings about Mr. Potter are not relevant," Professor Snape said. "Though I will point out I have managed to resist the temptation, despite significant provocation, to ever make a badge that reads, 'Potter stinks.'" Draco thrust his lower lip out in a pout. "You are not stupid enough to be totally unaware of politics," Snape continued smoothly. "It is impolitic to seem to be constantly setting yourself against Potter. He is, if I have to remind you, the chosen one. The boy who lived. Watch yourself." "Yes, sir," Draco said. "May I go now?" "Not quite yet," Snape said. "I have one more thing to say to you, Mr. Malfoy." "Yes, sir?" He tapped his fingers on the desk. "Miss Granger is not a witch to be trifled with. Unless you want to find yourself out in the proverbial cold, I would recommend that you stop chasing girls based on their tight jumpers and look towards keeping what you have, assuming you still want it. Muggle-born witches can be," and here Snape paused for a moment as though considering exactly what word to use. "They can be unforgiving," he finally said, his eyes distant and sad. "Don't let yourself be unforgiven." Draco swallowed hard. Snape looked up at the boy and said, scowl firmly back in place, "Why are you still here, Mr. Malfoy?" Pansy and Draco were giggling over an article in the Daily Prophet when she passed them. "Hey, Hermione," Draco called out. "Have you read this? Potter gave an interview. He still cries at night about his parents. It's so great." Hermione flicked a quick glance at Theo, who was calmly ignoring the dig at people who cried over their dead parents. "You should know better than to believe that trash," she said. "Oh, that's right." Pansy pulled herself away from Draco and turned to look at Hermione as she joined Daphne and Theo at a table. The little third wheel's a Potter fan. "Give it a rest, Pans," Draco said, getting up and fumbling with his books. "Hermione, I was going to ask you a question about charms." She cut him off. "If you only want to talk to me about homework, don't bother. I'm not your little cheat sheet. I'm sure Pansy can help you." She picked her stuff up. I'll be in my room later, Daff. Draco was left standing at the couch, his charms book in his hand, watching her go up the stairs while Theo let out a low whistle. The day of the first task was remarkably good weather, and Hermione was only slightly miffed that the entire afternoon schedule had been cancelled so they could all troop down to the stands. She sat with Greg, Vincent, and Millie. Blaise was still deeply in love, or whatever it was he was, with the little third year he'd been with all year, and while they were cute to watch, she missed his teasing attention. Theo and Daphne were snuggled under a blanket together, and it occurred to her that maybe she didn't want to pay too much attention to them. Draco was sitting with Pansy, and if he looked a little unhappy to be there, well, that was his own fault. When that Ludo bagman announced the champions had to steal a golden egg from a dragon, she could feel her mouth drop open. How was this a reasonable sporting event for children? She'd thought Quidditch was dangerous, but this was insane. She hid her face in Vincent's shoulder while Cedric Diggory stole his egg. Vincent awkwardly patted her head as the crowd roared. Finally he said, "It's okay, Hermione. He got it," and she breathed out a sigh of relief. "I really thought he'd die," she muttered, and Greg hugged her. "There's referees all along the wall," he said. "No one's going to die." She watched the Delacour girl get her egg by charming the dragon into sleep, and then Victor Crumb got his with a pretty straightforward curse to the dragon. Finally, Potter was ushered out. She wondered how he'd manage it, as his spell work was clearly not going to be up to the standards of the other two she'd watched, and was impressed when he summoned his broom all the way from the castle. That was good charm work. She hadn't thought he'd had that in him. Smart of him, really, she thought, to play to his strengths. He might be a prat with, from what she'd gleaned, a shitty life, but he really could fly. Not that she'd tell Draco that. His jealousy was already out of hand, though why he'd be jealous of some barely talented wizard with almost no friends whose life was so empty he was grateful to have a mass-murdering, possibly insane, godfather who cared about him? She had no idea. It was just pathetic. She looked over at Draco, sitting with Pansy and watching his nemesis dart about the playing field, avoiding a fire-breathing dragon. His jealousy. Now that was an interesting idea. Potter snagged the egg, of course, and the task was over. She was unsurprised when he tied for first place. That boy lived a charmed life at school and had from the start. Professor Snape made the official announcement of the Yule Ball to the assembled Slytherins in their common room. As I am sure you are all already aware, one of the more interminable parts of the Triwizard Tournament is the Yule Ball. Fourth-year students and above may attend, assuming they are properly attired and can control their basest, adolescent urges. If I am forced to reprimand any student in my house for slovenly attire or public displays of gross indecency, you will find yourselves wishing I had merely taken points off. Have I made myself perfectly clear? He had. Hermione had her head down over a book when Crumb approached her. "You are Hermione Ninny, yes?" he asked, and she sighed. "Yes," she said. He sat down at her table and squinted at her, and she wondered whether it was possible the best seeker in the world was nearsighted. "You are Muggle-born, right?" "Yes," she said, tensing. Conversations that started like this rarely ended well. "Durmstrang doesn't allow Muggle-borns in," he said. "Well, bully for you," she muttered and began to gather her things, but he was still talking. "You are in Slytherin?" She tugged on the green tie she had won and said, voice clipped, obviously. "But Slytherin is for dark witches, dark wizards. Dark wizards, they don't care for Muggle-borns." She ground her teeth and then said, as calmly as she could, "I'm not sure what things are like up in the frozen north, but I have found the only people who don't seem to have a problem with my ancestry are in Slytherin. Now, if you'll excuse me." "I don't mean to be offense," he said, holding his hand out. "You are just contradiction. Is that the word? You are contradiction. Dark wizards don't like Muggle-borns, but you spend summer with the Malfoys. Slytherin is for blood purists, but you are there. This school, it bans dark arts, but you know most potent potions. You are, interesting contradiction. And beautiful." She settled back down into the seat and looked at the boy who was studying her. His gallantry had been heavy and awkward, but she suspected it had been sincere enough. "I like potions," she said, and he nodded. "You get privilege to work with dark potions?" "I get special tutoring," she corrected him. "They aren't dark potions." He shook his thick head. "I talked to Polyakov. You know dark potions." No, she said, and he shrugged. I never contradict beautiful girl, he said, but she could tell as far as he was concerned she'd confirmed his suspicion. Miss Hermione Ninny, would you do me honor of being my date at the Yule Ball? Hermione looked at him, the best seeker in the world, and smiled. Theo would have known to be wary of that smile, but the complicated man in front of her didn't know her nearly well enough for that. Victor Crumb was an excellent choice. Better even than what she'd been planning. Certainly, Victor. I'd be delighted to be your date at the ball. Is good. He stood and smiled down at her. I see you there, yes? Yes, she said, thinking of the dress she'd bought on her shopping trip with Narcissa. You'll see me there. Greg approached her in their common room, dragging his feet and blushing. Hermione, would you go with me to the ball? He choked out in one long stream. Hermione frowned. Oh, Greg. I'm so sorry. I wish I'd known you planned to ask me, but I already have a date. He sagged in something rather dishearteningly like relief, and she caught the quick look he sent towards Draco, who was on a couch with his back to them working on some essay or other. Who? He demanded, and she smiled. Victor, she said, tone sweet. Victor? Greg goggled at her. Victor Crumb? You don't need to sound quite so shocked, she said, enjoying watching this play out. I'm hardly some kind of pariah no boy would want. Just because you lot don't think of me as a girl doesn't mean no one does. He told me I was beautiful, you know. It's just, Victor Crumb. He sounded odd, and she watched Draco stiffen on the couch out of the corner of her eye. Do you want me to get you an autograph or something? I know you're a big fan, she teased. He blushed but muttered, if you could. And she laughed. Of course I can, Greg. You're one of my best mates. She raised her voice. Draco, do you want me to get you an autograph from my date too? I know how much you admire Victor, and, I have to admit, you were right. He's pretty great. That, no thanks, the boy muttered without turning around. She stood up and, gathering her things, got ready to go up to her room. Greg, she said quietly, I've got a date, but I know someone who'd love to have you ask her. As his questioning look, she tipped her head towards Millie, who was sitting alone at a table working on homework. He stared at her, and Hermione gave him a little nudge towards the other girl. Daphne met her in their room and said, once the door was closed, nice work. Who were you going to get if Crumb hadn't asked you? Hermione laughed. Potter. At Daphne's disbelieving look, she grinned. It's not like he has any friends, and, well, he owes me. Pansy opened her box of candy from Draco with a forced smile on her face. Thank you for the Christmas present, she said, and he shrugged, his eyes searching the room. Where's Hermione? He asked. Hermione had worried about what to do with her hair as, in general, no amount of brushing, blowing, or charm work could tame into anything other than a wild mass of kinked curls. It's not that I don't love your hair, Daphne had said, frowning at it as they practiced the hair they planned to do. It's just, she paused and then, giving up her attempt at a twist, said, I have an idea, but I think it might be against the rules. Now, still not sure whether this broke the rules or not, Hermione sat with one of the Malfoy house elves chattering at her as she worked some kind of unspoken elf magic and turned Hermione's hair into a wild updo with little springy curls that fell from the piled mass in an apparently haphazard manner that had taken at least an hour to manage. Do you mind waiting on wizards and witches? Hermione asked curiously as the little creature started fastening tiny rhinestones into her hair. The elf sniffed, seemingly rather offended. I'm a good house elf, I am, she said. I takes care of my people. No harm comes to my people when I'm about. I don't think I'd like it, Hermione admitted, and the elf sniffed again. Well, I shouldn't like being a witch, having to use a wand to do anything. Witches and wizards is so limited. It's why elves have to take care of them. You can't even do your own hair. The elf stuck another jewel into her hair and, when Hermione tried to look at herself in the mirror, smacked her on the ear. You'll wait, you will, until Riley's done with you. Daphne laughed. Do you see that bracelet, Riley? Draco gave her that. Riley squealed and babbled almost incoherently for a few moments before going back to putting in jewels. The proper placement of each one appeared to be a matter of significant importance requiring a lot of thought. A new Malfoy, she finally squeaked. I don't know, really, Hermione said, glaring at Daphne. He's not even my date for the dance. I think planning a wedding might be a little premature. Riley sniffed. Young Mr. Malfoy is a bad boy, she said, giving you that and not taking you. She did something vigorous to Hermione's hair that made her yelp. I'll punish myself for saying he's bad, but ashamed is what he should be. Can I forbid you to punish yourself? Hermione asked curiously. Really looked at the bracelet and then said, sounding very pleased, Miss Hermione is a clever Malfoy. Well then, I forbid you to punish yourself, Hermione said, and the little creature finally let her look at herself in the mirror. Really, Hermione breathed. It's beautiful. And the hair looks good too. Daphne drawled from her bed. If he doesn't look at you dressed that way and with that hair and squirm every time he sees you with Crumb, he's a total idiot. Theo. Where's Hermione? Draco asked as he fastened a corsage onto Pansy without even really looking at her. Oh, she'll be coming down in a bit, Daphne said, taking Theo's arm. She wanted to fuss with her hair a bit more and, besides, she'll be walking in with the Durmstrang students since she's with Crumb. She's not with Crumb, Draco muttered, but he offered his arm to Pansy and led her out the door and towards the Great Hall. Draco managed to throw a couple of insults at Weasley just for the sake of good form, but his heart wasn't in it. Maybe the target of the moldy, dated robes was just not challenging enough, he thought. Pansy had some flouncy pink thing on that made her look strangely shapeless and was clinging to his arm with such a determined grip he finally snapped at her to ease up a bit. I'm not going anywhere, he hissed. You don't need to hold on like you're trying to pull me out of sinking sands. She relaxed her grip and he held her chair out for her. He could see the high table from where he was. He could see Potter and that Cedric Diggory were already in place with their dates. Potter apparently managed to snag one of the Pottle twins, which was impressive. Well, being a champion probably didn't hurt. When the Durmstrang students walked into the hall, following Karkaroff, his eyes found Hermione and his jaw dropped. This girl didn't look anything like Hermione. Hermione had wild hair that she usually had shoved back in some kind of barely contained ponytail. Hermione wore her skirts longer than any of the other girls and usually had some huge jumper she'd snagged from Greg or Blaze that obscured any hint of a shape. No, he considered the matter again. She looked like Hermione, just more so. She hadn't smoothed out her wild hair but instead piled it top of her head in some way that sparkled and that left little curls to dance around her face and shoulders. Of course, it was hard to focus on her hair given what she was wearing. She had on some kind of white slip. Was it even okay to wear something like that by itself? That clung to her body and ended mid-thigh. It was covered by a transparent overdress that had lines of crystals sewn into it and that somehow, somewhere, shifted into being just strands of those crystals that swung about her knees. She sparkled with every movement. In a room full of girls dressed in brightly colored taffeta with flounces and bows, she looked like F******, Greg said, looking at her. She's F****ing hot. Draco glared at him and he quickly picked up his menu and asked Millie what she thought sounded good. Draco looked back at Hermione and swallowed hard. She had on one piece of jewelry, a simple bracelet of cheap glass beads. Let's go get the girls some punch, Draco suggested, and Theo, exchanging a smirk with Daphne, rose at Draco's unspoken command. What a good idea, Theo said. Maybe she doesn't know it means. He hissed at Theo as soon as they were away from the table, and Theo laughed as he watched Victor Crumb hold a chair at the high table out for Hermione. Oh mate, I think she knows exactly what that bracelet means. You are, in a word, F***ed. He shook his head. I tried to warn you. Draco slouched back to the table, punch for himself and Pansy in his tightly gripped hands. After dinner the dancing began. Pansy slipped into his arms with the ease of a girl who'd been taking dance lessons since she could walk. Draco tried to keep his attention on her, but not watching Hermione, who danced with Crumb and then with Potter, was hard. My mother would never let me wear anything like that, Pansy said with a sniff when Hermione, back in Crumb's grubby arms, passed by them on the floor. It's very short, Draco said, adding quickly, you look lovely. That color suits you. Pansy preened under his compliment. She was still smug when he deposited her on a chair next to Greg and Millie and fetched her another glass of punch. So smug she didn't even bat an eye when he asked Hermione if she'd care to dance. They danced in silence for a while until Draco blurted out, "You can't wear that." "I beg your pardon?" Hermione asked him, sounding somewhat offended. You look like a tramp. Yes. Definitely offended. I bought this dress on a shopping trip with your mother, and if Narcissa Malfoy thinks it's acceptable, I hardly think you have any right to complain. It's just, he flicked his head down towards the bracelet on her wrist. You can't wear that and be dressed like this on a date with him. Oh really? Draco blanched at the tone of her voice. Because as far as I can tell, this little bauble is just a piece of jewelry that means nothing at all. It certainly doesn't limit who I can date, and it will never limit how I can dress. It doesn't, he muttered. Oh, she asked as his hand tightened on her. It doesn't what? Doesn't mean nothing, he muttered again, and she laughed, an apparently delighted sound that made several people within hearing smile. Draco, who could see how her eyes were narrowed and angry, wasn't one of them. So you think it means I'm going to sit on some shelf and wait for you to be done pawing whatever girl crosses your path? Because I can assure you that is not going to happen. Okay, I get it, he said, sounding angry himself now. I've been an arsehole. Oh, I don't think you quite get it yet, she said as the song came to an end. Have a lovely evening with your girlfriend. He watched her return to Victor Crumb's side, her dress clinging to her and the tiny gems in her hair sparkling. Her date handed her a cup of punch, and he could hear her laugh and watched her put her hand on Victor's arm and lean in towards him, and he had to resist the urge to storm over there and punch Victor Crumb in his stupid, worthless, best seeker in the world, Triwizard Champion face. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.